Are we connecting? We are. Fantastic. Are we connecting? Hello, and welcome to the Bylines Network's coverage of the Scottish and Welsh election counts. We are fantastic. Oh, we have a bit of an echo here. Is that hello, just asking? And welcome to the Bylines Network's coverage of the Scottish and Welsh election counts. We are fantastic. Oh, we have a bit of an echo here. Is that just asking? Welcome to the network's coverage of the Scottish and Welsh election counts. Okay, sorry about that technical hitch. Okay, we're here to discuss what's going on over the course of the day. We have a number of guests in the studio, and we're going to be starting with a discussion of what's happening in Wales. But just briefly, there have been some discussions of turnout in Scotland and how that's likely to shape the vote here. We have about 4.2 million people registered to vote in Scotland. We think the turnout is around 50%, a little bit over that possibly, which is not as high as it has sometimes been in the past. The highest we reached was 63% in 2021. And it's possible that people will argue about the result and the legitimacy of the result on the basis of this, but we were concerned that it might be quite a bit lower. It has been lower in the past, so not too bad overall. And we'll find out more about that over the course of the day. Counting is already well underway in a lot of areas. In Wales, the situation is a little bit more complicated because it has a new electoral system. So I'm going to hand over to my colleague Charles Smith from Bylines Cymru to have a little word about that.
Good morning, Bore da. The word on the street is that turnout in Wales is around 47%, so it's quite a bit below 50%, and it's not the highest ever. It's probably the second or perhaps the third highest, but that'll be confirmed or otherwise later on. We will need to talk about the system. Be nice if you could talk a little bit about some politics at some stage, the challenges and the problems and the policies that different parties are coming along with. But everybody will be concerned about the system to start with. What's happening at this moment, the activity at this moment in 16 town halls or city halls or county halls around Wales is that the verification process is going on. So ballot boxes are being emptied onto tables, and hundreds of temporary clerks are shuffling these and putting them into piles of 100 or so that the numbers can be matched up. You need the numbers of bits of paper on the tables to match the records that are coming in from the polling stations, just to make sure that no ballot boxes have disappeared. And if we were in a more corrupt and less a country that's less accustomed to democratic processes, we'd be worried about people removing ballot boxes and destroying them or altering marks. But all that is very highly regulated in Britain. So what's happening in my local county hall now? Not that local, actually, because the constituencies have been combined. So if people want to pop down to the county hall, they might have to go into the next county to do it. But what's happening there is that these papers are being spread across tables and bundled up. Some returning officers are more picky than others as to how close people can get to watch, but each political party will have appointed counting agents who will be wandering around the halls, and if they're well organized, not just wandering, but carrying clipboards and trying to get some sense of how many votes are going to which party. They can only see that by glancing at the tables, and they shouldn't be talking to the staff who are counting. They should be keeping quiet, but keeping a note. And from that, some informal gossip informal, but probably quite well-informed gossip will come back to us about how the votes are looking, and that might or might not be a reliable indication of what's going to happen later on.
Because we really don't know what's going to happen in Wales, do we? And we've a fairly clear idea of what's happening in Scotland, although we're still not sure. The SNP is likely to get the most votes. We don't know if they'll quite make a majority or not. It's not looking like it at the moment. We don't know who will be in second place at all at this point. But in Wales, it's much more dramatic. We don't know if things might be, completely overturned from how we've seen them run for the last few years. I know that's difficult for you because you're a Labour Party man, but if you could try and look at it from a neutral perspective, what do you feel is going on? What's changed in the country?
Yeah, well, if anybody asks what's going to happen in Wales today, the correct answer is who knows.
Mm-hmm.
But the polls are indicating that it's mainly a race between Plaid Cymru and Reform to be the largest party.
Mm-hmm.
But as I say, nobody knows. The system that we're using now is proportional a type of proportional representation known as closed lists, and the votes are analysed using a system called the D'Hondt system. The way that it works out is too complicated for me to even understand, yet alone explain to other people. But what generally happens is that there's a hurdle of about the way that it's sorted now with 6-member constituencies and 16 super constituencies is that in practice, a party will need to get 12% of the votes to have one of those 6 represent those. It's a better system than first past the post because you can't have a large minority winning a seat.
Mm-hmm.
If more people are voting against this party than for it, then that party won't win. It's not a winner takes all sort of arrangement like first past the post is. So it's more complicated than that. I think political scientists are telling us that a lot of the outcomes today will hinge on the 5th and 6th members. So
Mm-hmm.
in the order of priorities that the parties have drawn up, numbers 1, 2, 3, and 4 have got a much better chance than numbers 5 and 6. And then certainly when we get to number 6, that could be the vote that affects the entire outcome.
So when you go in to vote in Wales, are you presented with a list of the parties and you just tick the first 6 that you think are in the order that you want them?
It's not even as complicated as that. It's a closed list, so the elector is presented with predetermined lists, and they vote for a party. So there is a disconnect there between the elector and the candidates. And this is something which people in Wales aren't used to. People are used to knowing a candidate, and in some cases, knowing a local candidate very well. Now, with the super constituencies, you've got 2 counties, or sorry, 2 Westminster counties, sorry, 2 Westminster constituencies welded into one. So from 32 Westminster constituencies, we've got 16 super constituencies for the Senedd. That does not mean that a particular town or a particular county has got a Senedd member. In Bridgend, for example, Bridgend town is one thing. Then there's a Greater Bridgend, which is a county. Now that county will have 3 different Senedd members. There'll be one Senedd member who will represent basically Bridgend and Porthcawl, and some of the communities in between. Another one representing Maesteg, and that person will also be representing the next town, which is Port Talbot and Neath. And then our 4th town in Bridgend of Pencoed will be linked with Bridgend, but bits of the northern bit of Bridgend will be linked with Rhondda and Taff and that sort of area. So it's all very complicated. And as I say, there's a break really between the elector and the candidate.
Because there are certainly constituencies in Scotland where people vote very much for a particular individual rather than for a
Yeah.
party. So it is a strange thing, isn't it? Because traditionally our electoral system was designed around individuals and the party's going to rose out of that. Do you have room for independence in the Welsh system?
Independence can stand as independence. And
Hmm.
again, in Wales, certainly in local government, there is a long and very respectable tradition of independent
Hmm.
candidates and councillors. My feeling is that they're very, very unlikely to make any breakthroughs. It's not impossible. There are
Hmm.
one or two disillusioned Labour candidates, for example, who are standing as independents, and I wouldn't bet against them all failing. But this system really sets up independents um, to fail.
Mm. No, it's an interesting system. Do you think that that's perhaps affected the turnout as well? The fact that people aren't so sure about how to vote, or that maybe they don't feel the personal connection, so they don't feel as inclined to actually do something
It's
about it.
strong possibility. I observed it myself yesterday when I went to vote, that people
Hmm.
turn up at the polling station and they are not accustomed to this way of voting, and it needs to be explained to them there and then. In the old days, the BBC and ITV would have carried public information films, wouldn't they, telling us
Hmm.
exactly what's going to happen. That still happens to a very limited extent, but people aren't watching mainstream channels anymore anyway, so they're picking up information from all sorts of sources on their mobiles and tablets. So I witnessed with my own eyes yesterday people having to be having had it to have it explained to them exactly what they were doing. And I think some people were surprised that they just put an X in the box and they've got no chance of reordering those candidates. There was an
Hmm.
option of open lists where if you wanted to vote, say, for Labour or Plaid, you would take those 6 candidates and you would put them in order of preference from 1 to 6. That would be an open list system. And then to go further than that, we could have gone for a single transferable vote, where you're not restricted to a party. You can pick 6 candidates
Hmm.
from the whole number of people available and put them in order. So you could vote for a Plaid person first and a Labour person second if you wanted to. I've got a feeling this is the first and last time that we'll be using closed lists. I think a particular reason for that is the relative anonymity of the candidates.
Hmm.
Um, one party in particular, I'll name it, the Reform Party, is known for having unknown candidates.
Hmm.
So my feeling is that this is going to benefit them to some extent, to just putting an X against a party without necessarily showing your preference for individual candidates. That's going to give a boost to people who otherwise would be completely unknown to the electorate.
Hmm.
You
Because they were going to
update to
serve their
move
candidates
transition.
at the very
Excelder has been
last minute, weren't they? I know they were putting a call out in Scotland for
play rock
people
the
who could
stones.
stand
Let's
after they
go.
decided they were going to put things in every seat. It's a strange way round because most
So
parties,
slight disclaimer, I
have the
am
people
filming
to
this
begin
before
with
the
and then
plugin is
struggle to
out, but
get
we're
the
just going
money,
to
whereas
download it
Reform
from
parties, they have
the
quite a lot
OBS
of
website
corporate
here. I
support,
will
have the money up front, but they don't necessarily have the people to fill those spaces.
That's right, yeah. And very often the people who do go into those spaces have to hastily withdraw when some piece of news breaks.
Mm.
With the other parties have had time to get their candidates known to the public. But looking at election literature from all the parties, as far as I can see, I've picked up leaflets and pamphlets, and on most of them, you might get a photo of the leader. So there'll be a photo of Rhun ap Iorwerth, or there'll be a photo of Eluned Morgan. But you don't get any information about the candidates. All you know about the candidates is you see a mugshot and you see their name, but
Hmm.
you don't. Apart from that, there's no information at all about the individual candidates, which I think is a shame. I'm half Spanish, and I get a vote in some Spanish elections because I've got dual nationality. and they're using this system of PR in some of their elections,
Hmm.
and I don't like it. I just feel that I'm endorsing decisions that have been made by party apparatchiks in smoke-filled rooms, and I'm just putting a cross against their names. So it just makes me feel uneasy, this closed list system. I don't think it's a good idea in principle. I don't think it's a good idea because it is, I think, going to aid reform, which, to be perfectly honest and open about it, is known for bringing what we used to call carpetbaggers into constituencies, people who've got no local links.
Hmm.
On the other hand, another thing I picked up just by listening to friends and family is that there's a youth vote, and it's worth bearing in mind that 16-year-olds are voting uh, this time. And whereas the parties are very good at targeting uh, people like myself, the more elderly demographic, I don't detect any special attempts to get in touch with youngsters. So
Hmm.
maybe that will sort of cancel out the sort of votes that are going to go to certain parties, and perhaps the youth vote is going to make this election a little bit, or even more, a little bit unpredictable.
I think it might. We've done this before in Scotland. It's not the first time that the youth have had a chance to exercise votes, but obviously, it's just new for every generation. But I was talking to a friend of the SNP a few months ago, and he was saying that he'd found going round to, on the doors, talking to people, that if you actually knew something about the issues facing young people, you could get them really interested really easily because most of the time parties, as you say, they're not making that effort. They're not thinking about what's relevant to them. And young people very often are, they're concerned about specific issues. They know a lot about specific issues, as opposed to having just a big general sense of, which party they like. So they're focused on, particularly issues that affect them, like censorship, for instance, on the internet. That's a big issue with young people. And they often tend to focus a lot on environmental issues as well, because obviously they're going to live a lot longer with whatever the rest of us do to the planet. So that's been winning through to people. But most parties, and he found, most people in his own party were not particularly good at doing that. And not particularly alert to the youth vote. So I think that might have some surprises for us everywhere. But having said that, I mean, the English votes are obviously, and from last night, they've had council elections, and they've found that it's swung very much towards the right or towards reform. It's difficult to read reform, I think, as a straightforward right-wing vote, because to a lot of people, it is going to be a protest vote, first and foremost. And a lot of people don't really know very much about what the party stands for beyond the fact that it's not one of the parties they already hate. But I think it's hard to say if the youth vote will have come into that, but we might see something quite different, I think, in Scotland and Wales. Do you have any feelings about that?
Uh, Just by looking at things like press photographs and publicity photographs and seeing who the candidates are surrounded by,
Hmm.
it's quite clear that Plaid's surge is largely attributable to younger people, I think, and also the Greens.
Hmm.
And in England, in the local elections in England, I don't think the bits of England with strong Green connections have declared yet. So the overnight news to me has been completely depressing. Reform, reform, flipping reform. I think some better news is likely to come when we're looking at more more metropolitan places, more internationally minded places like Greater London, and places like the Southwest, where environmental issues are very important. I think the Greens there are going to um, perhaps reduce the stress on reform, and so will the Lib Dems, I think. Unfortunately, and there's a strong tradition of liberal politics with a
Hmm.
capital L and a small L in Wales. The new system seems to me to be crowding out the Lib Dems in Wales. Their place is being taken by the Greens
Hmm.
and by Plaid Cymru. I think if we had a more proportional system with a lower uh, hurdle, say down at about 8% or 7%, which is the sort of European norm with proportional representation. You don't want a preponderance of monster raiding loonies and bin face parties getting seats. You need a sort of a hurdle to reduce that, and you don't want far right Hitler loving parties having seats either if you can possibly avoid it. So you need some sort of hurdle, but the de facto 12.5 or 13 or 12% that you need in Wales under this closed list system to get a seat. I think that's too high a hurdle. We're losing some important political viewpoints because of that high hurdle.
And it's a bit biased politically as well, isn't it, potentially, when you have a high hurdle like that? Because I know, I mean, just with the 5% that you have to get to keep your deposit, that's a barrier for some parties and not others. If you are on the right, it's usually much easier to raise funding than it is if you're on the left, right on the fringes, for instance.
Yeah, and with this new system, we still get people who think they can tactical vote. They can tell us that if you want to keep Labour in, you've got to vote Plaid or something or other, or vote Plaid and you'll get Labour. And there's still some truth in that. It's certainly true in first past the post, isn't it? In first past the post, nationally, most voters don't really count. Most voters, their vote is taken for granted because they live in a safe seat or a pretty safe seat. It's only a small number of voters in a small number of marginal seats who have the real power. So we've got one person, one vote, but we haven't got one person, one vote, one value, because some votes are more valuable than others. Now, that's been removed to some extent under the closed list, but not entirely. There are still, if people are political nerdish enough, they can go onto websites and find out opinions. I don't know whether they're facts, but opinions on who to vote to keep somebody out, which under a properly proportional representation with a well thought out and widely agreed hurdle, this wouldn't happen. There'd be no such thing really as a wasted vote. Your vote would always count.
I wonder about that because when we first introduced the STV system in Scotland from our first Scottish elections, the first one was quite chaotic and we did get a big mixture of results, I think, because people didn't know so much what they were doing. So there was no playing the system. People were just voting in the way that seemed natural to them. And now it's a lot more complicated and you get the feeling that people are voting much more tactically than they used to because they have an idea of how to do that. I know that there's a big debate over this, and some people say that it's always morally wrong to vote tactically and that you should always vote with your heart, which is a lovely sentiment. I'm not sure how well that will get people the results that their hearts are hoping for, but it's interesting to see how that has changed in Scotland. So I don't know if that would change in Wales as well, if the people discover ways to hack systems regardless of what your system is.
It'll change in time, but we also have to change the system. We do need to reconnect the elector with the candidate. I would guess it'll happen in stages. We'll try the open list system, and one day we might land up with full STV single transferable vote.
And yet we do have, I think, such a big advantage because we have the arrangements that we have in Wales and in Scotland. It's so much easier to get the parties that most people are comfortable with into office than it is with first past the post, which obviously seems to be holding England back a lot. And it's very strange to see that, we've done this and that England isn't catching up yet and hasn't done anything with its system. One, it's obviously problematic, I think more and more so in recent years when things have been shifting away from the two-party model, but the voting system can't keep up.
I think there probably can't be any doubt that if we were using first past the post in Wales today, we'd have a reform government tomorrow because they would be the biggest single party, possibly. They might still be the biggest single party, but more people will have voted against them than for them, so they won't take office, and that's how it should be, in my opinion. Um, so over the weekend, we might be having some very interesting discussions and reflections about coalition governments and electoral pacts and policy understandings. But my guess is that there won't be there certainly won't be an overall majority. We need to get used to this more continental and more European way of doing things, which is symbolically reflected in the chamber in the Senedd, because we don't have two sets of benches opposing each other, two swords lengths apart to stop dueling. We have a semicircular chamber, showing that there's more of a consensual sort of politics. So my advice to candidates, if they've spoken to me in the last few weeks, has been, oh, well, don't be too nasty with the opposite. Be as nasty as you like with Reform and the Tories, but be nice to your Plaid and Green and Lib Dem opponents, because you might need to work with them
Do you
after.
think there's room for a range of different coalition possibilities in Wales then?
Hopefully, I'd like to see a rainbow coalition. I would hope that Labour would be in there, but I don't know. Perhaps they'd be uh, so annoyed at losing power for the first time in living memory. They'll just take the hump, and but keeping out those right wing persons is a big motivating factor.
Mm-hmm. So do you think that, I mean, Labour obviously are struggling a little bit because of the problems that Keir Starmer has had, and we know about that side of things. But do you think there was also an issue in Wales because you've had some problems with your First Minister, haven't you?
Yes, we didn't do ourselves many favors when we changed First Minister. There was a sort of a feeling of unfairness because one spent thousands of pounds of money that was donated on a candidate on his uh, candidature, and others were more in line with each other. So there was a bit of a turmoil. If we could rewind the clock and stop that happening, that would be great. But when a single party is in power for years and years and years, especially when there's a change in the voting system to make it a bit more proportional, um, there is a sort of a want for change. And I think the most remarkable thing, I think, is that the voters have focused on Plaid to do that. I don't think that's an accident. I think it's to do with, as we've said earlier on, a younger image, and in my opinion, crucially, a European and internationalist image.
Mm-hmm.
If you want to be very parochial and inward-looking and xenophobic, and if you really want to be a racist, then you know how to vote. But if you're more open-minded and you'd like your children to go to a university in Florence or Madrid without any barriers, and you're a young person who can't see why they can't go to a rock festival in Normandy without a whole host of customs barriers. I think a party like Plaid is very appealing to them, and so are the Greens, and so really should be Labour. But Labour have got themselves into a bit of a twist about the European dimension, haven't they? They really need to catch up on that one.
Well, there are rumours now that if we do see Starmer replaced as our Prime Minister, which is a real possibility, I think, after this election, that Labour will be moving very much in the direction of rejoining Europe after that, which would actually, give them a clear position. Because I think one of the things they've struggled with is being a bit on both sides of the fence, which was never going to work out well for them. But I wonder. I mean, do you think that there's a majority support now for going back into Europe in Wales? Because originally Wales voted to leave, didn't it?
Yeah. How long have you got? If you get me, if you
Well,
wind
at
me
the
up and get
moment,
me
we're waiting
started,
for
I'm
our next
likely to.
guest to get here. So go
I'm,
ahead if you want a
I'm
bit of
likely to
time.
drone on for. I'm an ex-university lecturer, so I'm trained to speak for
Mm.
50 minutes. No, not 1 minute longer. Not 1 minute less. But yeah, let's revisit that. Don't get me started on the advisory referendum, which
Mm.
it's almost the 10-year anniversary, isn't it? Next month.
Hmm.
We woke up, I went to sleep thinking that it was in the bag. It was Remain. I was in a hotel in Manchester, out in a conference in Manchester, and Farage was on the television saying, "Oh, if it's 51% to 49%, we'll have to have another referendum." He thought he was losing.
Hmm.
Next morning, he had changed that slightly. It was 51 to 49, and we didn't need another referendum, strangely.
Hmm.
And that was an advisory referendum. And then uh,
Sure. Now, I
the
was
BBC, the
wondering as
BBC,
well.
the BBC now, so then told us it was actually a compulsory referendum, and we were actually in the EU. Hmm.
Ah, yes. Okay, well, we have our next guest here ready to talk about Scotland. So if you want
Excellent.
to take a break now, thank you very much for coming in to explain all this to us, because I think Wales just doesn't get enough coverage elsewhere. Certainly in the UK, we don't hear about what's happening with Welsh politics. And of course, it could mean something significant for the next general election right across the UK as well now, couldn't it? So thank you very
Yeah,
much for that.
yes, we didn't have time to get onto some politics and problems and challenges and the economy of Wales, but this
Oh,
basically is what the new government is going to have to look at.
sure.
We need a growing economy, a more equal economy,
Hmm.
and a more international economy in Wales. And with a strong economy, the other problems like the NHS and education standards, those fall into place a lot more easily if you've got
Hmm.
the money to back them up. But we can talk about that another time.
Okay, we will have one of your colleagues in later, I think. So we'll keep this discussion going through the day. So thank you very much, and we'll see you later. I'm now going to welcome Alan Folds from Ballot Box Scotland, who is going to tell us a little bit about how he expects the situation to develop in Scotland today. So, Alan, here we are. Hi, Alan. Are you muted, I think?
Yeah, just the
Okay.
usual, trying to figure out where the unmute button was.
Yeah, they do keep changing things around, don't they? So yeah, it's great to see you. Thank you for doing this today. I know it's a really busy day for you because most people who know you will be familiar with the amazing work that you do getting all the results up to everybody in time. I think you're the fastest results service anywhere, aren't you?
Perhaps not quite the fastest, but certainly I try to get things up and live on the website as quick as possible. And I always say that on Ballotbox Scotland, one of the things is I've got a lot more detail available than other places as well, which I think is I would like to think is one of my defining characteristics.
Mm. So what are you expecting today? And do you have any sense of the turnout? Because we're hearing that it's 51% or thereabouts, but I don't know how accurate that is.
I mean, that would to me sound about right. If you think back to 2021, turnout was very high, but 65%. That was partly because of pandemic, people being moved on
Hmm.
to postal votes and so on. I was expecting something in the sort of between 50-55%. So yeah, 51 sounds like it would be pretty reasonable, pretty in line with that. And to be honest, it's kind of in line with previous Scottish Parliament elections. So yeah, that's going to have a big impact in terms of where is that turnout lowest amongst. You traditionally expect SNP voters to be among the first to sort
Hmm.
of drop off on turnout, so that could affect them. But I've also heard that postal vote turnout was very poor, and that's the kind of thing that will affect the Conservatives, Labour, and the Lib Dems more than other parties.
That's interesting because I've been talking to people around the country. I always ask people, if you've gone to vote, can you let me know what the turnout was like at your polling station? Can you ask? And so on. It's often actually the easiest way to get a sense of it. And what I'm hearing is that Glasgow and Dundee actually did pretty well. And of course, when we think of those two places, those are the sort of the yes cities, aren't they, from the independence referendums? So perhaps they tilt a little bit more towards the SNP. But then again, in Glasgow, we don't know if we might get some Greens in this time. So that maybe it's just
Well,
that there's that sense of drama and possibility in Glasgow that there isn't elsewhere.
certainly in Glasgow specifically, because I'm based in Glasgow, and I'd heard from quite a few folk, particularly around the sort of the Kelvin and Mary Hill and the south side areas, that there was very good turnout, and the fact that people were queuing even until quite late in the evening to vote, which actually would, as you're saying, potentially be a good sign for the Greens. And indeed, one sort of source I think I'd heard was suggesting that in Glasgow, Labour are a bit spooked by how well Reform and the Greens appear to be doing. So potentially that's the thing, if there's been a high turnout amongst young people, that's the kind of thing that might help the Greens. Of course, we're still at these early stages where we're having to say, well, if then, because we obviously don't have any results yet. But yeah, it's going to be fascinating how it all plays out.
And we'll hopefully be able to talk to you later, or we'll get some more feeding to see how those results are developing. We're expecting our first result at noon. I think that will be from Airdrie. So we'll wait and see what happens with that. I understand that the candidates have been at the counts. It's very early this morning.
Hi, and welcome to
see what's happening. So there's a lot of
how to center things in OBS
step by step, the last minute. So
this is a handy skill for anyone looking to create clean professional layouts in OBS. If you enjoyed this tutorial, don't forget to subscribe to the channel for more helpful OBS tips and tricks. Step 1. Start by opening OBS and selecting the scene you're working on. Next, go to the Sources box and click on the element you want to center. This could be your webcam, an image, or any other source. Step 2. Right-click on the selected source to bring up a menu.
Yeah, I mean,
hover over Transform, and a submenu will appear. Step 3. In the Transform submenu, click on Center to Screen. This will automatically center the
worst ever result in Holyrood's history. But yeah, also just because like that fall from having been second place, for the past decade or so, really quite dramatic. Other things we might be looking for with the Conservatives is the possibility that for the first time they could cease to be an effectively national party. They've always had an MSP, and at least one MSP in every region since the Scottish Parliament was set up, but they could be looking at losing both their seats in Glasgow this time around. So a really poor result. And it's, if you think back to what caused the Conservative revival in Scotland, you have on the one hand, obviously, the independence referendum really motivating the pro-union vote to turn out and vote for the strongest pro-union party, but also Ruth Davidson's sort of social liberalism. This was someone that you were never far from the phrase kickboxing lesbian with Ruth Davidson. And, that attracted a lot of voters as well. And when you look now at a party where the constitutional issue just hasn't really felt all that compelling during this election, so they've lost that side of things, but also they have really gone back into, frankly, and this is former Conservative MSP Jamie Green's words, quite nasty party territory and really quite reactionary stuff against LGBT people in particular and immigrants, and that's kind of fractured their own voting base in two directions. Because if you're someone who does support those kind of conservative attitudes, Reform have that on much stronger basis. And if you're repulsed by that, you're going to go for the Lib Dems and Labour. So they really are headed for an awful day. And it's because they've obviously not helped, as you said, by the tail end of the last UK government, but they haven't helped themselves by their positioning, I don't think.
And it's interesting that you say that, because I very much agree that that's where those policies are going there. But and Labour, I think, are struggling a bit because of what people see as them having a negative attitude towards immigration as well, towards immigrants. And maybe that doesn't go down in Scotland the same way that it does elsewhere in the UK, because, for instance, we need more people in a lot of parts of Scotland to keep economies going, certainly in the north, which isn't as much the case in England. But also with LGBT stuff, it seems that Labour really took a hit after they announced that they wanted to go along with sort of more restrictions on trans people's access to services in a lot of places, because I've heard from Labour people who are on the doors and so on that they're getting a lot of hostility in response to that, or they seem to be losing votes. I wondered if you had any thoughts on that.
Yeah, I mean, Labour have kind of put themselves in a little bit of that position as well. I think that a real feeling across the whole of the UK that they've gotten too comfortable with the idea that in order to win, they need to swing to the right, and that they can just voters to their left for granted, the sort of the liberal left vote. And obviously that's not the case, and they're starting to really sort of see the consequences of that. And in Scotland, again, if we're talking about sort of Labour just in general, we've gone from a position where 2 years ago it seemed like a dead certainty that Anna Sarwar was going to be First Minister, to the fact that they're desperately spinning that they're hoping to win some surprise constituencies. But their polling on the list vote has been a couple of points below what they got in 2021. So unless the constituency polling error is astronomical, a level we've never seen before, because the proportional vote is lower, if polling is correct, they will lose seats overall. And again, like the Conservatives, that puts them on their worst ever result in Scottish Parliament history. And indeed, the Labour have lost seats at every election since the Scottish Parliament was established, and they were really hoping that this would be the election where that would change. That obviously is now looking like it won't be the case. And yeah, the chances of Anas Sarwar entering Bute House now seem almost zero. We've obviously not had a single declaration yet, so I'm not quite ready to say they've lost, but it does look very likely that later today or over the weekend, Anas Sarwar will be giving his resignation speech.
Oh, that's interesting because, I mean, Labour at the same time, they seem to me to have been relatively careful about most of their big beasts, if you like. Most of their people are carefully positioned so that they're not likely to lose them. They're both going for constituency seats and they're quite high on the lists. Whereas I understand the Conservatives might be in trouble like that. There's some talk of Russell Finlay perhaps not making it into the Parliament at all. If that happens, can they have a leader outside of the Parliament or do they have to elect someone else?
I mean, so it's kind of 2 points there. I can touch on the Labour point, just because there's interest. So that Labour standing their top candidates on both the constituency list in 2011. Part of the reason the result back then was so bad was because they had a rule against doing that, and that was so stupid that the next year the New Zealand Electoral Commission, they use a very similar voting system, said, yeah, we can't ban parties from doing that. Look what happened to the Labour Party in Scotland. They lost most of their big hitters. So really sort of they've learned from that mistake. On the Russell Finlay point, yeah, I mean, that's something I've been sort of highlighting throughout the campaign. It's quite a sort of narrow window, but if Jackson Carlaw holds on to the Eastwood constituency for the Conservatives, there is a possibility that, proportionally speaking, they're only due one MSP in the West Scotland region. If they hold that constituency, that's their one. And Russell Finlay, who is first on the list, therefore loses his seat. Now, I think on balance, he will probably hold on, but I don't think a major party leader has lost their seat in the Scottish Parliament since it was set up. Now, in terms of can you lead from outside the Parliament, technically, yes. I mean, you look at the Greens, who have a history of being a smaller party, obviously. They have had leaders who have co-leaders who have been outside the Parliament. Whether that would be credible for the Conservatives, I'm not so sure. I think that there would be a real feeling that if they lose their leader's seat, one of the remaining MSPs probably has to become leader.
I understand that we've had a little problem with the sound just back there, so hopefully people have caught everything that you've been saying. So a lot of interesting stuff there. I just want to apologize for people for that. We have that technical issue under control now, so hopefully that won't happen again. We're still quite early in today's feed. Obviously, we're still in our first hour, so things little hiccups are going to happen just now, but hopefully that's sorted out. So, I think the one Labour big beast who is potentially vulnerable this election is Jackie Baillie. You got any thoughts on her seat?
So she's not vulnerable in the sense that she's top of the list, so she'll get back in. Interesting enough, her seat's where I was born and grew up. That's my hometown is just up the road from Dumbarton itself in the Vale of Leven. So it's been very interesting to me as a sort of a local lad that her constituency has been so important in the past few elections. I mean, yeah, based on my modelling, I would say I would expect her to hold her seat. However, the Scottish electorate loves nothing more than giving like a surprise shock result. So it would be typically Scotland if this was the election where the SNP are their weakest for ages, that somehow Labour gained Dumbarton. I don't personally see it, but maybe in a few hours' time we'll be saying Ballot Box Scotland called that one wrong and it has gone SNP. But yeah, that's the only constituency Labour have held for the entire duration of the Scottish Parliament, and I think it probably stays that way today.
So what do you think are the most interesting seats this election? Which are the marginals that we should be looking at?
So I would probably start with Shetland, and this is an interesting thing. So it's not so long ago it would have seemed laughable to suggest that Shetland, of all places, was one to watch, but the SNP pushed it to marginality in the last election. And again, think of like, well, if the SNP have gone backwards in this election, how could they be on track to win Shetland? I've heard throughout the campaign sort of gossip from Shetland that the Lib Dems are quite spooked. They're quite worried. They picked their candidate as the local council leader. The local council is very unpopular. What I've heard today from both a Green source at the count and from an SNP source at the count, and then again from someone else, so 3 separate people, that Shetland is looking in contention. That would be really, really interesting, not least because if the SNP want to get a majority, they need to get 65 constituencies. If they can pick up one of the Lib Dems' traditional constituencies, that really counts towards that. Lots of other really interesting constituencies to watch, though. So, for example, how well do the Conservatives hold on to their border seats? I expect they will hold Ettrick, Roxburgh and Berwickshire, but if they don't hold Dumfriesshire and Galloway and West Dumfries, that's again more bricks in sort of the SNP's majority wall. And Galloway and West Dumfries free. So I do kind of wonder, is that one where reform could potentially do well? In the central belt areas, Edinburgh is probably the region that has the most, Edinburgh and Lothians East, that has the most interested constituencies. You're looking to see, do Labour hold on to Edinburgh Southern? Do they regain East Lothian Coast and Lammermuirs, which is the easiest one from the game? Do the Greens make their first constituency win in Edinburgh Central? They've been going very hard. Some of the gossip, again, I've heard there suggests that they might be in a chance with getting that. That would basically defeat Angus Robertson, a member of the cabinet. The Lib Dems in strong contention to take Edinburgh Northern. And then other places, if Labour want to come anywhere close to having a good election, they need to win seats like Rutherglen and Cambuslang, Clydebank and Milngavie, Hamilton, Larkhall and Stonehouse, which of course they won at a by-election last year, but not by enough for it to really matter for winning the election. So lots of really interesting seats across the country.
And we talk a lot about Edinburgh and Glasgow and what's happening in the Central Belt. Do you have any feeling about sort of Aberdeenshire? Because we're hearing a lot less from there.
That's a good point. Yeah, sort of forgotten that. So in the sort of far northeast, so in Aberdeenshire itself, I've got Banffshire and Buchan Coast marked out as a potential reform gain. That's somewhere that in 2024 at UK level, they did more than twice as well as they did across the whole country. It's estimated to be the only part of Scotland that voted for Brexit in 2016, feels very sort of left behind. So it's the kind of place, in England, there's kind of sort of left behind coastal communities where reform have done well. It's kind of a Scottish version of those. So we could see some of that. And of course, obviously, I've been talking about constituencies, but it's really important to bear in mind the results on the lists as well. So there's potentially lots of really close fights out there as well. So for example, Mid-Scotland and Fife, I've had in my model 4 parties, Conservatives, Labour, Lib Dems, Greens, all around about 12-13%. And basically it's up to whether or not 2 of them can get a second seat. They can't all get a second seat, so it depends on which way that falls on the day as to whether, for example, do the Greens get a second seat there in their third strongest region? Do the Lib Dems get a second? Can the Conservatives hold on? So Mid-Scotland and Fife really doesn't have any interesting constituencies, but the regional list is going to be really interesting. Likewise, in Glasgow and Edinburgh, how well are Reform going to do? I expect them to do less well there than in the rest of the country. Do they get stuck on a single seat in Edinburgh and Glasgow? That's the kind of thing that, more likely in Edinburgh than Glasgow, that's the kind of thing that's really important to watch for. And also, in terms of list seats, looking at the south of Scotland, that was the one region that the Greens missed out on last time. So if they get that seat this time and they hold their seats everywhere else, they have a national slate for the very first time. And that would be potentially the opposite case. The Conservatives are saying, potentially the Greens could have a national set of MSPs the first time, the Conservatives might not. So that's one of the possibilities we could see coming out of the list results later today.
Because it's really, I mean, people have been talking about it in some places as a boring election. I don't feel that way about it, because partly it could go all the way, couldn't it? It could be not until we get the Highlands and Islands list result in around 7 o'clock tonight that we know really if, say, the SNP has got a majority or not, and what's going to happen around that and what the coalition possibilities from then might be. So I wondered, I mean, do you think that people have much sense of what's going to happen with the list when they're voting with their list vote? Because I know that people, some people decide to split their vote like that, and there's more awareness now of sort of the tactical possibilities of that. Do you think it's something where people are still voting very much with their hearts, or just doing what their parties have told them to do, or do you think there's something more going on?
Mostly people voting for the parties they genuinely believe in. So this was kind of established in 2021 by the Scottish election study, which the particular interest is in sort of tactical, with an idea that Greens only exist because the SNP give them tactical votes, and actually that's not true. Only about 10% of people who voted Green in 2021 did so for tactical reasons. The rest voted for the Greens because that was their party. Similar stuff at the moment. So there was a poll earlier this week for Ipsos, which had explicitly asked people, why they were voting. Were they voting tactically, or were they voting for the party that most aligned with their views? And interestingly, for list voters, the SNP and the Greens, followed very closely by Reform, had the highest rates of people saying they are voting for that party because that is the party that best fits their views. The Conservatives, Labour, and especially the Lib Dems had much lower rates of people saying this is the party that I most believe, and more people saying tactical voting, or saying, there's another reason that motivates them. So that's really interesting, because it kind of goes against the very cliched narrative that people have, that there's kind of like a particular way that tactical voting happens. Where tactical voting actually happens is the same as Westminster. It happens in the constituencies where people are weighing up who can and can't win in their area, and it could have a big effect. And yet, just going back to that point, I suppose the election being boring, I mean, I feel that the campaign has been boring. I don't think the campaign has been exciting. I think the results will be more exciting. They're guaranteed to be. 2021 was almost no change. The Greens gained 2 seats, the SNP gained 1, Labour lost 1, the Lib Dems lost 1. Like, very minimal changes. That's not going to be the case this time. We're going to get we're getting a new party entering Parliament. We're going to have potentially record results for the Greens, a good recovery for the Lib Dems. So it's not in any way going to be a dull set of results, that's for sure.
And there's so much we don't know because we do have so many marginals. That's the thing that strikes me.
Yeah, and I suppose one of the other things just to bear in mind through the day, and this is where a bit of a plug to go on ballotbox.scot and follow the results there. So one of the things that's really useful is that, and I don't understand, we are on the 7th devolution election. We've had the Scottish Parliament for 27 years. We've just talked about, people have 2 votes. You have a constituency vote, you have a list vote. The list votes are counted by...
Morning, all. So here I am with Graham from the Glasgow region. He's a councillor, and I'm from Bylines, Scotland, and Independent News. So, Graham, tell us how you feel this election will go and your hopes, and in the areas that are really disputable, how do you think it will go?
My hope is that across the country the SNP gets a majority so that we can get moving on a referendum for Scotland to get out of this very dysfunctional United Kingdom. However, Scottish politics is complicated, and obviously the growth of reform on the right and partly the Greens on the left might impact our result here. I think we will win my seat, which is the Easter House of Springburn seat. I'm not standing there myself. I'm supporting Ivan McKee, who's the government minister. But it's looking very close in some of the seats. So the Greens will certainly run us very close.
About the Lib Dems, because I guess that will vary by area as well. I mean, there's a really, really solid Lib Dem vote in the north that's always been there, isn't there? Do you see any signs of that beyond Shetland, of that fracturing? Do you think it's just the Shetland result is just the case of the SNP having worked really hard there and perhaps an unpopular candidate, or do you think there's more sort of questioning going on around how people are voting in that area?
So, for the Lib Dems, I think it's just a case of candidate, because what I'm expecting for the Lib Dems is to have some very good constituency results. I think it's pretty much guaranteed they'll gain Caithness, Sutherland and Ross, for example. I think they'll gain the Edinburgh Northern seat. They're in very strong contention for Strathkelvin and Bearsden, which is interesting because that's really Strathkelvin and half of Bearsden. The other half of Bearsden's in a different constituency, and Bearsden and Mulgai is the strongest bit of the mid and Bartonshire UK seat. So if they get Strathkelvin and Bearsden, that's really, really quite big. So I think, certainly the Lib Dems are expecting to come out of this election probably one of the big winners, one of the big sort of feelings of improvement behind the Greens and Reform as the other parties that will feel really happy with their result.
And where do you think Reform is most likely to be picking up votes from?
So the expectation for Reform has typically been that they are going to have a relatively well spread vote share, and that the less well spread their vote share is, the worse it is for other parties. If their vote is more concentrated in the central belt, that's bad for Labour. Labour are losing more support votes to Reform in Scotland than they are in the rest of the UK. And likewise, if it is stronger, if they're stronger than average in rural Scotland, that's bad for the Conservatives. Either way, they should have a strong result across the whole country, but we're kind of all working kind of on theories as to where we think Reform might do better, because they've been so evenly spread before. And I suppose today's one of the, whatever you may think of the politics of today, at least we get some useful electoral data out of finally having them stand in 73 Scottish Parliament constituencies.
I mean, that's the interesting thing, isn't it? For a lot of us, it's what's happening with the data and what that tells us about the future as well, and how people are going to move forward from here and work out how to strategize for future elections. But I think, I mean, we've seen a lot of support for Reform across England last night, although as I understand it, they only have control of 2 councils. But it's interesting that, with that, you have to ask yourself how much of that is a protest vote, particularly with Starmer being so unpopular, because they're the obvious parties, I think, to vote for if you want to snipe at Labour. In Scotland, I think it's a little bit more complicated. I know we've seen them picking up votes from a number of different parties, and it seems to me that, when we talk about independents not having played such a big factor in this particular election, the SNP vote was made up partly of people who were very much pro-independence, and also a little element of people who just wanted to shake things up and have something dramatic happen to Scotland, and maybe some of those people have gone towards Reform now.
So, yeah, there's an interest. So I did some analysis of the polls sort of towards the end of last year, looking at that kind of question. And what you find is that if you go back to 2021 voters. I can't remember the exact figure, but it's something like, say, 10% of SNP 2021 voters have sort of shifted, or the constituency vote have indeed shifted to reform. And part of that is, I think, exactly as you say, it's people who were voting for an alternative. They saw the SNP as an alternative to the established parties. Mm-hmm. The SNP are now an established party. They see reform as a sort of a further means of sort of protesting. But
we seem to have
if you compare to 2024, it's some... Oh, sorry, can you hear me?
You just cut out for a moment there and froze. Sorry, we seem to have got you back now, I think.
Hopefully I'm back. Yeah. So what I was saying is that if you compare with 2024 instead, something like 3% of SNP voters at that election, and there were fewer of them, say they're going for reform. So very, very few people are now moving from SNP to reform. If there had been movement, it happened before 2024. Those voters are already lost. So most of reform support is coming from former Conservative voters and also people who voted Labour in 2024. But a lot of those people were people who may have voted Labour in 2015, Conservative up until 2024 when they went back to Labour, who then went to reform. It's people moving from sort of what they perceive to be the strongest pro-union and non-SNP option, because although independence hasn't been the defining factor of this campaign, it does still motivate how people sort of think, how people vote, and there is a core block of voters in Scotland who will vote for the strongest pro-union party, and if that is reform, that's who they'll vote for.
I've been wondering about that because, independence is obviously still a big issue in the background for a lot of people with their votes, and we've heard that people are maybe moving around between parties within blocks like that, but that's still underlying things. But sorry, we've just got some results coming separately from England here. Sorry, some distraction here. I've been wondering how that, if it's just a case of people feeling that we've already had all the arguments about independence, so that kind of, everybody knows where they stand and what the arguments are for the most part, and nothing's really shifted there, rather than people having lost interest in it as a priority in terms of their vote.
So I think that the independence thing is interesting in the sense that I think there's an almost like a catch-22 situation, which is we won't see movement in either direction on the question of independence versus union until there's a campaign. And we won't get a campaign until there's a movement. And in that case, it would have to be movement towards independence to trigger a campaign. So how do you get that movement? And I also think that one of the things, and the SNP certainly wouldn't like to think this way, but it's kind of hard to avoid the sense that, part of what the SNP, people who supported independence in 2014 felt independence was offering was change. And the SNP were still a relatively fresh government. It's kind of hard to avoid the sense that perhaps from the perspective of those who want independence, the SNP having a term out of government to refresh might have been better for independence than sort of a permanent SNP government. Because, effectively there's an argument that can be made that if the SNP lose government and then regain it at the next election, that might be, well, actually the voters want another referendum. Whereas if it's just sort of SNP after SNP, it can be quite hard to determine, well, what does that mean for the constitution? So I think that's partly why we've kind of been stuck. Now, the SNP would obviously prefer not to lose elections, but it's one of those interesting things, which is their approach of what is good for party versus what is good for their constitutional aim is interesting, because say for example, campaigning really hard for an SNP majority and the idea that is the mandate for a referendum. Well, it's a proportional system. They probably won't get a majority today. They might not get one again. Does that mean there's never an independence referendum if they've conditioned that on an SNP majority? So again, it's what works for this election to get their vote out. Does that work in the longer term for their constitutional preference? So some interesting stuff there. And I suppose, just if I can finish on a couple of other points, because I'll be heading in a couple of minutes, but I just realised that in terms of, I think I've covered every other party sort of in a little bit of detail, with the SNP there, but I've not done the Greens. So I suppose I mentioned the Greens potentially in contention to win their first constituency in Edinburgh Central. Definitely keep an eye out there, but also keep an eye, they have been polling very, very well, but there's a few barriers to the Greens translating that polling into success in the day. The first is that they tend to underperform against their polling. Now, that tends to be by 1 or 2%. So if they're at 14% on average, they could still be headed for 12 or 13. That would be a record result. But also, of course, the presence of independent Green voice. This has been one of the big controversies in 2021. That confused voters. It definitely cost the Greens a seat in the south of Scotland. It potentially cost them a seat in Glasgow. There's a real risk that that might happen again this year. So I know that people in the Greens were sort of spending a lot of time yesterday saying, look for the logo. And so we'll see whether or not that has happened again this time. But on the whole, the Greens should be headed for a pretty good result. Certainly I'm expecting, as I said, them, Reform and the Lib Dems to be the happy parties, the SNP to be medium happy to medium unhappy, and then obviously Labour and especially the Conservatives probably coming out of today feeling pretty glum by the end of it.
Okay, so thank you very much for contributing here, and maybe we'll see you later in the day. But good luck with all of your hard work now.
Thanks so much for having me, and yeah, I'll hopefully see you later on. Thanks, bye now.
Bye. Okay, so we have some results in from England, which is just a distraction there. Sorry about that, because they're obviously still tallying up what's been happening in the local elections there. So we can see that Reform is now up by 401, up 399 council seats to 401, because obviously the ones they had before were from by-elections. The Conservatives are on 257, that's down by 174. Labour are on 253, which is down by 260, so they've taken a really big hit there. The Lib Dems are on 252, that's up by 37, and the Greens are on 53, that's up by 28. So maybe it isn't, not the big dramatic numbers, but that's actually a big percentage jump for them. And the Greens have been tending, when they get seats like that, to hold on to them quite well. So they'll be pleased with that result, but we still don't have many of results in from London, and London's where things are likely to shift quite a bit. Over 5,000 seats still to return, I understand, so we'll be waiting to hear on that. But I think in the meantime, we are going to be having a look at the results and the models we have for that, and seeing how things are going to develop here. If we're ready for that at the back end, I'm waiting to hear from them. So today we're going to have, we look at the results. We're hoping at the setup for that, obviously not expecting to get our first result for maybe another half hour now. When that comes in, that will be from Airdrie. We're expecting to declare first, maybe as much as an hour ahead of other people. Airdrie, of course, is where Neil Gray is based for the SNP. He's held that seat for a long time, a former Minister of Culture. I mean, he's had a lot of good positioning over his time in the Parliament, but he's had a scandal back in 2024 where he took his official car, his chauffeured car, up to Aberdeen to watch football matches. So that's not gone down so well, even though he was cleared of any wrongdoing in that by his party and they didn't want to get rid of him. We have to see how that's going to play with the electorate. I understand, though, that he's still fairly likely to hang on to his seat. So yeah, we're just waiting to find out those next results. And yeah, then we're also hoping to talk to Duncan Hoversall, who will be talking a little bit about the situation with Labour in this election. And then we're going to cut through to the counts. We have some people waiting to tell us how things have been developing there. So we're going to take a look at Glasgow, we're going to take a look at the borders, and see how that's developing. We also have some stuff coming in later. We have a few different guests. We're going to be going back to Wales to see how things are developing there, because whilst we're running through until probably 7 o'clock here, when we're expecting the last list result from the Highlands and Islands. So we'll just have a little bit of analysis after that, and then we'll be closing this down. In Wales, the results are going to be mostly concentrated between 2 and 4 o'clock. So that's going to be quite a solid lump there with a lot of things happening. We're also expecting a lot of results from around Scotland between 2 and 4. So that will get very busy. We will have scrolling results on the screen then, so you can check things easily. And I do recommend that you do indeed go to Alan's feed, Ballot Box Scotland online. You can find that on Twitter. You can find that on Blue Sky. There's a website for it. And then you can see, if you want to scroll back and see what's happened to your seat, if you might have missed it. We have got a few sort of blocks of when seats are coming in. I think we're expecting most of the Glasgow ones between 2 and 3:30. We're expecting most of the Edinburgh ones between about 3 and 4. So we'll see how that works out. Some of the others are a bit more dispersed. And obviously we have to wait until we get some of the list information in before we know how that's actually going to pattern out in the Parliament. I don't know if they're going to getting sorry, we'll just check with this. There are fewer seats in the Senate, so that's going to be filling up a lot more quickly, obviously, as we said, between 2 and 4. We'll just check with this. We're just waiting for that result now. Then we'll see what happens with the Senate. Can we get that graphic, please? Filling up a lot more quickly, obviously.
Hi Jenny.
How are you doing today?
I'm good, thank you. How are you doing?
All right, and it's a strange situation for you, isn't it? Because you obviously you've been Labour all your life, hoping that Labour would be doing well before this, but you chose not to vote for them this time. You're not comfortable with them. So do you think that's a position that a lot of other people are in? How do you think that's going to affect this election?
I don't know how many other people are in the same boat. I've certainly spoken to a few. I know a few. I mean, the problem for me is that I joined the Labour Party nearly 20 years ago that was 100% for LGBT rights. My background is LGBT equality campaigning, so I came into politics. And I'm now a member of a Labour Party which is in government in the UK and actively undermining human rights of trans people. And in Scotland has stood on a manifesto with explicitly transphobic policies in it, and that for me was the final straw, and that's why I couldn't vote Labour. I stood to campaign for anybody, and it's in, for somebody who's been in a party, I think it's people don't always understand, because a lot of people think, why on earth would you join a political party anyway? It's a very painful thing to have your party move so far away from you that you can't support them anymore. I still have a lot of very good friends in the party, and I struggle with wanting them to still do well, while I cannot support where the party has gone on its politics. So taking a step back from all of that, it's actually been a really weird election for me, because normally I would have been out all day yesterday. I would have been out every weekend in the run up, and as many evenings as I could, knocking on doors and trying to drum up support. And so I've been watching, and I think it's been mentioned already, there is a sort of an odd flatness about this campaign. Now, for me, that's going to be the case anyway, because it's a weird campaign for me. But I think people are seeing that more generally. And, without wanting to be glib, I do think if you basically alienate all the LGBT people, then that was what gave a lot of buzz to a lot of politics, because we're the ones that get things going, and we have essentially left the scene for this one, because I've talked to countless people, and across the parties now. I do accept the Scottish Greens are excellent on this, and the SNP is certainly better than Labour. But there's a whole swathe of politics which is now essentially, inaccessible to LGBT people. Parties that simply can't attract our support. And I do think that's changed how this election has felt. But there's a broader issue in terms of, as Alan was talking about before, you got 20 years of the SNP and they're still selling insurgency. Eventually people go, yeah, not really though, is it? So there's a flatness about this, and I think it is reflected in the low turnout as well.
And I wondered, do you think there's a similar issue for Labour with some other groups? Because, for instance, a lot of disabled people feel alienated from the party now, and also, a lot of Muslims in particular, because they feel Labour hasn't acted the way it should have done in government on the situation in Gaza.
Yeah, I think that's quite explicitly about what the UK government has done and what it's failed to do. I think my understanding, as somebody watching that, not participating as it were, is that Anas Sarwar has spoken more convincingly and positioned Scottish Labour more convincingly across those issues. But of course, there's an actual Labour government in the UK, has been for nearly 2 years, and it's no longer the politics of this is what we would do. People can see what has happened, and part of that is they're existing in a very difficult media environment that will always criticize everything. But a big part of it is they have taken some really terrible policy decisions and been really, really seemingly unable to hear the voices of the people who should be the core of who they listen to all the time. Now, I think some elements of that are exacerbated by the fact that there's a social media environment and a media environment which is really very, very difficult for the Labour Party, and always has been. And so you get reporting around things like the benefits cuts, which angered a huge number of people on the left, when in reality the benefit cut was an increase by 15 billion rather than an increase by 20 billion, and that was set up as a 5 billion cut. Now, in the end, it was reversed anyway, so there was no cut. But that bombardment of that message, it doesn't matter. I mean, we're in a post-truth age, aren't we? It doesn't matter what the facts were. People have that knowledge now, their perception of Labour, and it's down to Labour to reverse that. It's down to Labour to act in a way that persuades people that they are not how they are portrayed, and they've really, well, they haven't. They've pretty badly failed on that.
I mean, people are saying now, particularly after what's been happening in England with the local results and so on, Labour lost, I think, was it 260 seats so far, and the councils. Do you think that Keir Starmer can hang on in that situation, or do you think that he should hang on? Would it be better for the party if he left?
I'm torn on this. If there was a better leader that was really obvious and had really clear support, then I would be less torn. But at this point, I think we're in danger of doing what our politics seems to do over and over again, which is saying this is a bad thing, we should get rid of it, without ever saying this is why this is a better option. This is what we did with Brexit. People said they didn't like X, Y, and Z about the EU. Maybe some of that criticism was fine, but they never then said this is why it's going to be better, because it isn't going to be better. It was never going to be better. And there's a similar thing going on with you know, calling for Starmer to go. That's half a story. That's half the answer to the problem. Give me the other half before I can buy it.
I mean, you don't want to end up in the same position as the Conservatives like that, with just one leader after another.
Exactly, and you know that there's an argument that says, you know, the Tories had a disastrous series of events there, but it's not unreasonable to change. You know, I think the stat is, you know, the majority of PMs of the last 30, 40 years have left that position mid-government. Very few have left, you know, in an orderly fashion at an election. So it is normal. It's not unreasonable. I just don't think there's any positive argument being made yet for why somebody else should be the leader, and then what that person is going to do to change the party to make that worthwhile, you know.
Do you think that's a problem across our politics more generally, that there's a lot more focus on the negative at the moment and not on how we can do things in a positive way?
Absolutely. We've got a whole set of things going on in social media and across the media, a media that is being denuded of funding and is going to its lowest common denominator. You know, the Daily Telegraph has turned into a weird ultra right-wing comic. Because that's the only way it can make money. Now, it used to be a sensible newspaper that was right-leaning, but you could get reasonable analysis and news from it. And all of these things are being squeezed. And so we've got, on the one hand, the sort of moderating influence of the old media is being eroded by an economic model which is failing it. And on the other hand, you've got a social media which absolutely thrives on hate and division and anger, rage baiting headlines, and we've got to the point that even the BBC, which I think we would lose, you know, if we lost the BBC, we would lose a hugely important thing. They are not doing terribly well at lots of things, but they're much better than the alternative. But even the BBC is doing rage baiting headlines on Twitter to get clicks. And they don't even sell advertising. So, you know, that whole environment is just poisoning politics. And I'm not a nostalgia buff. I'm not saying there was a golden age before and it was, you know, we've got to get back to it. That's not what I'm saying. I just think we have to fix the media environment that we have. And I think things like Bylines is part of that, part of doing that. So it's important.
We're hoping so. Thank you. I mean, I'm going to say today we have around 20 people in different locations around Scotland and Wales who are participating in this. So a couple of people coming in from England as well, talk about things there. But we don't obviously have great resources at the moment. If anybody watching would like to help, we would love to hear from you. We're always looking to expand what we're able to do. And we have also had a problem with sound a little while ago. So again, I have to apologize for that. We're trying to run things as smoothly as we can here with not always ideal setups because we don't have the money. But we do feel it's obviously important to have a platform where people can talk about these issues. And I know as well, we're talking about leaders, you know, that there are people who will be saying that Anna Sawar needs to go if Labour does badly in Scotland. Do you think that's fair, or do you think he was paying then for mistakes from down south?
I think there is some justification for saying Anas needs to own whatever this result is. I'm very fond of the man. He's a very decent man, but he's made some terrible policy decisions in the last few years. And as I say, the manifesto ended up as something that I, a long-time Labour member, couldn't even vote for, and that is down to the leadership. The membership, I don't want to over-labour this point, but on that single-sex policy that was front and centre of the manifesto, that a substantial chunk of that policy was actually put to the membership at the last conference at which there was a vote, which was 2025, and the membership voted it down. And then and it was not brought up by the Scottish Policy Forum, which is the other policy setting democratic part of the party. So it was dropped in by the leadership, and therefore the leadership has to own the impact of these things. So yeah, I think Anas will know that he had to do very well here to save his job. I suspect the only mitigating factor for him is that we don't know yet, obviously, what the Labour group is going to be in Holyrood, what that looks like, and who, in terms of potential successors, might be in there. Because of course it has to be an MSP that's been elected that becomes the new leader if there is a leadership election. So that there is every possibility that that the MSP group doesn't seek to replace Anas after the election. But I do think there's a serious internal reflection on what's happened and how the party can be brought back to what the members are looking for. Then things won't get better.
Do you see the membership gradually drifting into other spaces politically then, if they don't feel that Labour is working for them?
Well, it's an interesting one. It talks a little bit about Scotland's weird obsession with the constitution, even in devolved elections, because really, when we talk about constitutions of memberships and voters, we do often say, are you in a unionist bloc? Are you in a pro-independence bloc? Are you left or are you right? And in those terms, there is a substantial swathe of Scotland which is left-wing and unionist, and there should be a really obvious home for them in Labour. So that is needed, and the other significant left-wing party in Scotland, of course, is the Scottish Greens, who are very much on the other side of the constitutional debate. And I think a lot of people who might be looking for an alternative birth than Scottish Labour would not be comfortable jumping that line. So I think there's got to be some left-wing pro-UK grouping in Scottish politics, and there's no reason in my mind why Labour should vacate that space. But it is doing its damnedest to do so at the moment.
Because we do seem, as we were discussing with Alan a minute ago, we seem to have this situation in Scottish politics where we have two different blocs, each of which has its own left-right spectrum on either side of independence.
Yeah. And in one level, that's a really unhealthy thing to have, because if independence is deciding people's votes, then perforce they are not looking at the issues that an actual devolved government will be dealing with day to day. And even worse if it's deciding the votes in council elections. And it sort of denudes democracy if it's a tick box. But we still have, I mean, they don't quite use the words, but you've got the Tories and Labour, in fact, in different constituencies, saying we're the vote to stop the SNP, which I know why they do it, but it's grim politics. It's not giving people any hope. It's not giving people anything to aspire to. It's just saying we hate the people you hate. And equally on the other side, that we now have the horrific bogeymen of reform for the SNP to say, we're the ones to vote for if you hate them. Have slightly more sympathy with the people who hate reform.
Okay, we're actually going to cut across to the count in Glasgow now, because we have somebody ready to talk to us from the Green Party live. So thank you for that just now. Hopefully you'll come back to us later on and we'll be able to discuss these issues some more.
Thanks very much, Jenny. Look forward to it.
Thank you. All right, bye now. Okay, can we go through to Glasgow? We have Patricia dos Santos Patton waiting for us, who used to edit Bylines Scotland in the past. Just waiting to cut into that. Patricia, I can see you on my screen here, but you're not through on the stream yet. Can we get that connected, please? Somebody backstage. Here we are. Fantastic. Patty, I can see you, but I can't hear you. You're muted at the moment, I think. Hopefully somebody can fix that. So this is through from the Glasgow count. I should note also that we are expecting a result from Airdrie any time now. So as soon as that comes in, we will be dealing with that. But right, we're just waiting to have some sound from you, Patchy. Can somebody please connect the sound here so we can do this? I'm sorry about this. Here we are. Is that working now?
I cannot hear Jenny.
Here we are. We can hear you. Okay, fantastic. Let's go.
The green one, they are a little bit extra because they are new.
Hi, Perry. Hi, Jenny.
Hi.
Unfortunately, I cannot hear you. And we are due to interview Anthony, a councillor from the Greens, but he still hasn't arrived. But as you can see,
They are going to welcome 12 also.
I don't know if you can see how things are. The ballots have been already counted, not counted, but checked with the numbers. And in some constituencies, they've already been separated in piles for the count. There have been some woos already. SNPs are happy and thinking that they are going to win the battle in the constituencies that they are in the battle. And now I'm looking for the candidate that told me he was going to be here in this corner. So just a second, please. Oh, that is great. I'm from SNP.
Well, Patrick,
Sorry about that. I don't know where to see.
We do think that we might actually get some there are some marginals in Glasgow this time, so there's a possibility that the Greens will take a seat, and we don't know what's happening with the Conservative seats in Glasgow either. So there's quite a bit of potential for change there. We're just waiting to find out more. Hopefully Patricia can find somebody to talk to soon. Like I say, we'll bring you that Airdrie result as soon as it comes in.
All the candidates, they started arriving, I think, because the announcements will start from some of them from 1:30 to 2:30.
He should be here in 1 minute because it's 11:59. So hopefully he's on time. But let me see if I can find Graham from SNP is here. Let me try to talk to Graham. Just a second. Hi, Graham.
Oh, hi, Pat.
How are you?
I'm good. How are you doing?
Good. I'm editor at Bylines Scotland. Would you mind going live with us?
No, I'm not going to not doing interviews, Patricia. No, but that's very kind of you. Something to live in. I'm going to do it. Yeah, I hope it's going well. So it's very nice to see you again.
Thank you. Hi.
We should start to get. Here we are.
Where is my? Well, I'm in search for my green councillor. Oh, he's there, still doing an interview in the other side.
Okay, well, we'll wait for the Green Councillor to be free then. I'll just say we're expecting the first Glasgow result about 2:15. So everybody there is very busy at the moment, as you can see. I'm not sure we're going to get any more news from that. We may be able to cut through to one of the other counts just now and see if we can see what's happening there. I take it we still don't have any news from Airdrie at the moment, but we have some other people at the counts. Nobody else ready yet. Sorry about that. Yeah, so we have an idea of when the results will be coming in. We should get Glasgow between about 2 and probably about 4:30 for the last result there. That's when we're expecting to find out who has won on the lists in Glasgow. So we have, if I can find this here, so we have Glasgow, Cathcart and Pollock is one to watch, of course, because that's Anna Sawal's seat. And also we've got a potential, we've got Green candidates in Glasgow, Kelvin and Maryhill, and Glasgow South Side. We hear that the Green candidate in Glasgow South Side has been doing really well. So we'll see what happens there. Still waiting. Sorry about this. It's the nature of elections, of course, that you never know when things like that are actually going to break, when things are going to happen. So I will just say we're still hearing the same kind of news about turnout that we did. We think that's about 51% overall, but the Glasgow turnout has been higher than that, as we understand it. We have also heard from England that there's been a little bit of positioning there going on, that Andy Burnham and Ed Miliband are both rumoured to be keen to remove Keir Starmer, depending on what happens with these elections. Obviously, we still have London to go as far as the locals down there are concerned, but it's not looking particularly good for them, for Labour. Starmer, however, has said that he's not going to go, whatever happens with this election. Of course, we've heard that kind of thing from leaders before, but we'll see what happens. So the other thing is that we think about 20% of votes in Scotland were postal votes this time, which is low compared to how it's sometimes been in the past. But that means that there'll be a lot of people who have voted, obviously, before some of the more recent developments in Scottish politics, so it's difficult to know how those will go down. That, however, the fact that we've got a lot fewer than sometimes we've had before means that people are wondering overall if we're going to have quite a low turnout on that. I think not so many of the postal votes have come back as usual. Okay, we're going to be in Berwickshire shortly. Hopefully we'll have some information about what's happening down there. We've got an interesting count in Berwickshire, because we were waiting to see what happens. Where are we now? In the Ettrick, Roxburgh and Berwickshire constituency. It's possible that could flip from Conservative to SNP. It's been Conservative for 9 years, so that would be quite a big deal. Again, the SNP is really going to have to start picking up constituencies like that if it wants to have a hope of getting the 65-seat majority that it needs if it's going to get a majority government. Obviously, we understand that there's some uncertainty about what's happening in Berwickshire just now, but hopefully we will have some news. We're not going to be getting the result through on that for a little while, but there's even at the confirmation stage, basically if you go to a account like that and you're observing, people will be looking over other people's shoulders and trying to catch sight of the votes as they come in, as they're collected into piles. And that gives people some idea of who's getting the most. With a marginal, however, it is harder to tell, obviously, who's got the edge. So that's a really interesting one. I believe there's another result also taking place at the same count. So it's not a huge one like Glasgow, but we should still have some other information coming in there. And that should be from one of the Midlothian, I think it's Midlothian South, Tweedale, Lauderdale that we actually have there, but apologies if I got that wrong. We're still waiting to hear. Obviously we don't have the same breadth of coverage of these as the BBC, which is also covering this today, but we're doing our best with our small team, so do please consider getting involved if you'd like to see more happening with that. After this, we will be going to Owen from Devolved Elections, who is going to be explaining some more of the situation in Wales. And we'll have another guest from Wales because the situation there, with the new method of electing people and so on, is quite complicated, and we really don't know which party is going to dominate there. Okay, we will be going to Berwickshire in 60 seconds now, so we're very close to that. And hopefully they will have some background for us on how things are developing. This could also tell us what's likely to be happening to the Conservative Party more generally, because we don't know if they're going to actually be in serious trouble this election. It looks like they're really pincered in between reform and the general decline and the vote that they already had after the problems in government down south. So, right, we should be going to James Jobson now, down in Berwickshire. Can we do that? Anytime now? We will be going through to James. Okay. Here we are.
I'll film you live. Hiya.
Hiya. Hey, James. What's happening
Hello.
there?
Not too bad, thanks. I'm here in Kelso at the count for Ettrick, Roxburgh and Barrow and Midlothian, South Lauderdale and Tweeddale. It's Monday now. We're at stage 1 of the count still. And I'm in a constituency where in the independence referendum of 2014, it was the second highest no vote in Scotland with 2 against independence. Now, why is that significant? Because maybe, just maybe today, we will find out that one of the constituencies, the Conservative constituency of that region has elected its first ever pro-independence MSP alongside Midlothian, Tweeddale and Lauderdale, which is also expected to return a pro-independence MSP. I have here with me Ian from the Scottish National Party. Ian, can you tell me just a little bit about the results so far?
So far, it's been an excellent count. It's been a really good count, a real buzz about the place for all parties, and a really good atmosphere. In terms of ourselves, we're delighted that we've got a full team of 20 activists here who are really getting a feel for what's happening as the ballot boxes are opened. I would say we've got lots of grounds for optimism, and we're not taking anything for granted. We'll be here right through until the result is declared, obviously. But yes, we're optimistic that we're going to get a good result. And the work continues right up until the result is declared.
Thank you very much, Ian.
Thank you. Cheers.
Okay, thank you, James. Any more interesting information from down there?
Sorry, I lost the screen there. As you can see, the whole is alive with accounting here. So far, I'm seeing candidates from all the major Scottish political parties. Green Party is not standing in the constituencies here. They're focusing on the regional ballot alone. However, we do have Reform for the first time standing in Ettrick, Roxburgh and Berwickshire and in Midlothian, South, Tweeddale and Lauderdale. No representation in the Scottish Parliament ever before elected, and certainly not borders, except for one defection where Michelle Ballantyne, former Conservative, was defected from the Tories.
So what's the atmosphere like in the hall at the moment?
I'm sorry?
What's the atmosphere like there at the moment?
It's a busy atmosphere. It's a buzzing atmosphere. There is a lot of talk. Earlier on, I overheard conversation that a recount is expected. Now, if we go for the estimated time of 16:30, we could be here for hours into the evening if a recount does in fact happen. Not unprecedented, as when the Scottish National Party won in 2015, a recount was held there as well, as the then Conservative candidate lost out by 326 votes. That again, on the back of an independence referendum, which saw 2/3 to a third vote no, was unprecedented, even on the backdrop of an SNP landslide. To win in unionist areas could see the SNP go over the line and win a majority.
Okay, that's very interesting. Well, thank you very much. We will be coming back to you later and we'll hopefully have some more news about that. Do give us a shout as soon as anything interesting is happening there. Thank you for your time. Okay.
Thank you.
I think we're hoping to talk to Will in Greenock next, who will be telling us something about what's happening in the count with Inverclyde. I hope somebody in the back end who will send me some information about what's happening with that. the Inverclyde count as an interesting one, of course, because it's where Malcolm Offord is standing, the Reform leader. I understand that he's been there since about 9 o'clock this morning, maybe earlier than that. So he's obviously very hopeful about that. He's a former Conservative MP, still MSP, standing there now. But we are still waiting for that Airdrie result, and that should be through any time now. There's always a race to get the first result, but this time around, it's pretty definitely going to come from there because other people are about half an hour behind, I think. So hopefully we'll have some information from there soon. I'm not sure what's happened to Will. Perhaps somebody can feed this in here. Okay. So once we start to get those results, we'll be able to map those and get an impression of what's happening with the Parliament. We will be going back to talk to some guests shortly, but we are hoping to hear from Berwickshire first. So, yep, will just be a moment. Okay, so yeah, we're looking at a situation where we have about 4.2 million people who are registered to vote in Scotland, and our turnout has been about 51%, we think, so about 2.1 million people going to the polls yesterday. It was very much an uneven turnout, however. We have a lot more people in some areas than others. As in Glasgow and Dundee have both been very busy. The rural picture is interesting, and that seems to be very varied across the country, within the same regions as well. So I think that probably has a lot to do with individual candidates and how people feel about them, and local connections to candidates. As we were saying earlier, in Wales, now they're voting for parties this time around rather than for specific candidates. So that's going to be a very different relationship that they have. But obviously here in Scotland, a lot of people will still vote for the people that they know, the individuals that they're familiar with. So I don't know what else we have coming through here. We have found that, yeah, we have a couple of interesting guests coming in later. We have John Scott, who is allegedly the funniest man in Scotland. We'll see about that. And oh, here we are. Sorry, we have now got Will. So we're ready to go on that. Will Brown reporting to us from Greek, and he should be able to tell us what's happening around there. Will, you're sideways. You're sort of horizontal, and
I'm a bit that way then.
That's the way around you go. Yes, we can see you more normally now.
Okay, I am based outside the count today. As we know, I was taking my accreditation off because lots of journalists have came from all around Britain to see Malcolm Offord, pretty much. I've seen Malcolm. He's came out. He's not. I've been told by other journalists that he's been popping in and out most of the day, like going that way. I've been told the count's been going well. I've been told by counters, if I'm allowed to talk about that it's a very the MSP are going well, and it's looking more of a fight between Labour and Reform. So it's been fairly busy with people coming in and out. The count is behind me, as you can see. Police and other journalists coming in and out. Things have started from about 9 o'clock this morning here, so it's been all right.
So what's your feeling about the general picture? Have you heard many rumours about the state
rumours
of the country?
I've heard that it's a strong SNP count, but they're still a bit frightened with how strong the Reform thing has been. That's what I've heard from people that's came out and people that spoke to me out here. So we're doing good, I think.
Okay, do you think how's Reform in terms of their confidence in their vote this time?
The people that we have for Reform around here ran for the Family Party last time. He is one of the supporters, and he's been out and he's actually asked me, did I want an interview with him? So if you want to speak to him, I can get him on camera.
Sure, let's have a chat with him just now and see what he thinks of what's happening.
He's not here at the minute, but I was saying I can grab him because he's out. Sorry about that. I made that sound a bit confusing.
No, it's okay. It's always like this with elections, always coming and going.
But I can grab, if I grab any interviews, I will send them straight through. But right now it's fairly quiet. I think more things will kick off between about 3 and 4 here. But it's looking like it's going to be an SNP victory on both counts.
Okay, well, we'll see you later on then, because we have just heard that the Deputy First Minister has conceded the Senedd in Wales. So that's before we have any actual results through from Wales. We've got this. So this is a very interesting bit of news that must be based on information that's coming back to the counts from them.
Well, that's not a good thing to hear, is it?
No, what's I'm not sure where that's going to take us. No, we don't know exactly who they think is winning. So it'll be very interesting to speak to our Welsh people next, and we should be doing that very soon. I think we've got about 10 minutes to go until we hear from them. So do you have any thoughts on what's happening in Wales? Are you familiar with that situation at all from where you are?
I would be honestly just brass necking it. I've been following the Scottish one and not actually been the Scottish election. Like, I've been embedded in it, so I've not really been following the Welsh one. I know that's ignorant of me to say as a journalist, but I've been snowed under with this.
Sure, I mean, there's a lot, isn't there?
Well.
People have been talking about this as an election here in which not a great deal is happening, but that's not how it feels when you actually get into it as a journalist and you look at what's happening on the ground.
Oh yeah, it's been with the reform takeover. It just seems like a same stuff, different name to be honest with it. I don't see Malcolm getting in, but I see him kicking the apple cart enough to cause a conversation here, at least anyway.
Do you think he's going to be up for talking to you later at all?
Oh, speaking to my friends at the BBC, he wasn't wanting to speak to them, so who knows?
I know you were trying to get an interview with him earlier, weren't you? And he's been avoiding that.
He gave me a wave. He was coming from behind us at the minute, and he just walked past us, his head down. And I did the usual journalist thing of shouting at him how he was doing. And his handlers did not look happy with me, to be perfectly honest.
Okay, you think he was maybe expecting to do like considerably better there? Because Reform have done well in the council elections across England, but it's a different game here, isn't it?
Oh, without a doubt, this is. Oh, I've been told that Stuart, the SNP guy, has held this from 2016. I think he's held this. So this is a strong SNP seat. This is probably one of the strongest SNP seats in Scotland, I've been told. So it might shake it up, because as I've told you before, I was at the hustings and it was quite loud for any time that the candidate for Reform spoke. Malcolm was on television with Aberdeen that day, and they sent the Pollock person down, and they were getting a lot of cheers, which was troubling for myself being in Greenock, because I was like, I didn't know this was the way it would go. But this is a strong seat for us, or seat for them, sorry. I'm not partial. So I think it will be an SNP victory, of what I've heard from the people in town, because it seems to be most of the people I'll get interviews with today will be people that smoke, to be in my office in the sun.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, do you think there's a situation there where maybe Reform have been making a lot of noise with not so many people, and so they've given us a false impression of how they might do?
I think so. I think all they're trying to do is shake the apple cart, pretty much, and people to notice them, because especially here, we're getting Stuart here. I've got the SNP candidate there.
Okay, we have a chat if he's free.
If he's free. Can you hear me if I use this one too? Hi, Stuart. I'm actually live on Bylines Scotland today, right now. Here's Stuart McMillan. If you want to hold that. I have cleaned it before I put it in, keeping it from my ear. I'm good. This is Stuart McMillan, the candidate, and he is the SNP for Greenock at the minute.
So we understand, Stuart, that you're quite confident today.
Are you confident today, Stuart, with your seat?
Well, so still got a long way to go, and as things stand, we have seen a lot of papers tonight, and it's positive, but nothing has been counted. We're still a long way to go.
Thank you, Stuart.
Okay. Thank you very much. So we're going to cut back to Glasgow now because we have a Green Party candidate there who's ready to talk to us. So thank you very much. We'll
All right, I will
later in
speak
the
to you
program.
later. Right,
okay,
bye.
Bye now. Okay, let's cut through to Patchy. Hello. Hello, Patricia. How are you doing?
Hi, Jenny.
You are also a strange way around. Could you turn your phone around so we can see you in a more normal arrangement? Maybe not.
So tell us, how do you expect?
Yeah, so this could be a record result for the Greens in Glasgow. We're thinking we could be getting more MSPs here than ever. It's neck and neck in Glasgow Southside and Kelvin and Maryhill. And so we're just about to welcome our MSPs, hopefully elect for all those areas in a few months.
That's great. Fingers crossed for you. Thank you very much. And Jenny, here you can see everyone from their group. All seem very happy. Okay. And what I have noticed is the sounds are very understandable.
Okay, sorry for the sound problems here. We will try and get that fixed if we can.
I'm trying to hear you. Sorry, let me see if I can improve this. Just a second. Okay.
That's okay. Your sound wasn't coming through very clearly, but it's better now.
Pardon?
Your sound wasn't coming through very clearly, but it's better now. So could you tell us what's happening there more generally?
Well, generally speaking, SNPs and Greens are quite daily in the region where they so we are waiting for them to see if they're going to continue happy. And they show us that very low in terms of turnout. Like, for instance, Glasgow, and Hollow.
We still don't have very good sound from you, Patricia. We can't hear you very well. I'm afraid.
Can you hear me now?
Well. Yes, we can now. That's better.
Oh, fantastic. So in terms of turnouts, it's been very, very low. Like an example, like is Glasgow. I don't know if you can see it, but Glasgow, Cathcart and Pollock, the constituency turnout was only 48.87%, and the regional 48.88%.
That's interesting, because we were hearing earlier that Glasgow is doing well comparatively.
Yeah. Yes, so the piles are already separated into the parties, and the count is on the way. So that's what is happening generally here.
Okay.
All very organized, no incidents, only at the beginning when I arrived that some of the counts from some parties were talking to the counters, and then they have been asked to stop and keep distance. But apart from that, all is going well.
Okay. Well, thank you. We're going to cut back to the studio because we're ready to talk to. We're ready to talk to Owen Kelly from Devolved Elections. So, Owen, are you ready?
Thank you very much.
Yeah. Thank you, Patty.
Okay.
Owen, are you ready with us now? Yes, fantastic. Good to see you. Thank you. So what's your impression of what's going on in Scotland and in Wales today? We just heard that the First Minister in Wales, the Deputy First Minister, has conceded the Senate. You heard about that?
Sorry, Chris, I'm just joining now.
Sorry, yes. We just heard that the Deputy First Minister has conceded the Senate in Wales. Are you aware of what's going on there?
Labour haven't been in contention for the Senate in quite some time, so a concession isn't massively surprising in that regards. It's been pretty clearly a two-horse race between Plaid and Reform for the polls have been showing that for the best part of a year. So it's been coming. I do see we've had our first declaration in Scotland, Orkney going to the Lib Dems as expected.
Okay. We were waiting for that to come in. That's good to hear. So we got some clarity. A first result to add to our model. Thank you.
Yes, the first one for the day.
Well, we were expecting to hear from Airdrie, but we haven't. And it's been a little while. It's been nearly half an hour since they thought they would have the result ready. So we'll see what's happening with that hopefully soon. Of course, they always come in all in a flood once that starts. Yes, you'll see people watching will now see that going across the bottom of their skills. Orkney is not spelled by that. Whoever's doing our subtitles might want to take that extra E out. Sorry about that. So yes, you have a background in looking at the modelling for Scotland and Wales. So which election is most interesting to you this time around?
They're very interesting for very different reasons. Scotland is how close can the SNP get to a majority? We know they're going to win, but win by how much? And will they need the Greens in a sort of formal coalition or on an ad hoc basis, or could they work with Labour or the Lib Dems if they're only a couple short? Could they work with them on a case by case basis? Whereas in Wales, it's a complete reset. It's a new system. It's a new parliament. It's a new everything. Senate is completely different to what it's been before, and the two parties leading it are completely different to who's led before. Reform have never had a seat, never won a seat. They have had one via defections. And Plaid Cymru have, they've always been there. They've always been a major player, and they have been the junior coalition partner before. But the idea that they would lead the government and are almost certainly going to lead the government, is surprising, is brand new, and it'll be really interesting going forward to see how they operate with the deal that they're probably going to need to make with Labour or potentially the Greens.
Yeah, we just heard from the Deputy First Minister of Wales actually said, we have tried to argue on policies and also the next chapter for Wales, but it hasn't cut through to the people of Wales. We're not going to be in that position then to actually form the next government. So are you still completely uncertain as to which way it will go there?
In terms of who gets the most seats, yes, it's very close. So our model so I run devolvedelections.co.uk. In our model, it's as close as you can get to a 50-50 split. But the polling has been all over the show. So some polls have had a much bigger Plaid lead, which would give them more seats, or some have had Reform with a bit of an advantage. In terms of who gets the most seats, it's very unclear. But in terms of who will form the next government, it will be Plaid, probably with some help from other parties, whether that's Labour or the Greens or possibly the Lib Dems. That depends on the exact arithmetic at the end of this. But fundamentally, there's no route to a stable government that includes Reform UK, and their own leadership seems to be fairly clear about that as well. They could get the most seats, but they don't have a path to the 49 that they need to govern. They could potentially form a minority if everybody let them form a minority government, but it wouldn't be stable, and there's no realistic way they would be able to pass a budget, because they would need votes from all of the Conservatives, Lib Dems, Greens, and Labour just to get over the line, and it isn't going to happen.
Yeah, we've heard that actually just there from our man in Inverclyde and the Inverclyde County Greenock, that Reform don't seem to be doing as well as expected there. That the Scottish leader Malcolm Offord is a little unhappy about the situation and is pointedly not talking to anyone. He's been there from very early in the day, so he'll have been watching this situation develop. What's your feeling about that? How do you think they're going to do in Scotland?
So they are very likely going to get double digits, well into double digits in terms of seats. Almost all, if not all, will come on the list, and those will be quite evenly spread. They are going to get more votes in the south and in the northeast than in Glasgow and in Edinburgh, but they're likely to pick up seats in every region.
Yeah, we were looking at Banffshire and Buchan Coast as the one that's maybe most likely to go to them.
Yes, our model has that on a knife edge between the two, between the SNP and Reform. It depends, and so much of this will come down to very small margins. We have it as 50-50 to go either way. I think our final model called it for reform, but just about. If it was to go to the SNP, it would not be a big surprise. And it would be crucial to the SNP's hopes of getting, anywhere near a majority. They need places like Banff and Buchan Coast, because they won't get anything on the list. So they need to max out the constituencies as much as they can. The rumours of Shetland would be interesting if they could do that, and if they can hold Eastwood and other places that are challenged. And so then it will come down to a fight across the southern border.
Okay, so which are the constituencies that you think are the most interesting ones to watch overall?
Well, you've got the ones that the Greens are challenging in central Glasgow. So that's Glasgow, Kelvin and Maryhill, Glasgow South Side, and then in Edinburgh Central. The Greens could very conceivably take all of them or none of them. The Greens are extremely difficult to model because they're only standing in 6 seats, and 6 seats doesn't add up to very much percentage-wise across the country. So the Greens are possibly only going to get somewhere between 1.5% and 2.5% of the votes. On 2.5% of the votes, they win all of those seats. On 1.5%, they don't win any. So how you try to create some kind of model to do that is extremely difficult, and they are really hard to predict. And it, in effect, makes them all 3-horse races. Particularly Edinburgh Central looks like it's going to be closely fought between the SNP, Labour and the Greens. And it looks like the Greens are favoured. From the rumours coming out of the counts, it looks like the Greens are favoured, but we don't know yet. So that one is interesting. And then there's the 3 across the border with England. Your Dumfriesshire, Galloway and West Dumfries, and Ettrick. And I've forgotten the rest of the name. It's a very long one.
Ettrick, Roxburgh and Berwickshire.
Ettrick, Roxburgh and Berwickshire, yes. The bottom, those 3 are all interesting because they're very good places. If you were to name the places that, if you were to describe the places that reform were likely to break through, they would look like those 3. And Galloway and West Dumfries is where they had their second best showing at the last general election on slightly different borders and a slightly different name. So if they were to make a challenge, it would be in those 3 areas. And whilst that might not be enough to win any, probably not all of them, but possibly not any of the seats, it could be enough to split the unionist vote to such an extent that the SNP get over the line in places that they've never held before, or places they haven't held in an extremely long time. So those would be really interesting opportunities for the SNP to pick up seats to get closer to their 65 line. And it would be interesting at the end of the day if they miss out, not because they lost seats to unionists, but because they lost those couple of seats to the Greens in those key areas.
Yeah. So, I mean, sorry, we'll just look at this coming in here. What are you expecting to happen with the SNP if they fall just short of a majority, which is what we're expecting at the moment? Do you think that a coalition with the Greens is likely this time, or some kind of confidence and supply arrangement?
Well, my model has them on 63. It's the most bullish on the SNP of any of the ones that we have, of any of the projections we've had recently. In comparison to the other MRPs that we've had, it's kind of in the middle. We're running a live comparison of this on our site, which I'll be getting back to.
Sure.
But so in terms of that, if you're on 63, if you're on 62, 63, 64 seats, and the Greens are on 12 to 15, there would be very limited reason to do a formal coalition with them, because they would only be 1 or 2 short. So they wouldn't, and the Greens would have quite a lot of sway because they're not a small party anymore. If you go into coalition, if you're 3 short, kind of the ideal party to go in with is a party of about 4 or 5 seats, because they'll get you over the line and they don't have a huge very good bargaining position. The Greens are kind of, they're too big to do that with. So it's a more, potentially a more beneficial solution would be go as a minority when you need to pass a budget, when you need a confidence vote. Rely on the Greens, give them a couple of things here and there, but you don't need to invite them into for a formal coalition. You don't need to give them ministries. You don't need to let them have that degree of power. And it would probably suit the Greens too, because they don't want to be associated with everything that the SNP are going to do. And at times, the SNP could be able to rely on getting the Lib Dems or Labour to back them on something if the Greens feel strongly the other way. So it gives them options. It gives them a bit more flexibility in terms of what policy they could go for. And you have that luxury when you're only 2 or 3 seats short, which is where some of the rumors from today have them. If they're closer to that high 50s or mid 50s, which does seem unlikely from what we've been hearing, but it could still happen, then a formal coalition is probably the way to go, because they'd be too far away to do this on a deal by deal basis. And then the Greens get you over the line. And in that case, it's worth giving up that level of that degree of power.
We've just had a bit of good news for the Greens that's just come through, which is that from down in England, the first ever Green mayor has been elected in London. That's Zoe Garbett, who is now mayor of Hackney. So that's interesting for them. So I wondered if we can just look across to Wales for a minute. We had somebody in from Wales at the start of the programme who was trying to explain the new system there and struggling with it a wee bit. I figure that you'll be an expert in this. So do you want to explain to us how it works?
Yeah, so it's a closed list system. It's one of the most straightforward systems you could really imagine. For the voter, you go in, you mark an X next to a party name. It's no different to a Westminster where you vote next to a party and a candidate who are tied together. So from that perspective, it's exactly the same thing that a voter is used to. You don't need to know anything beyond that. The voting is done. The voting is the seats are awarded on via what is called the Hunt, which is a mathematical formula. It's about 150 years old, and it's used to just award seats in a relatively proportional manner. It sort of benefits larger parties. So if you're on 30-40% of the vote, you should get 40, 45 or 50% of the seats. And the cutoff point to getting into this, to getting getting a single seat in each constituency, is realistically about 10%. Mathematically it's 12.3, but it's actually closer to 10 because a lot of parties will get below that. And then they obviously don't get any seats, and that involves a slight rethink of the maths. So realistically, if you're getting 10 to 11%, you'll start getting a seat. And it operates kind of turn-like. So if you get the first seat and you do quite well, you will get probably another one later down the line. The exact way this works out for the 5th and 6th seats is close. It's extremely close, because you're essentially dividing the first vote share by 5 or 6 at this point, and it comes down to very fine margins. So by the last count, essentially 5 or 6 parties could be on between 9 and 11%. After the divisor is applied, and at that point, one of them will get it, but it's so close it's so close that it'd be very hard to guess or estimate which one it will go to. But in terms of for the voter, it's extremely simple. It's the easiest you could do. Closed lists are controversial. I know that was the speaker was talking about before, because they don't give a degree of choice to the voter. But I mean, one of the main reasons they do that is because it's so simple. It's an extremely simple from the perspective of the voter, and then it applies a really straightforward formula that just goes through the system. So once we get the first count in, all 6 seats are automatically known as soon as you plug it into the system, and it's not a lot of computational power to do it. It's you can do it by hand if you felt like it.
And something else we've been talking about back then this morning was that in Scotland, people gradually learned how to work tactically within the voting system that we're given, which was supposed to, prevent majority governments, but hasn't altogether succeeded in doing so. Do you think people will be able to manipulate the Welsh one like that, or is that impossible?
It's not that it's impossible. It just requires nearly perfect knowledge of the results in advance. So if you wanted to maximize your vote in Wales, then voting for a party that is very small. So some of the fringe parties, you're like, the Lib Dems are very small in many constituencies. Not voting for them and voting for one of the larger parties would be a way of doing it. But in terms of trying to guess which of say if you're anti-reform and you're voting for one of the left-wing parties, attempting to estimate which one is going to benefit most from you voting for them is so close to being mathematically impossible that it's effectively a fool's errand. If you think your party is going to get towards that 10% of the vote or 10% or above, then just vote for whichever one you prefer. It's more likely to benefit them and then in turn you, because you'll have picked the party you actually like. Plaid seem to have made a real effort to get people to vote for them in a way to stop reform. That will help Plaid, but there's no guarantee that's going to hurt reform. In fact, it could end up giving them those extra 6 seats if Labour dropped to 9% instead of 10. There's no reason to assume that the last seat goes to Plaid and not to reform. So it could.
So yeah, does that make it a system in which people are voting much more positively rather than against somebody to keep somebody
Yes.
out?
This is not a system that you should be using to vote against people. You should just vote for who you actually prefer. It's not the Scottish constituencies or a Westminster ballot where you can game it. It's not something that I would have ever encouraged attempting to do, unless you're voting for one of those very small parties that you know will not get to the 10% line.
So what are your feelings about the sort of the election overall, and with the election results that we've had from England as well with the councils there? Does all of this tell us anything about the next general election across the UK?
Well, it's very clear that Reform are doing much better than ever before. Council seat numbers are very deceptive in trying to understand what that means, because council seat numbers it's the way that most of England organises its council elections. They're so far removed from voters' demands that in my mind, it's not actually a democratic system in any shape or form. Especially across most of London, where you get 3 seats there are parties winning 3 seats on 30% of the vote, and the other 70% of the votes are getting 0 seats. So they're in no way linked. So Reform winning so many council seats doesn't necessarily reflect they're winning that many votes. And at a Westminster election, again, you get this massive advantage for having more votes. You do get way more seats than you deserve. But it's not to the same degree, because it's 1, not 3 across most of England. So it suggests that the next general election is going to go well for Reform. We have seen Farage parties flame out in the past. There are so many questions about why he was being handed £5 million for personal security, whatever that means. But we don't have a media that's really willing to actually ask them those questions, and when they do, they just accept their non-answers to them. So it's not a good sign for the UK going forward if Reform are going to be challenging, and they are challenging now in Wales as well.
So, looking at the situation there, do you think that it's really time that England moved to proportional representation as well, or that we had it for a general election?
Yes. I wouldn't be an advocate of a closed list system, but anything is better than first past the post, except for the English councils, which use 3-person first past the post, because that is 3 times as bad as the other worst system you could use. First past the post it doesn't work very well if you have 2 parties. With 5 parties, the results are close to random. If you awarded seats at random to parties that won over 5% of the vote, they would probably end up being more proportional, closer to voters' actual demands. Because it's got nothing to do with what people want. It's the lines that were drawn, and the lines were drawn for a 2-party system, and this is a 5-party system. So it's all completely out of hand. It's very possible Reform could win could win 2/3 of the seats on 1/3 of the votes, which Labour just did. Or they could win loads of votes and not get that many seats if there's enough tactical voting against them. And I think we just have to give up on this idea. It's over. It's had its time. And we should be moving to a more proportional system. And as you can tell by the accent, I'm from Northern Ireland, so I'll be continually in support of STV, because we've used it for decades, and the Republic has used it for 100 years, and it has served us all very well.
And do you feel that Scottish politics has been shaped by the shift to proportional representation here?
Scotland is not fully proportional, and if it was, it would be a very different. This would be a very different election if we were using the Welsh system. There would be no discussion of the SNP potentially winning a majority. That would be essentially impossible because they're on. I mean, in which ballot are we talking about here? But probably 35, maybe % of the vote, possibly less than that. That would be how many seats they get, 30-ish %. So I can't. So it would be such a radically different thing if Scotland actually did use the proportional system. It's being this election in Scotland is being skewed by the first past the post element, which the SNP are doing extremely well on. And which the Lib Dems are doing extremely well, could do extremely well on by the signs of some of these. So if Scotland used the proportional system, it would be very different, very, very different look. And if Scotland used pure first past the post, the SNP would be winning, a huge number of seats. It's impossible to say how many because it depends on where you draw the lines, but it would be, comfortably 60, 70 seats.
We've just had some news through from Glasgow. The central constituency turnout there has been confirmed as 44.8%. Region turnout was 44.9%. Do you know how this compares to previous elections, and what do you think it means to the turnout being at this kind of level?
It's down. I wouldn't be sure on the Glasgow ones from previous years, and especially the region boundaries have moved and the constituencies have changed quite dramatically. But it is down from before. Under normal circumstances, you would imagine that would hurt the SNP, but you would also imagine it would hurt the Greens. So it's a very complicated one to piece together because it's just so dependent on who is the ones who aren't turning out, because there's a reasonable chance that it could be Labour voters who aren't turning out.
I understand. I've been hearing as well that the Conservatives are quite worried about their performance in Glasgow.
I mean, Conservatives performing in Glasgow.
It's not their election, is it? I mean, they seem to be.
It's not their election.
Everyone.
It's not their election, but it's not their city either. Yeah. So okay. They if they lose out on their one seat that they could win in Glasgow, that would be bad for them. But our model had that happening sometimes. It wasn't out of the realms of possibility. It would be much more of a problem if the drop is impacting Labour more than anybody else, because they're so reliant on Glasgow. They would be hoping to win 3 list seats. And if they are dropping, then it's a problem. And if we see the same in West Scotland, then this could be very bad news for Labour. At the time, I thought Sarwar's plan of cut the link with Keir Starmer was a good one, but I don't think he's done it well enough. I think there was not trying to make a point that you should vote in favour of the Mandelson inquiry. Make sure that the Scottish Labour MPs vote in favour of that. To not do that and to not make a song and dance out of it, I think was a missed opportunity, and I think it's left an isolated Scottish Labour, isolated from a party that's already unpopular, and it hasn't helped anyone. So I would be very concerned if I was in Labour right now with that turnout figure.
And who do you think are the likely sort of winners overall this time? If we sort of set aside reform, because they're a new party, so they're obviously going to be building up a presence they haven't had before. Are there any other notable winners in Scotland?
The Greens. Depending on how this all shakes out at the end, they could double their seats. They could come into this, instead of being the smaller party that occasionally props up the SNP, but being a major player on a similar number of seats to Reform and Labour. They probably wouldn't quite catch Reform, but if they're anywhere close, if they're ahead of the Conservatives, which is perfectly possible, it would be such a major achievement for the party to be able to say that, to be able to have that base to build upon. if they could potentially win list seats in every region. Highlands and Islands, Northeast might be a little bit more complicated to get, particularly Highlands and Islands. But if they could do that, then they would probably have achieved something that the Conservatives haven't done, or the Conservatives might not do, especially if they were to lose their one in Glasgow.
Mm-hmm.
So for them, I think this is a huge achievement if they can get anywhere close to their best poll numbers, which would have them on close to 15 seats.
Mm-hmm. So are there any other points that particularly stand out to you about the elections today?
Well, for the Conservatives, there seems to be pessimism coming out of Eastwood, that they're not going to win Eastwood, which for the Conservatives is probably a good thing, because it means Russell Findlay will get in on the list.
Yes, it's a scary situation for them otherwise.
Yes, they almost unseated their own leader. That would have been interesting. So that one might have worked out for them.
It seemed to me ironic because it was probably going to be Jackson Carlo who ended up taking the leadership in the meantime on a temporary basis if that happened.
Yes, well, it had to be one or the other. They're the only ones left.
Mm-hmm.
So that is convenient for them. They've managed to keep that seat. And it kicks that problem down the road a little bit longer.
Mm-hmm.
And we'll see now how long Sarwar can remain in position. It seems unlikely that both himself and Starmer can still be here in a few weeks.
Yeah. Uh-huh. Do you think that Sarwar has created a difficult situation for himself, or do you think he's mostly suffering because of Starmer?
I think it's a little bit of both. If he had look, there's an alternate universe here where Sarwar calls for him to resign, and it started a wave of cabinet resignations. Then the Scottish Labour could potentially be having a really good election. So I think it was a gamble worth taking, but it has not played off. He's cut himself off from an unpopular leader, but he's also cut himself off from a very well-organized electoral machine, which is English Labour. And we haven't had any senior figures coming up north of the border. So Starmer's never been up. So by cutting some of that off, there's been some blowback on him, which has had a negative impact on Scottish Labour's campaign. And by not being able to bring down the Prime Minister, which, to be fair, was a difficult thing. It has kind of shown a little bit of the weakness of Scottish Labour as compared to, the UK-wide party.
Mm-hmm. Okay, well, thank you very much for coming to talk to us today. It's been really interesting to hear, and hope things go well for you with your projects. You're doing some fantastic work, looking at all these different elections. So thank you for your time. We're going to cut across to Swansea now. We have some members of the public who are going to be speaking to us about what they thought of the election. So if we can.
I would hope my next elected representative would focus on community cohesion, more community building, more resilience building. Hunterpool, where I'm from, is an area of liberation, so I'd hope they'd focus on more opportunities for people, more access for people to things like transport that works, local shops, jobs would be nice. That's my hope for the next elected representative.
I think just talking to people, finding different ways to engage people who are part of the community, being a bit creative and getting people together under different ideas to kind of understand what we need.
I think that the biggest thing for me is to focus on young people, children and young people, and to encourage people to feel as though they have a right to have a good life and be taken out of poverty.
I think the issue you're going to have, so we're going to be sitting in a constituency with 6 different representatives, and there'll be a spread across parties. So who would you go to? At the moment, when you have one assembly member for your area, you know who to go to. So with 6, we decided who to go to.
Yeah, so the really immediate things, the pressure that people are feeling from the cost of living crisis. We know childcare is a huge one, so that solves a lot of problems in the immediate financial release that families will get. The ability that means, particularly mothers, to be able to go into the workplace, that's really important. There's a whole other host of immediate things we need, like public transport costs being lower, more support for energy bills being lower. Some of that will take time, like ramping up renewables, but there's immediate things we can do as well. The immediate fixes I'd love to see, whilst the Welsh government starts to build a different type of economic model for Wales that's going to create wealth in communities, not be reliant as we are on capital that we don't have.
I think they're going to be incredibly challenging and quite divisive in Wales. I am concerned that a lot of time is going to be spent trying to jiggle with who's going where and who's doing what, and that's going to take a lot of time and energy, and the people who are going to miss out are the people of Wales.
I think Reform will be the largest party. They will sit in opposition. The perspective is that we will have an inertia for the next 5 years.
Well, I don't have a crystal ball, but I'm sad enough to have read a lot of the polls, and my best guess. So my brain tells me that we'll have some form of Plaid-led coalition. Most likely, though, it won't be good for either of them. Applied, Labour, potentially and Greens coalition. That's what my brain tells me. My heart tells me that we might have a Plaid-led.
I'm optimistic that it'll be a party that cares about unity and like bringing people together and supporting communities, but I don't know.
Okay, and we're back. I'm hoping that we're going to be able to actually cut across to some people at the count coming up. Can we do that? And go and see how Patricia's getting on at the count, for instance, because we're waiting still for more results. I understand we have a result through from Dundee now. Can we get some clarity on that, please, people at the back? Okay, we're ready for Gareth, who is coming through to us from Wales. So Gareth is going to be talking to us about the situation down there. Hello, Gareth Roberts. Can you hear me? You ready
Yes,
to go?
yes. I'm talking to you from Ynys from Anglesey. So
Okay.
We're waiting for the first result to come in from Wales.
That should be relatively soon now, shouldn't it? About an hour from now, or
it should, yes. There's particular interest in North Wales because the constituency I'm in is based around Anglesey and the A55, which goes up to Llangollen, Llandudno rather, and that's the only link. And Ynys Môn is the constituency of Plaid Cymru leader Rhun ap Iorwerth, and over the side on the mainland, it's a Labour constituency. But of course, these constituencies are very new, haven't been tested before. So it's difficult to see what can happen. I would think that out of the 6 seats, Plaid hope to get 3. Soundings sound as if Reform might get 2, but I'm not sure. And these are not recent soundings. There were soundings yesterday and the day before. Other seats are very interesting in North Wales as well, because of the geographical span and the differences in the territory. You've got something from the post-industrial northeast Wales. One constituency goes from there right all the way to Machynlleth, Machynlleth is interesting historically because that's where Owain Glyndŵr set up his parliament. It's also a place recently where a certain conservative candidate was interviewed and admitted that he'd been betting on a constituency election in the general election. So there are lots of interesting things, mostly rural, but it's as big or twice as big as Luxembourg, apparently, this constituency. It takes 3 hours to go from one end to another. So that, of course, is partly down to the lack of proper networking and roadworks.
So is it up and down as well in Wales, isn't it? Nothing's as the crow flies.
Yes, well, yeah. And then Northeast Wales, well, those are sort of industrial, post-industrial, if you like, traditional Labour strongholds. And of course, it's very close to England, as you'd expect. Lots of incomers, lots of going over and back over the border to work, to live, relatives, and so on. So that'll be interesting to see if the sort of what's happening with reform in England sort of tips over into Northeast Wales. In the middle, you've got Denbighshire. Now, Denbighshire has the seaside town of Hill, which contains the what I would call the ward. I think it's the ward which has got the highest level of deprivation in Wales. And of course, lots of these seaside towns are actually dependent on seasonal work. So you've got Prestatyn and so on. Now, that has been traditionally sort of conservative held. So we will see really what's going to happen. At the moment, no idea. We know that the Deputy Prime Minister or Deputy Leader for Wales at the moment has said that Labour will not govern in Wales. He is afraid that his leader, Eluned Morgan, will lose her seat, but there's no confirmation yet. So there's lots to look forward to, lots to worry about really in this particular election. And although North Wales is only 600,000 population out of the 3 million or so, I think what happens here will be very interesting. My particular interest is my constituency, namely the one with Rhiannon, and there have been rumours of aggressive badgering by a certain party of people going round who wanted people not to vote for them. But that hasn't been confirmed. So that's the only concern. So
yes,
far,
I've heard some of those rumours from Scotland as well. That we've heard a few things today. In fact, we've heard that there have been some alleged intimidation of voters, or certainly voters feeling really uncomfortable about the way a certain party has been hanging around outside of polling stations that they've been going in. We've heard that there have been in Glasgow four counts of impersonation, which are being investigated. Although apparently when impersonation usually comes up like this, it's usually something accidental, like someone having forgotten that they'd already postal voted. So that probably will come to nothing. We don't know. There have also been allegations of, in at least 2 Scottish constituencies, some material, some election promotional material was found in polling booths, which is obviously not on. But again, that kind of thing is often accidental. But I know there's just a sort of general concern that maybe there's not a very friendly atmosphere around the election this time, that some people are finding it uncomfortable. I don't know how much that applies in Wales.
Yes, I don't know how much of it has happened really. This particular group that felt that they were being intimidated didn't in fact support any other party. They just said that people should not vote for a certain party. And they were sort of hounded as they went round putting leaflets through doors.
Right.
I'm a bit concerned at that kind of behaviour. Certain Plaid Cymru things that they put outside our houses, and posters, and also sort of placards. Some of those were torn down in the Llandudno area a couple of days ago. But that's not unusual, to be honest. There's always some kind of reaction. It's been the Tories' placards have been torn down in the past in strongly held Labour areas. So I'm just hopeful that people will accept the results, whatever they are. I think a lot of people in Wales, especially those who've supported Labour traditionally, are going to be disappointed and hurt. And they will point fingers of blame. possibly at the inaction or failed actions of the Welsh government, but also I think that we'll find fingers of blame at Westminster. So it'd be interesting, Plaid Cymru, who have been trying for the last 100 years to canvass for independence for Wales, though you notice that they haven't been canvassing hard this time. They've said there will not be a referendum in this particular parliament. And this, I think, is because they know that it's approximately about 30% of the population of Wales that would actively support independence. But you're not going to get independence if you cannot get not just 50%, but you've got to get the backing of the vast majority of the population. And that will only happen if and when the Welsh population takes responsibility for its own actions, feels empowered, and feels that they can actually do the things that is required of them.
Okay, so we've just heard, sorry, that Blaenau Gwent Caerphilly Hwymni is expected to be declaring very, very soon. So we'll cut across and we'll discuss that when that comes in. But sorry to interrupt.
Oh, well, I have an opportunity to talk to you again when we've actually got some news. All the best with your reporting.
I mean, you can stay here whilst we get some results in, and hopefully we'll hear from Blaenau and know what's happening with that. Is there anything you can tell us about that constituency?
Right. Well, I've got three things on. I've got you on. I've got BBC on, and I've got something. And of course, I'm watching our instructions as we are live streaming. So that's pretty interesting. But 49 seats are required for a majority out of the 96. And it is very unlikely that a single party will get those. So the manoeuvring will reform, sort of cozy up to the Tories. The Tory leader has just said that he would make no comment on that they were going to be pushing for their own policies. But we will see if they get a number of seats and Reform get a number of seats, whether they in fact would form some kind of coalition or a plan to force their own First Minister. Then the other thing is, it's unlikely that Plaid Cymru in itself will get a majority. So who are they going to work with? And will it be a formal coalition, like the Labour Party had with the Liberal Democrats a few years ago in Wales? Or would it be a sort of make and do thing and on an issue per issue? In which case, of course, it would be very difficult to maintain the government. And some are wondering whether, in fact, this Welsh Senate will complete its full term. So, of course, they're asking the same questions really about the Westminster Parliament, aren't they?
Yes, and do you think that the situation in Westminster is heavily influencing how people are making decisions in Wales, or is it its own thing now?
I think it's a combination of poverty, frustration, unhappiness with whatever political party there is in charge of health, and other issues. Health is the main issue, cost of living, not independence or Europe or anything like that. But those are the main issues. So they're disappointed that the two governments, one at the end of the M4 in London, the other one in Cardiff, are not making any noticeable difference to the way the people feel. It's a question of lack of hope, really, at the moment. So there must be some kind of change, a radical change, which gives the people of Wales hope. So yes, the tensions between Westminster Labour and Welsh Labour are quite evident. You've always had an element within Welsh Labour that have been sort of more pro-Welsh, if you like. But remember, there is a strong centralising tendency within the Labour Party itself. And that, again, is visible, I think, in the MPs that represent Wales. They have solidly supported the Starmer government and sometimes have not followed the advice or agreed policies of the Labour Party in Wales. This definitely refers to the Crown properties and income from that. Things like the use there is sense of injustice that is felt keenly. For example, that the new railway, which is going to go up to Birmingham, what's it called? That has been designated an England and Wales kind of thing, but not a single metre of that will go through Wales. It looks as if the people of Wales will be contributing millions, if not billions, of their own tax money towards that. And then the Crown Estates, because of the exploration and the use of wind farms in particular, then that has become more valuable. Now that's devolved in Scotland. Right? So there are lots of things that are devolved in Scotland, justice and so on. Education is devolved in Wales, but it's going to get a change. It's going to take time for us to settle in. And this is going to be the advantage, I think, of a larger Senate, a Senedd. It'll be that there'll be more members available to scrutinise any kind of legislation. If you think about it, of the 30 Labour Party members in the Senedd that's just finished, 15 of them would have had government posts. So therefore, it was very difficult to for them to scrutinise their own work. It might still need 15, 20 people to be in post in this new Senedd, but there'll be more people to keep an eye on them. And it'll also give whoever's in government more choice of personnel. And this can affect the quality of the ministers that are chosen. It's nice that there is an opportunity here for people to get experience of being in government.
Okay, looks like we're now going to cut across to James Jobson in Berwickshire for some more news from there. So thank you very much for talking to me just now, and hopefully we will catch up again later and hear more about this, because there's a lot to say there, obviously, and hopefully we will get that plenary result soon too. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
And can we cut across to James? James, are you ready for us? Hello, James. Let's hope he's coming through in a moment. Right, James, here you are. I see your screen is almost ready. Are you going to come and talk to us? Thank you. What's happening there?
Hello, yes. Welcome back to Ettrick, Roxburgh and Berwickshire, and of course our neighbouring Midlothian, South Lauderdale and Tweedale constituencies. As of the last announcement, stage 1, 183 ballot boxes have been counted in the Ettrick constituency alone, and is 112 for the Midlothian one. We are getting through them slowly but surely. On track, I reckon, for the 4 o'clock declaration. As we've seen now, we've had 2 constituencies declare. One of them, one SNP. Here I have with me Cymru Hughes, the Labour candidate. Cymru, how's it looking for Labour in the Scottish borders?
Well, we were never going to be the people that came in and swiped the board clean and got all the votes, but we are looking at improving our vote. I think we're going to be crack on for that. We're going to get well. We've got lots of people being positive. I am looking for a positive result.
Okay. Now, Dundee declared, Dundee City West, pro-independence region, a 7.8% swing towards Labour. What does this mean for the national picture, do you reckon?
I think Labour's going to do well. I think we're going to get some more people into Scottish Parliament. I think there is a mandate to change. We've had a long time with the campaign. I think people are ready to change, and this is quite
Opinion polls are leaning towards more of a reformed opposition in the upcoming Parliament, and Labour, according to them, not doing so well. What do you make of the opinion polls?
I think people are looking for alternatives. Unfortunately, they aren't turning to more. I don't think that's the right place to turn. I'd like to see people towards Labour. I think working man much better than reform.
And what about Keir Starmer's influence? Has he helped, hindered the Scottish campaign?
To be honest, I don't think Keir Starmer's had much to do with our Scottish campaign. It hasn't had much to do with any of our policies. They're all set by Scottish people. Our manifesto was by Scottish people. I think people are fed up in England. It's been really hard for everybody for a long, long time. And I think they are maybe taking some of that frustration out.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Good luck with your campaign.
Thank you.
We've just heard from Jenny there, Labour candidate for the Ettrick, Roxburgh and Berwickshire constituency. Labour so far have seen a swing towards them in the first SNP Labour battleground, but not enough to unseat the SNP in their Dundee stronghold.
Okay, thank you very much. It's interesting to hear a positive response from a Labour person there, because so far they've been very worried about what's going to happen to them. So a little bit more of hopefulness for them there.
Opinion polls I've heard on the latest sort of news talk going around is that Labour are not going to do as well as hoped in the constituencies, but Reform might just break through. I know people are expecting the northeast of Scotland, but I've heard from people here that they might get in the Dumfries constituencies and potentially the Galloway ones. Speculation, but it's open for consideration.
Yeah, okay. Well, thank you very much for your time just now. I think we're going to cut across and take a look at some of our modelling next. So thank you for that.
Thank you. Thanks.
Okay, and we should now be able to look at where things are at so far. Obviously, we've only had 2 results in Scotland. That is for Dundee City West and for Orkney. Here we have a small model which should be showing us this situation so far. This seems to be the wrong way up. I don't know if we can do anything about that. But yes, you can see there a little Lib Dem colour block and a little SNP colour block, which will hopefully be oh, yeah. So this is what we have so far, just 2 seats. I don't know if you saw earlier, we had a big look at the destruction of the last parliament, but now we should see the new ones start to take shape on there. So you'll be able to sideways maybe for the meantime, but you should be able to see these towers growing as votes come in. And we also have a model of the parliament, which hopefully we can look at in a moment, where we will see the votes starting to come in and the way that they will look as they spread around within Holyrood. So I don't think we have much more to look at there just now. Yeah, it looks like we have, I'm not sure what's going on with the tower in the corner, but maybe we can cut back to the studio. And do we have anybody waiting for us there at the moment? Or is it time to go back to people elsewhere? We'll wait and see. So at the moment, yep, just those 2 results in. It's strange we were waiting for Airdrie still, because we were pretty sure that we were going to get information on Airdrie a lot sooner than this, that we were going to get a declaration around 12. It's not the only declaration that's late. We're expecting a few by now. So that's quite strange. Again, Airdrie is Neil Gray's seat, the SNP former Minister of Culture. But it's possible that things have tipped against him a little bit, because he was involved in a scandal back in 2024. So it depends how well our voters remember that. It's possible that there's that we actually have a closer result than we expected if we are going to be late on that. I haven't heard anything about recounts, but everything is done much more cautiously in that kind of situation. And again, we would have expected, if that weren't the case, to have heard by now some kind of lead on that from people who are just watching the votes as they're arranged. We would expect to have heard something about what's likely to happen. Of course, when these results do come in anytime now, they're going to start coming really, really fast. We think that probably within half an hour, 40 minutes or so, we're going to have results just flying in all the time. So then we're going to have a different problem keeping up with them all. We're going to be going back to Inverclyde soon to hear about what is happening there. But in the meantime, just to update you, we have got Orkney and we've got Dundee City West in so far. Both of those are holds, so no surprises. However, everybody that we talk to here and everybody we hear from about what's happening in the various areas is suggesting that there are a number of seats which look more surprising this time than they have for a while. We are expecting some seats to flip. So again, not much we can say about that as we wait for it to come in yet. But I will say that the turnout is still looking shaky. However, we did have, that is varied in some areas. We had heard initially that there was a high turnout in Glasgow. That is not the case. We're now at 48% for Glasgow. That's pretty much confirmed. But what we have heard is that turnout in Edinburgh, North Eastern and Leith is 57%, which is actually pretty impressive. It doesn't usually get that high at an election like this. So especially an election which generally hasn't been talked about all that much. So we'll wait and see what happens with that. The Edinburgh results are going to be in around 3 o'clock, 3:30. That's going to be interesting. Okay. We are going to be hearing a little bit from the Bylines Network podcast on the Scottish elections now, I think. So we'll see if that comes.
First of all, there are two distinct things, of course. The SNP are forecast to be the largest single party. There was a poll a few weeks ago which suggested they might get a majority. Most people think that's unlikely, that a majority that would allow them to govern entirely on their own without any support from other parties. They did have a coalition with the Greens just before John Swinney became leader. And that all went wrong, and so that's why Swinney came out of what he was in semi-retirement and became First Minister. And it was a very tense relationship. Some of the Greens, there was the gender politics was pretty high on the public radar in Scotland around a very febrile time. The Greens were great champions of the Gender Equality Act, but other issues with the Greens, I think the SNP found some of the proposals the Greens were trying to push forward just too expensive and wouldn't win public support. But of course, if it comes to it, they'll do a deal. Somebody will do a deal. I mean, you have to see Scottish politics in terms of for the union and against the union. So the parties against the union are the SNP and the Scottish Greens, and the parties for the union are Labour, the Lib Dems, and the Scottish Conservatives and Reform. And that looks like a fairly massive number of people, and it is quite a significant number of people. But the SNP in the past and Labour in the past have done deals with the Liberal Democrats. So, I mean, at the moment, the permutations are quite enormous. I mean, there's even the suggestion that it's possible, if the SNP they do well, but not well enough, that there's talk of Labour and Reform and possibly the Lib Dems getting together to squeeze SNP out of government. Now, that would be absolutely devastating for Labour, I think, in Scotland. I think it would be a massive error. I emailed a Labour MSP the other day there and asked his view, and he said, over my dead body. But you can never quite tell what will happen in politics. So lots and lots of... It looks as if it will be an SNP-run government with help from somebody else, I would think. The big change will be is that all of the polls are forecasting around 20 seats for Reform, roughly the same as Labour. The people who are in even bigger trouble than Labour, of course, are the Scottish Conservatives, who are in danger of being... the Lib Dems had 4 seats at Holyrood this time round, and they're hoping for... I mean, their leaders have been talking about 18. I think that may be a bit fanciful, but they could do well. They could get 10. And you could find that the Scottish Conservatives are down to a bit of a rump. If you take an area like Dumfries and Galloway, for example, the highly rural part of Scotland, traditionally extremely Conservative. Both the Westminster seats there are held by Conservatives, but you've got Reform and the Conservatives fighting for the right-wing vote. There's a possibility that the SNP could sneak through the middle of that, which would be quite fascinating. So it's far from a cut and dried election. I think the issue of who will govern Scotland is probably settled. I wouldn't put money on it necessarily, but all sorts of other things are moving, and of course there are a significant number of ministers whose seats might be in danger. The Greens expect to do well in Glasgow and Edinburgh. and quite a lot of SNP MSPs have retired. So that any strong local group vote for the individual isn't there in all those constituencies. So lots and lots to play for.
Okay, are we back? Yes. So a couple of bits of news. First of all, not very surprising, the SNP have held Aberdeen Central, but then we have something very exciting indeed, very much unexpected, which is that the SNP have gained Shetland from the Lib Dems. Shetland, which has been Lib Dem for as long as many people can remember, has actually gone to the SNP by quite a bit. That is SNP 5,453 votes and the Lib Dems on 3,936. So a big shock there. What we're hearing is that that's due to the fact the Lib Dems put up their council leader as their candidate, and the council is, like councils in many places, not been super popular. So people are not exactly thrilled about that. But yes, this is very interesting also. There we're seeing the Greens on 949 and Reform UK behind them on 725. So that suggests that the presence of these two parties, neither of which was polling as high before, may have squeezed the situation a little bit, maybe squeezed that Lib Dem vote, and actually ended up assisting the SNP with taking that seat. But you know, the 5,453 to 3,936 is quite a substantial gain. I don't think the SNP expected to do anything like as well. So that's very exciting for them. It's certainly the kind of thing that they'll be looking to and feeling hopeful about as they hope to get more seats across the country. It doesn't mean anything yet, of course. We have far too little data to go on, so we can't say if this really points to them being more likely to get that majority that they're after. But I would say that they're going to be very, very happy with that result. Also interesting, what we have there is SNP, Lib Dem, Green, Reform, and then we have Labour. Labour are in 5th place with just 169 votes. That doesn't mean that they're in a massive crisis. We shouldn't read too much into that because it has always been a strongly Lib Dem area, and Labour never seemed like contenders to take it. So that isn't, you know, we weren't going to see a whole lot of people voting for them. But after them, we see the Conservatives on just 137. So yeah, that's definitely an interesting lineup. That is, the Conservatives pushed into 6th place in Shetland. So they won't be too happy, but we'll see how this develops. So we are going to go through now actually to Inverclyde, to Greenock, where we're going to see Will Brown, and he's going to give us an update on what's happening there. Will, what have you got for us? Any news? We don't have sound from you at the moment. Hopefully you can get that in a moment. Are you muted? I don't know if that's you or something in our system.
That is me. I am live from the sunshining Greenock, as you can see.
Okay.
We are, at the minute, we are on lunch. Hello. So we're live from, that was just a lovely person from Greenock. But we are live from the outside. We are on a break at the minute. I believe that they are away from lunch. I've seen many of the candidates out for sandwiches coming to and from the local cafeteria or cafe over there. So I was also told, I don't know, I've been looking into it because I was talking to the police. They were a Reform influencer that was here earlier and was thrown out of the count. So I don't know who that was. I was trying to find out, but they weren't allowed to give me names. So I know of that, but it's looking for a strong SNP. I've been told by aides that have been out and other people.
You think that Reform influencer was someone who was a bit upset by that news then, that maybe they expected to be doing better than they are?
I was told that was very early this morning by the police, so I'm not sure who it was, but I can't see it on any other news, but I will come back to you when I find out anything more about it.
Okay,
but
thank you.
That's all I've got for the minute. I will keep you updated. But I was told within an hour or an hour and a half because everything was set up before we went on lunch, and now it's just a straight count.
So, I mean, we've just heard from Shetland that the SNP have actually taken Shetland by quite a lot. You got any thoughts on that?
Shetland? Isn't the Shetland Northern Islands usually a
Very
Lib
Lib
Dem
Dem,
hotspot?
very, very solidly Lib Dem normally, but this is a substantial gain for the SNP.
That's surprising because it's been Lib Dem for years and years. So is that the only place that has came in just now? Because I've been trying to keep up.
We've just got Kilmarnock and Irvine Valley that's actually come in just now, and that is SNP have held that reasonably comfortably from what I can see at the moment. They're down a fair bit. They're down 12%, but they've still got a sizable lead over the next party. So yeah, we have seen, I mean, that's a case again where Reform may be skewing the vote, shaping the vote without actually winning anything themselves, because we've got Labour, SNP is on 11,919. We've got Labour on 7,458, but then we've got Reform on 5,441. So again, yeah, the SNP hasn't got that large an overall percentage of the vote, but it's a very solid winner.
I believe that with Reform, they're just taking votes away from what would be Labour here. And I did see the Labour MP, Mark McCluskey, the one that goes to Westminster. He has been through and he's given Francesca, like, he's supporting her here. And I have seen Ronnie Cowan also, the ex-minister that was in Westminster also. He's been about and he's given people his support. I was speaking to him earlier, but he said he may come on camera later. But right now it's all about those numbers and the count. So not many people want to interact until the end, I've noticed.
Yeah, so I mean, I think we're going to start to see results coming in very fast now from all over the place. So hopefully we'll get back to you fairly soon with that. I don't know if we've got anyone waiting for us in the studio just now. I'm still waiting to see what's happening with our next guest. So hopefully we'll be able to talk to someone there about what's happening. But maybe we can go back to Glasgow. That will be an interesting place to go to soon, because we're expecting the first Glasgow result fairly soon. Okay, we're going to take a look at the. Oh, do you have something else to say? Go ahead.
No, I was just saying that I was told by the police that it will be an hour. So I will see you in an hour. And if anything else comes up, or if I have any interviews, I will send them in. So good luck with the rest of the day.
Thank you. See you then. Thank you. Okay, so we're going to look at the Parliament graphic now that we have here. I don't know how much we have got to see there. If we're going to cut across in a moment so we can see how things are looking just with the Parliament, the seats that are coming in, because obviously things are starting to shake up a little bit now. So that's 4 SNP and 1 Lib Dem so far. The Lib Dem in Orkney is not a surprise. So we'll see if we're going to start to get more interesting stuff coming in than that. There's nothing else yet. We're still waiting for Airdrie. That's a very strange situation, but yep. So already we're seeing, you know, nothing is exactly in the pattern that we had expected. You get a result list to begin with when you're running something like this. You get sent a list of all the constituencies in order that they're expected to come in. And we've got nothing like that. We can, however, be reasonably confident of the Glasgow and Edinburgh timings, because they like to get a whole lot of results together and then bring things out at the same time, just in terms of how they organise the counts. So that gives us some more clarity. And Glasgow is usually very quick, so they will have all of theirs relatively soon, we think. We're hoping to go to Glasgow soon for some more news from there. In the meantime, still watching these results, still waiting for more information coming through. We have, yep, so far we do just have Shetland, Orkney, Aberdeen Central, and we have Aberdeen Central North, Aberdeen City West, we have Dundee City West. So hopefully some more information soon on that. We are waiting for, we have got some information here from Wales. And that is a very exciting piece of information. We hear that the First Minister, Eluned Morgan, has lost seat. So that's obviously a big deal. We've been wondering if we will see any party leaders go, but to see the actual First Minister out, now we can understand why Labour was saying that they were not expecting to be doing anything with the next government there in Wales. So yeah, that's quite a surprising one. We are still waiting for more things through from Wales. We're expecting the Welsh results to be through moving fast in about half an hour. Yep, sorry, that's the Welsh Tory, the Labour, the Welsh Tory leader is expected to keep their seat. So that's all just now. Sorry, we're just waiting on a few things moving. There's a lot of information that people are telling us that things are about to happen, but nothing's actually happening just yet, so we still have to wait for that. Interesting to see the Labour candidate so confident there about the overall performance when we were down the borders there. Yeah, we will be going to Glasgow soon, I'm just being told. But that's sounding a bit more confident from Labour. It seems that maybe in some places the vote hasn't dipped by that much, but they are just really suffering from the way that Reform is splitting votes overall. We don't know what that's going to result in when it comes to the list, of course, because we could see Reform do well on the list, which is where people expect them to pick up seats if they do. But we could also find that because there's been this sort of what looks like protest voting and spoiler voting, at least some of the time here, that people actually haven't bothered to vote for them on the list, even if they voted for them elsewhere. So it's hard to say how that will go. We are, yep. Oh, we've got, sorry, Patricia in Glasgow standing by right now. So we're going to cut across to her and see what she has to tell us about what's happening there. Patricia, I understand that the count is, we should have results from Glasgow very soon. So what's happening there now? Oh, we can't hear you. I don't know what's going on. Do we have a problem with Patricia's sound at our end, I wonder? Because it was working earlier and she isn't muted, so. No, not our end, apparently, so we don't know what's happening there. Patricia, there seems to be a problem with your sound. Okay, so maybe we can cut to something else just now and we will come back to Glasgow because we don't have... Oh, no, it's working, fantastic.
Right, I don't have microphones, they are not working now, so I'll try my voice. Okay?
Okay, that's good. We can hear you. Nice
So, yeah. So I'm at Glasgow count. It's got cute. Co-caps. Yeah. Thank you very much to be with us. And SNUP is doing very well.
Yes, I'm just looking at the results that are coming in across the country. I think there's a few now that are being declared, and just delighted to see Stephen Gething's been returned on such a huge majority there, which is just fantastic.
That's great, that's great. And what you're expecting for your constituency?
Well, in Glasgow, obviously, we held all the constituency seats last time. We know that it's a very different election down here. There's lots of emerging parties and other parties that have had a resurge as well. So absolutely no complacency. I'm just watching all the ballot papers that are all getting stacked up just now. And it is looking quite tight, I have to say. But I mean, certainly from my sort of like work on the doorsteps and speaking to voters, I think our vote is holding up as well. So it's just, it's too early to tell at the moment. Yes, yeah.
I'll try to chat with you later on, but so far, so good.
So far, we're very, very hopeful. Yeah,
that's great.
absolutely. Thank you. No problem. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, so thank you to have Stuart there. And what can you tell us, Patricia? What else can you tell us from Glasgow?
Well, not much from the past that I was here. Annie's Land, of course, is reaching almost to the time for the results, but nothing much difference from the last time that I was here, just these news from the other constituencies. And then, of course,
What's the general atmosphere like? Are people excited there, waiting for things to happen?
Pardon?
Are people excited though, waiting for things to happen? Do you have a sense of who's expected to win?
They are excited and they are happy actually. I was talking with another member of the Greens and then SNP, and they are really hopeful.
Both groups, even though they're against each other.
The best results actually.
Okay. Okay. Thank you for that.
Okay, you're welcome.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay.
And
see you soon. Bye.
We have, yeah. Bye now. Okay, so still waiting for more results to come through now. But we maybe have some other programming we can go to in the meantime. I'm not sure what's happening with that. Okay, maybe go to another podcast segment at this point, or we can see if we're going to get, again, any of these breaking results, which we keep being told is happening. Okay, we're going to cut through to more of what people have been telling us in Wales, ordinary people, and what they expect to happen. Oh, wait, just 1 minute first. We have a result. We have a result through from Dundee City East. So I can tell you that the SNP have held Dundee City East. They're down 10.4%, but still very, very comfortably in control of that seat. So yeah, that's another good result for them overall. Let's now go to Wales and see what people on the street have to say.
I'm not sure, to be honest with you. I think it would probably give it might have given a clearer result. It might actually put them in power.
It's very difficult to call that because you're trying to second guess what they would have been in the old system, and also because reform in itself wasn't so formed. I think there are things that have happened in the world that have made it easier for reform to find supporters.
I think with the regional MS what we had before, they would potentially pick up quite a lot. I think it would actually be relatively similar. Certainly areas in maybe the south and the southeast where I come from. Okay. And there's certain areas maybe in the north and northeast you would see maybe more reform wins of a constituency. But we have a very different model now. It's kind of spread out everywhere. Nobody really knows how it's going to work. But I think you'd have a different type of politics if you had that sense of I am leading X area. I have one provided first past the post system in Caerphilly or Carmarthen or anything else beginning with C or whatever letter the alphabet.
It's a closed list system. It's very European in one way. I'm half Spanish and I've got Spanish nationality, so I get to vote in some Spanish elections. And I think I'm right in saying it was the regional parliament where I come across this closed list system. And what happens there is that you don't vote for an individual candidate by name. You're presented with a list of candidates and you vote for a party. You might or might not know the names on that list. And especially if they're down at number 4, 5 or 6, they might be quite obscure people. So you are voting for a party rather than individuals. So it really breaks the link between the voter and the candidate or the elected member. Now, when I'm doing this in the Spanish elections, I don't like it. It gives me a bad feeling. I think I'm just endorsing a list that has come from what we used to call smoke-filled rooms. So I think this list has been pre-prepared, and all I'm asked to do is to tick it and put it in this box and not put it in that box. And I haven't got any power over which of those persons actually gets elected. So my guess is that this is going to be the first and last time that we have closed lists. I'm pretty sure that whoever gets in, and the opinion polls are telling us that this won't be a Labour majority, not by any means. It's probably going to be a Plaid Cymru administration in coalition with the Greens, possibly with the Lib Dems. But one of the quirks of the closed list system is that it starts punishing smaller parties quite quickly. So if you're Labour, if you're Plaid Cymru, if you're Reform, regrettably, those are going to get the first round of seats. So there'll be a bit of competition then for the second round. Greens will get those. Lib Dems are likely to be crowded out, and it's looking as if Conservatives could be crowded out as well. So it definitely has a little bit of a bias towards larger parties.
Morning all. So here I am with Graham from the Glasgow region. He's a councillor and I'm from Bylines, Scotland and Independent News. So Graham, tell us how you feel this election will go and your hopes, and in the areas that are really disputable, how do you think it will go?
My hope is that across the country the SNP gets a majority so that we can get moving on a referendum for Scotland to get out of this very dysfunctional United Kingdom. However, Scottish politics is complicated, and obviously the growth of Reform on the right and partly the Greens on the left might impact our result. I think we will win my seat, which is the Easter House of Springburn seat. I'm not standing there myself. I'm supporting Ivan McKee, who's the government minister. But it's looking very close in some of the seats. So the Greens will certainly run us very close in at least two of those seats. The Reform vote is quite strong as well across the region. So sadly, I think it's quite possible that Reform will be the second party. Not by much. It'll be close between them, Labour
and Labour.
But yeah, I'm picking up enough support for them to get two from this region.
Oh gosh.
So that's going to be sad. So I'm not going to get elected. I know that straight away. I'm not going to be elected today because I'm fifth on the party's regional list. So I'm nowhere near being elected myself. However, the party may need to rely on the list vote as well as seats. So we'll either win all 8 seats, in which case that's great, that's a great result, or we maybe only win 6, 7, maybe 5, that's possible. All of these things we don't know yet. But no counting's been done, but what we can say we've just done an exercise called ballot box sampling, and that is by eye you're trying to work
see
out
yes.
What's the approximate support for each party. So I know in this one we're sampling ahead, but what is happening in other seats in Glasgow, the other 7 seats to think about, I can't tell you.
No, let's keep fingers crossed, because it's a bit unbelievable. Reform is reaching the second place, and it's kind of a conservative Reform when we think about the candidates. But
I don't think it's greatly surprising, because basically we've got a UK media which is the dominant media here, which has been basically advertising for them every day for years and years and years and years, pushing this idea that immigration is a problem rather than a solution to problems. So if you've had years of propaganda of that, and then you've got dysfunctional governments in London, and we had a terrible Conservative government for 14 years, which did a lot of damage, a lot of social damage, used racism as its get-out-jail card policy-wise to distract attention from what it was doing wrong. And the Labour government we've had for 2 years has done exactly the same thing. So, of course, racism, in them trying to be more like Reform, just helps to build Reform. And that's a very English thing. It's that it has very much influenced our politics even here. So Glasgow is better in that, and I know that Reform will do much better than it anticipated, but we will win this election. The SNP, the point is that the SNP will win the election. There will be a pro-independence majority. quite sure of that. So between us and the Greens, definitely we will win this election. The question is whether they respect our mandate.
Yeah, a big question.
Will Keir Starmer resign? And if they replace him, who will be the replacement? Will they be just as bad? Possibly yes, because I don't think Labour is learning any of its lessons, because it's alienated its own support base for all the things it did wrong around Gaza, around disability, around the two-child cap, and the attack on pensioners, winter heating. They attack all of their own social base. You can't attack your own social base and get away with that.
Yeah.
They are not apologising. They're not learning any lessons from it. They're doubling down. So I think, unfortunately, they're going to replace him with somebody just as right wing, and which just helps fascism in England. It will end up with England voting reform government in 2029. So we need to get out of the UK before that happens.
Yeah, definitely. Right. Great. Thank you very much. Nice to talk to you.
And in 1997, devolution was also very much part.
Now? Hello. Okay. We're back. So we're just following some of the results here, catching up with some of these, but we don't have anything else in since that result for Dundee City East, which came in just before we went to that interview. That interview, incidentally, was recorded before counting started. So if that sounded a little odd, that's why. But we can confirm again, that the SNP held Dundee City East, so that's one result we have got confirmed. We're probably expecting a lot of them to start moving very fast soon. But in the meantime, we are going to go to Mike Galsworthy. He's going to be joining us here for a discussion of what's happening and what all this means for Scotland's position in relation to Europe. Mike, can you tell me? Dundee City East, so that's one result we have got confirmed. We're probably
Goodness sake.
You all right there, Mike?
Yeah, getting there. Hold on. Oh, it's not. I can see a window, but it's not letting me open. Ah, here we go. I've got to drag it up from the bottom now. Right. Hi, how are you?
Okay. Yes. So we were just saying, you're here to maybe talk a little bit about what's happening today means for Scotland and Wales and the whole of the UK and their position in relation to Europe.
Right. Okay. Well, first of all, I want to say well done on being such a trooper all day long, Jenny. Since 10:30, just powering through. Yeah, pulling it all together to think about how this fits into the pro-Brexit versus anti-Brexit narrative. It's interesting to note that with regard to reform, analysis has been shown that I think this was from Professor Sir John Curtis, that Reform UK are doing really well in the Brexiteerst areas, and the Greens are doing particularly well in the pro-EU areas, to the point whereby it seems to be a defining feature of Reform UK that despite them trying to move on to other topics, to not talk about Brexit, it is the Brexit believers that are still their crowd. So this could be, Reform doing so well could be almost like an extinction burst behavior from the Brexiteers, because this is
relatively, it's down in various constituencies, down a few percentage points, but it's been doing really well in others, and it's taking Shetland as quite remarkable. So there's a bed of support there, which I don't think is going anywhere anytime soon. And that's been the same for Europe, one would expect.
Yeah, the interesting thing there is usually when a party has been sitting, on the country for a long time, people get bored of it and want to shove it off with a pitchfork and get someone else in. The thing is, none of the other parties seem to be offering that which gives the Scots passion in sufficient numbers, so the pro-independent voice is SNPs, but also the pro-EU voice is predominantly the SNPs. And so what are the other parties offering the Scots that get them out of a frustrating rut that they're feeling in under the thumb of Westminster and out in the quagmires and briar patch of Brexit?
I'd say we've got another result through just now, actually, from Scotland, from Carrick, Cumnock and Doon Valley, which is in the South Scotland region. So what we've got here is that the SNP have held the seat, but it's an interesting one because they're actually down 9.8%. Labour is also down, but Reform UK has split that vote. Otherwise, the SNP might have lost that seat. So we've got the SNP on 9,610, Reform UK on 6,988, and Labour on 6,671. It's a really interesting one, I think.
Right. Yeah, I mean, a question to you, because you watch Scottish politics more closely than I do. How do you think Reform are doing in Scotland?
I think they expected to do better. That's my feeling at the moment. I think that they've certainly carved out a presence here, but it's difficult to say how much that's because people don't know where else to go right at the moment. What we've found is we know the SNP are down in their numbers, except where they've been focusing particularly hard. And again, I think the overall result is going to be better for them than they expected, but they're declining in some constituencies. People are going to get bored of a party, as you say, after they've been in government for a long time. So no matter what they do, they were always going to take a hit from that. But I think that the natural party for people to vote for, if they didn't want to vote for the SNP for that reason, but they were generally in that same kind of territory politically, was Labour. And I think that Labour has, despite the vote confidence that we got there from Glasgow, I think Labour is maybe, from the Borders, Labour is maybe struggling a bit much. It's lost voters to Reform more than to any other party. So I think that's where they've made gains. But I think there's still a lot of hope that Labour will pull itself together a bit more, that there have been particular policy decisions recently which have seen it get into this space. And if it starts to come back, maybe that will squeeze Reform out. So it's hard to say how much of a solid vote they've got. It doesn't feel very solid to me, what they've got so far.
Kind of like if the SNP are a somewhat unpopular government, then Labour are an even more unpopular super government. And so they're not in the best place to sort of swap out. And the Lib Dems and Greens aren't really strong enough to come in with an offering in Scotland that would do things much differently, as far as I'm aware. I mean, how do you think the Lib Dems and Greens are faring in Scotland?
Lib Dems in Scotland are kind of a different thing from the way they work in England. The Lib Dems will always hold some territory, I think, in the far north. There are places there where it's the natural thing that you do. There's an election, so you go and put your cross next to the Lib Dem candidate. It's that kind of fundamental to how people think. So I don't see that changing anytime soon. But the problem that they have otherwise is that their vote is very widely distributed, very smoothly distributed across constituencies. So there isn't another area where it's easy for them to make a breakthrough. We expect to see one this time. We expect to see in the north that we expect to see go to them. I would have to look at my list to check which one, because I'm afraid that's gone out of my head just now. But beyond that, that would be Caithness, Sutherland and Ross, of course, might go Lib Dem this time. They're looking very strong there against the SNP. But in general, they can tip the way that the overall thing goes, but they're not, they might be kingmakers essentially, but they're not going to actually be very successful themselves. One interesting possibility is that they will end up on about 4 seats, which is Owen pointed out earlier, is actually a very friendly number if you are a party which is just shy of a majority and want somebody to deal with who doesn't have much leverage. But whether or not they will go with that, I don't know, because they do have their voters elsewhere to consider as well. And I don't know how sympathetic they'd be with that. They've always positioned themselves very firmly as a unionist party, although I find that actually when you talk to Lib Dem voters and Lib Dem members, it's not as solid as all that. So I don't know how that would go. Yeah, sorry, I've just heard that the Western Isles count is in. They've got that's down to 57.1 from 66.4 in 2021. The Western Isles is a place where people take these things very seriously, getting out to vote. So something else, yeah, I mean, we're seeing a lower turnout across a number of places. What we might find is that Reform are getting an increased vote share where the count is lower, so that's something that's advantaging them. It'll be interesting in that case to look at Edinburgh, where the count's actually pretty high. I mean, not huge, it's still around 57%, but that's good for there. So we'll see how they've done comparatively. But yes, sorry, where was I?
We were talking
Yeah,
about
sorry, we're talking about Lib Dems, we're talking about the Greens as well. It's interesting because I think that the Greens maybe are seeing a little bit of a bounce because the success of the Greens in England and Wales, who of course are a separate party, has meant that they're getting more attention, getting more talked about in the
plans that I
mainstream
heard
news.
about, or agreements for the Scottish Greens to rejoin with the Greens of England and Wales. England does, as you say, sort of make the English way of doing politics just feel a bit behind, a bit obsolete in terms of how that works. So, I mean, coming back to the European thing, I mean, British politics overall is becoming more European by dint of all these dynamics, which is fascinating to watch. But in terms of our chances of getting back into the EU, you can see the underlying trend being for more people want to rejoin than stay out, and that gap is growing. And that is partly a proportion of Brexiteers changing their minds, more of them kind of like losing their enthusiasm for Brexit than changing their minds. But then the bigger driving force is, of course, the demographics. There are now more people in this country that voted Remain than voted Brexit 10 years ago. And that has been calculated by Peter Kellner, the ex-pollster of YouGov, and he calculated that for the beginning of the year, that because of the different death rate, there are now more people walking around in this country that voted Remain 10 years ago than voted to leave 10 years ago. But even when you've got, you know, your 63% versus 37% for rejoin, and so you think a referendum would be good, right? And nevertheless, the way that Europe sees it is they've got to think about the political parties as well, because unless that is reflected in the stances of the major political parties in a very stable and comfortable way, then there's always a threat that you could get in Labour and Green coalition, or a Labour, Green, Lib Dem coalition, if you like, into government in 2029. And hooray, you know, it's German style flag politics of 3 different colours, and which flag in the world is that? But the rest of Europe could still say, we're not sure about you coming back, because if you mess things up and then we get to the next election and it's a reform conservative collaboration coming in, then what does that mean for you guys either having rejoined or being on the pathway to rejoin? Is that going to cause a lot of problems for us? So the relationship between what majorities of the public want with regard to the European issue and where the major parties of Labour and Tories are at still has a huge amount of weight in that question. I think should we get to the next general election and Labour have managed to sort of hold on and go into a coalition government with other progressive parties of multiple flavours, then if they start accession talks at that point with the European Union, I think by the time you get to the next election, you know, with all the investment that would bring into the country in terms of, you know, being on the pathway, it would be a mad Conservative Party to say, no, we want to go against business, we want to pull the plug on all these accession talks, or we realise there's been a referendum, but we want to undo it. I think the Tories, who are pragmatists, would embrace that. And I also think because of the change in demographics over time, with the Brexiteer pool just getting smaller and smaller and smaller, by that stage they wouldn't. But there's some fine gambling balances in all of that, and so I also think that the smaller that the Conservative Party shrinks now, because we haven't talked much about the Conservative Party, the most successful party in British history is just a no-show at this election. It's fascinating. But the smaller they shrink, the more agile they're actually able to become. Because
I've wondered if we were going to see the Conservatives actually adopt a more pro-European stance, because they need to create some clear blue water between them and Reform, if you'll excuse the accidental pun there.
I mean, they really hurt themselves badly after the Brexit referendum when Theresa May came in and invited a much bigger Conservative membership from everyone that had voted Brexit, and basically invited all the UKIPers in, who came in and pretty much took over at a local level, to the delight of Aaron Banks, who was helping encouraging it. And then they've been saddled with the sort of the mad side of Brexit at the local level ever since. Now, it could be the case that a lot of those people have decided to pick up their suitcases again and go off to reform, leaving, you know, the local parties freer of them, at the same time that they've lost Jenrick and Suella Braverman to reform, which I know that a lot of the old Conservative Guard internally were glad to see them go. It gives them more breathing space, and it gives them more ability to pivot further down the line. But the more that lot of thinking decides to go over to reform, the more the old traditional middle ground pro-business Conservatives start saying, you know what, it shouldn't just be the Labour Party in the centre ground, and they're not holding the centre ground particularly well because people are very disenchanted with them across the board. There's an opportunity to come in here and have a pro-business voice. And then people are going to be saying to them, yeah, but that pro-business voice needs to be pro-labour force movement and our own local market and reducing trade frictions and all of this kind of stuff too. In which case I can see them making that move. And with the Conservative Party, because they're so pragmatic, that flip could happen very quickly, but you just don't know until it happens. There's a Conservative group called Prosper that was set up a few months back with some of the old pro-EU Guard, and they're all pro-EU people. And apparently they are well funded and they've got a competent staff team, and they're starting off working very hard on just the fundamentals of the economics that they believe in, which is all this kind of stuff. But I'm sure there's lots of machinations and movements going around in the deep, deep basements under the Conservative Party, thinking about where their long-term survival and continuity is based. And it's got to be in the younger Tories that I know are much more pro-European. Young Tories, what young Tories exist, are much more pro-European. And if the Conservative Party is smart, it will take the opportunity of some eyes off it to actually think about what is their exciting offering for young people coming through. And it's got to be about those personal freedoms, the business, the entrepreneurial spirit, the workers not shirkers kind of mentality, but all within the Thatcherite view of business and entrepreneurialism.
Yeah, we actually have a result through.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, we have the result through just now. We have confirmed that John Swinney, the SNP leader, has held his seat in Perthshire North. This is an interesting one because the SNP is down by a little bit, not as much as elsewhere. And obviously, there's anywhere that there's a leader, there's usually a little bit of a bounce effect from that. They're down by 4.1%. The Conservatives, who are in second there, are down by 11.3%. And Reform has just turned up there. Reform has 4,620 votes to the Conservatives 10,171. So that's interesting there, where Reform would seem to probably have hurt the Conservatives on that one.
How do people think John Swinney is doing as a leader himself, regardless of the SNP and how they're doing overall? John Swinney is a leader.
That's a tricky one, isn't it? Because I think that there is a general feeling when John Swinney came in that he was a placeholder and that something more dynamic was going to emerge in due course.
Safe pair of hands, yeah.
But yes, this election, he's actually been working really hard. He's been out and about every day doing lots of campaigning, but there's been very little coverage of it. And I think that's because there was this sense that within the media that the SNP was maybe a wee bit of a spent force, and that there wasn't anything exciting to say about them because we all know what they're going to do, what they're going to say, because they've been around for so long. So he was struggling to make headway like that.
Yeah.
But obviously
They're not the insurgent force anymore. They're the incumbent force now, and so it actually does make sense when you switch roles to actually find people that reflect that role. If you had a rager and a ranter, people would be quite exhausted with the SNP at this stage.
I think it's worked. The way things are going has worked quite well for him. But it is interesting to see him in that position, because I think that at the same time he's not generally seen as somebody who's going to lead the SNP anywhere particularly dynamic. But there's that question of, because a lot of people certainly within the SNP are saying that they want to have a more exciting, maybe younger leader to lead them towards independence, and that they don't feel it's going to happen under Swinney. But at the same time, what we've found is that there is another element among Scottish voters who are much more comfortable, frankly, more comfortable when it's a man. And I think Nicola Sturgeon always suffered for that, despite her very effective work as a politician in other ways. And that a lot of people feel safe with John Swinney in a way which, whilst it doesn't give you that dynamic energy, might actually help the SNP work towards its goals like that, depending on what he's up against in terms of lack of cooperation from down south, shall we say. But yes, I have a little bit of news from down south as well. That is, Reform seem to have taken control of Suffolk Council now.
Correct.
What does that mean? I mean, I don't know much about Suffolk. How surprising is that?
Well, I was just thinking, we have our editor-in-chief at East Anglia, Bylines, Anna Damsky, and she's always saying, well, I live in an interesting part, don't I? Because I've got both Nigel Farage and Rupert Lowe on my turf. So I think East Anglia is a really interesting battle zone. It's the east coast of England, isn't it? That was the most Brexity vote, and it seems to be embedded with. It's a different dynamic from the Red Wall, right? The Red Wall has got one dynamic, and East Anglia seems to have a different dynamic. I don't know the local dynamics in Suffolk very well, but it's certainly a battleground that I don't think people understand very clearly. All of the East Anglia stuff, it doesn't feature as large in politics as the battle zones of London or the West Country or Scotland or Wales or the North, the Red Wall. It's one of those odd places.
So we're going to bring in another of our guests just now, Sadia Sikander, who's going to be telling us a little bit about what's been happening. She's been at the count in Glasgow, but also has some general thoughts, I think, on what's been happening elsewhere in the country. If you want to stick around, Mike, I'm sure we can all chat about this. So sorry, nothing else new here. So go on. Sadia, how are you doing?
Hello, it's me, Sadia. It's live from...
You're sideways, so you might want to turn your phone around.
Count, and I'm with Bylines, Scotland, and you can see that clapping behind me because Lib Dem just won the first seat from Scotland, and you can see that lots of results they are coming forward, and more people.
So we just
more people. Then you can see that the more and more results they are coming, the more energetic you can see the response from all the supporters and the candidates. And we arrive over here around 8:30 in the morning. Since then, a lot of things has been going on. We see a lot of positive response from the Green and SNP. They both are really hopeful that they will secure some seats. And SNP also, we spoke with Graham Councillor, and he said to us that they are hoping that they can able to secure many seats as possible across the Scotland. But the result is still are holding, and we can see that the SNP so far now have won the 7 seats, and there are a lot of results they have been coming forward from the other areas, which we are waiting for the response. And all the candidates, they have been arrived. Behind me, you can see that Anna Server is present with his wife, and there's still counting going on from the south side.
We just have to actually, and it's so
South side, there are a lot of voters who have participated from the south side of Glasgow, and Glasgow, Calvin and Maryhill. There seems to be a really tough competition between the Glasgow, Cathcart and Pollock, because there is a Zangani who replaced the Hamza Yusuf seat, and then the opposite is Anna Server. And then Maryhill, from the Maryhill and Calvin, we can see that there is a tough competition again between the SNP and the Labour, and also the Green candidate. Green candidate, they are really hopeful that if they will lose, it will be might be a minor difference, but the most of them, they're hopeful and really positive. We see them really positive energy around this area, and we can just wait for the result because it's just a pre-assumption, but there are a lot of things and a lot of results forward. Then we can see more and more final what the people they voted and what the people they believing and whom party they have been supporting and which candidate, and you will see, and then we will update you further with everything. And there's still counting. You can see that going on from the south side. You can see that behind my back.
Yes.
And some people, they're still waiting for the results, and we will keep updating you everything. We can see that many politicians and from the Labour, they have been walking behind my back, and they're just waiting for their constituency results. And I spoke to some candidates, and they have been really positive from the Labour and SNP and Green, and they said they really did work hard. We have seen that, especially the new candidates. They bring a really new energy, a new atmosphere, new wave in the politician of the Scottish political, the
I just want
movement,
to
which
pause
we
you for a
have not
second.
seen in the past 4 years.
I just
So
want to
we
say
are really
goodbye to
hoping
Mike because
that
he has to head off.
upcoming years, this shit will keep moving, and the more and more young people will more come forward to stand forward for the anything which is going on wrong, because the young people especially doesn't want to accept anything which is bringing by the I can see the old typical movements and the policies, and they want to say that we are not going to accept such policies and action which they have certain candidates and politicians which we were expecting they should take, which they have not taken, and it's anger many people from the local areas. And then you can see that the different result from the different areas, and some of the result will be really surprising. And we have seen that recently one Left Hand candidate, he won the seat, and I can show you now the ballots has been in the process of giving us a final decision about the Calvin and Maryhill constituency, and they will announce that any soon, and then we will tell you more update in just upcoming hours. Just let's hope and wait for the best, and we can just only pray and best. We can only just pray and best for the hope of the betterment of the Scotland, because what people they believe and what they hold between the right and wrong, they have done that, and now we can see that what mostly people they believe and think, and we are seeing that there is a good start going on for the SNP, and they have been really happy and really positive, and we can see that really. Patricia.
Now, what I found that it was interesting, actually, a wee while ago when the main media was here, the candidates were tending to pass through quickly. And photographers from lots of media as well, they were straight going to Greens and the SNP. So that was interesting. But then, of course, now we saw everyone grabbing Labour.
I can see that they were giving a lot of hype to reform, because we have seen that reform, they have created a very negative environment and atmosphere in our surroundings, which can create a lot of division and hatred among the people. And this is how they use the political immigration, they use the immigration topic as a political shift, so that people, they start thinking about to give them a vote, but they forgot that what the reform policies they are bringing, it's a totally going wrong for the betterment of the Scotland.
Yeah, and I think, to be honest, the fight at Anna Sauer's constituency is going to be strong between Labour and Reform from the ballots that we could see. And I'm not going to say what I saw, but the fight is going to be, I think it's going to be a small difference when the results come.
Mm-hmm. So well, we can see that one more declare from Edinburgh, one more victory has been declared.
Mm-hmm. Yes, I've heard that Aberdeen D-side and North Kincardine has been
the whole more held from there.
Yeah, that Stephen Flynn.
Sorry, cannot hear you.
Oh, we have heard that Stephen Flynn has kept his seat in Aberdeen D-side and North Kincardine.
We are still waiting for John Sweeney. He has not arrived yet.
That could have gone Conservative.
Yes, he has not arrived yet. John Sweeney.
Okay. Okay, yes. So we do have Stephen Flynn has kept his seat. That was one that could have flipped. So the SNP will be very happy about that.
Sorry, Jenny, we cannot hear you.
We cannot hear you. Can you just type a message?
I don't know if you will be able to see. But yeah, I just wanted to let people know that the people who are watching know that that Stephen Flynn has held his seat in Aberdeen Eastside and North Kincardine. And also we have some news from Wales. We understand that there is a recount on the 6th seat in Caerphilly, which will be interesting. It could be very, very close. We're told that there are about 100 votes in it, so we don't know which way things will go there.
There are a lot of reform politicians and candidates. We can see that they have arrived and they have been busy talking with each other. There is hardly any spotter present over here. They are over here. Okay. SNP and the Labour.
Just one more announcement. Perthshire South and Kinrossshire has gone to the SNP electoral. They're holding that rather.
With the ballot.
Okay, is something happening now there? We got the ballots moving?
So
they are still hoping for the results. And I noticed one more thing. The media, I don't know why, they're just prioritizing certain media should not be biased. They should give equally screen timing, and every political party, which people they are taking more side by giving more screen time and more hype to certain candidates and political party. What do you think, Patricia?
Yeah, no, I agree with that.
Yeah.
Maybe you can seek out some of the smaller political parties.
Some of the media, they're present from the very early morning, and they're still over here. They're updating everything live and up to date, updating everything and giving their representative newspaper and channels all the updates and everything. And we are over here also from the early morning, and the counting has started 9 o'clock. And the media, they gave a very warm welcome to Holly from the south side, and also from the Glasgow North, and also the same hype they gave it to some of the candidates from the Reform. But I wish they should give respect to all the candidates, those who serve on their seats, on their respective areas from long time, and they had done really good. It does not matter they will re-elect or not, but they had served a certain time with their on their seats and with this country, and they deserve, I think, much respect than those who are standing new. Do you want to add anything more?
I don't think so. I think we are up to date. We are just eager waiting for the Iceland results, but then they have to check what happened with those ballots that were doubtful. And
Okay.
two regions already with doubtful ballots, so we just have to wait and
There will be a tough competition between certain areas. I can tell you that it is the Pollock, Cathcart, Southside, and Maryhill and Culwin. There is a very, very tough competition because last polling results was saying SP is a little bit leading in both areas, but we still see how it's turned out on the final day and after the voting. We're still waiting for the results and what the people they have supported more candidate. Will keep updating you some everything.
Okay, we'll come back to you when you have a result breaking there then. Thank you very much for your time. Okay. And just to repeat what came in earlier, we do have a result from Perthshire South and Kinrossshire that's been held by the SNP. That's significant because they could have lost that to the Conservatives. But interestingly, while the SNP are down 5.3%, the Conservatives are down 14.7%. So they have not made an impression on the people of Perthshire South and Kinrossshire. That's an interesting one there. Okay, and we're expecting another guest in 3 minutes. So just to go over the rest of what we had in there as well, we have heard from Aberdeen Deeside and North Kincardine that was held by the SNP. Again, they're down a bit. They're down sort of 6 to 10% across a lot of constituencies that we've seen where they haven't been making a specific focused effort. But they'll be glad to have that one because that's Stephen Flynn, and that means that that was one they were worried about losing to the Conservatives. So both of those could have gone Conservative, stayed SNP. That's going to be giving the SNP some confidence. But of course, at the moment, we are looking mostly at holds. So until we start seeing some gains, besides that astonishing one in Shetland, we don't really know what the outcome of all this is going to be. Just in Perthshire North as well, we had just before that, that's a hold for the SNP as well. So we need to, if they're going to get the majority that they're still hoping for, we're going to find out relatively soon, I think. Here we are looking at the graphics so we can see how this is starting to fill out. Still obviously a long way from 65, but so is everybody else. So that doesn't tell us anything at this stage. So we will wait and see what's going to happen with that. Again, sort of a mixed picture across the country. We do, however, have our first result from Edinburgh. That's Edinburgh Eastern, Musselburgh and Tranent. That has gone to the SNP. That's an SNP hold again. Again, the SNP are down a bit. So is Labour, but Reform has got 4,120 votes there. So they seem to have squeezed the opposition vote. The Lib Dems are actually up. They're up 6.5%, so they will be happy about that. And there was no Green candidate, I don't think, standing in that constituency. So it's less surprising that that's worked out the way it has. I don't think we have anything else from Edinburgh just now, but Edinburgh, we understand it has, again, the turnout in Edinburgh is fairly good as Edinburgh goes at about 57%. And Edinburgh, we understand, that has there's 387,353 people registered to vote there. So you can do the maths yourself. I understand that they used 1,555 pencils to get all the votes drawn out there. But they're expecting to have all their results through in the next hour or so. We actually weren't expecting any Edinburgh results yet, so that's quite exciting getting that one in early. We still do not know what has happened to Airdrie. That's a mystery. That was supposed to be our first vote that we got in, our first results, nearly 3 hours ago now. So that's a bit of a surprise. And yeah, we look at the Parliament graphics there. I don't think we've got anything else coming through quite yet, but there is a lot happening. It is starting to change. So yeah, that Edinburgh East of Musselburgh Tranent result again. The SNP is on 14,083 there, and Labour is on 9,097. So fairly comfortable for the SNP, despite them being down a bit. And that seems to be the situation everywhere. It's not that they were doing terribly before. Okay, just finding out what's happening with the next person. It's not that they were doing really badly. It's that they were they had enough of a majority around the country beforehand, that they're actually able to sit on that quite comfortably, even though they're losing votes. And of course, we don't know how the votes will break down another time, because we can't really tell what's going to happen with reform at another election now. It's still too early to see how solid their vote is and what's happening with that, and whether indeed the party will tear itself apart as different factions fight, which we've seen in similar parties before. So I wonder if we can, we're going to bring back Gareth just now, because of course we have some interesting things happening in Wales, like that recount in Caerphilly. So Gareth Roberts, perhaps you can pop in just now and tell us about that.
As yet, what is interesting is there's no news as yet. What is interesting is that it all turns out on the 6th seat.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think you can see me, but I'll
we can't see you. There you are. Right.
We are, right. It all turns out on the 6th seat. Because of the funny different system and the halving and the quartering and whatever, all the mathematical fortunes is, it seems to be that there is only 100 votes between Reform and Labour for the 6th seat. So, announcing the results yet, because they can't do until all the 6 seats have been allocated. And I think this is a pattern that's going to be repeated in several constituencies in Wales. Blaenau Gwent is another one. There's even mention in the Anglesey, the Ynys Môn and Bangor, Conwy constituency, that this will happen there as well. And there it looks as if this is the rumours that are reaching me, 3 Plaid, 2 Reform, and the 6th seat could either be Reform or Labour. Now that's a bit of a surprise, because this area covers 2 parliamentary constituencies. Plaid Cymru, which is held as Anglesey at the moment. Anglesey has always been very interesting, by the way, because it's been held in turn by the Liberals, Labour Party, Tories, and Plaid Cymru. So you can't trust people from Anglesey to vote as you predict, because we live on an island, you see, so we think we're particularly special. You do realise that it's only the 2 bridges that are stopping the rest of the mainland from drifting away, you see. Now, we do depend on those 2 bridges, and we have good links along the A55 up to Llandudno. But on the other hand, it is a bit worrying that people can't work out exactly what the situation is going to be for all 6 seats. The other thing is that we don't know the candidates. That is, I happen to know 3 candidates out of 6 in one particular party, because I know them. But there's no sort of recognisable figurehead, apart from, say, you've got somebody like Rhun ap Iorwerth, who's the figurehead for the party, in addition as to being figurehead for the constituency.
I just want to pause you for a moment. We have a key result, and just now we have just heard that the SNP have held Banffshire and Buchan Coast. That was considered to be the most likely seat for Reform to take in Scotland. So that's quite a surprise, and probably a lot of people say it's good news that the SNP have managed to hold on to that just tightly. So, sorry, go back to what you were saying.
It's interesting. There's a discussion on one of the TV channels at the moment, asking whether the situation for the Labour Party is catastrophic. The person said very catastrophic. They were hoping for about 12%, and that's pretty sad, isn't it? 12% of the electorate. It looks as if it could well be 5 or 6%. It could well be 5 or 6%, which means that most of the ministers in the previous Welsh government will lose their seats. But we'll see. No results as yet. So everybody is still optimistic for their own particular party.
Everything seems to be running a bit later than expected here. We were expecting to have a lot more results in Scotland by now. And I can confirm with that Banffshire and Buchan Coast result that we are talking about 264 votes. That's what the SNP beat Reform by, just, so it's really tight. But with a fair showing from the Conservatives, actually, despite losing 21.5%, we're still on 6,348. So that sort of shaped it, I think. Yes, I mean, it's interesting seeing what's happening in Wales. Everyone said that, oh, this is going to be a daytime count, who does daytime counts, so this is boring and whatever. But at this rate, it seems like we might be here all night anyway, just waiting on all of your recounts.
Yes, I wish I could understand the mathematics of it. I know the principle, yes, the halving of this and the rest of it. But really, I need somebody to point it out and to explain to me in detail. But one thing is certain, it's 53% turnout in Wales. Now that's good, because we haven't had that high turnout since devolution for what was an assembly election, which is now a parliamentary Welsh Parliament election. So that's good.
Partly because it's been talked about as such an exciting election with so much potential for change that people were coming out in bigger numbers.
Yes, I think so. There has been renewed interest. The other thing is, it seems to me in some places where people were tempted to vote reform, it might be the message, vote Plaid to keep reform out, might have resonated with some. But the other thing, of course, is that reform generally appealed to older voters. Older voters probably have turned out, but some of them will not have turned out for the election, and their vote might be lower. But
what was the weather like in Wales yesterday? Because I know that has a big effect on how many older voters can make it out.
Well, I don't know, but they're trying their best. And at the moment, in the count that the leader of reform is going around with a broad smile. But as we know, it's very uncertain, lots of speculation, but nothing says definite as such.
Okay, we've just heard another Edinburgh results coming. We have Midlothian North, Edinburgh and Lothian's East region. That is another SNP hold. Again, they're down 10.1%. They've been dropping like that in a lot of places, but they have comfortably held off Labour, which is also down minus 1.2%. Reform comes next with 4,506 votes, but what we see then is the Lib Dems have actually gone up 4.9%, so they're doing really well. Both Reform and the Lib Dems seem, looking at this roughly speaking, to have taken quite a bit from the Conservatives, who are down considerably as well. So I guess that's balanced out that way. So sorry, just to update on that. We don't have much coming through yet. We were expecting to have stuff more from Wales. I've also just heard that Labour has gained the Western Isles from the SNP. So first gain for Labour. That's quite a surprise. I don't know how familiar you are with any of our Scottish stuff like that.
Well, it sounds as if you're having an interesting time in Scotland as well, doesn't it?
I mean, nothing apart from anything else, nothing is coming through when it was expected to. So that rather suggests that some of the voting patterns themselves might be different. That people, there are higher turnouts in some places and lower turnouts in others. So people are approaching this differently. And I know that there's been talk of recounts in a couple of places. But yes, interesting to hear what's happening in Wales generally. I mean, we expected to start getting Welsh results by about 2 o'clock, so it is odd.
Yes, in fact, and possibly the first one about 1:30 in more industrialised areas, where the distances between the stations and so on, where the count will be easier. But in fact, because of this new complicated system, it sounds as if that is causing a problem. And the problem, I think, is people don't know the candidates. So I don't think we'll have some kind of proportional representation next time. But I'm not so sure if it'll be this kind of system.
And I'm thinking that with the geology of Wales, the same way we have in the Highlands here, it kind of creates a lot of small communities where people are not necessarily circulating that much beyond the community just because it's harder to get about. So then you have very close relationships to your local representatives, don't you? And that creates a situation where you need that kind of bond when it comes to voting.
You normally expect a candidate to live in the constituency and to see him. He's the person you see in the shops. He's the person you see around town. Now, there are some constituencies here which are as big as some of the Scottish constituencies. So earlier this morning is almost 100 miles, I think, from one end of one constituency to the other. And the nature of the new constituencies are unpredictable. Previously, you could say, oh, this is a rural, Welsh-speaking area, or this is industrial or post-industrial area, solid labour, etc. But now, because they rearranged the constituencies, sometimes it makes sense the way that they've been rearranged. But then there have been sort of border changes between some of the constituencies as well. So you will find that you've got seaside towns, you've got industrial towns, you've got Welsh-speaking areas, non-Welsh-speaking areas, and rural areas. So that it's very difficult to work out what the makeup. They don't have a natural coherence, whereas, for example, Anglesey would have some kind of natural coherence. It's largely Welsh-speaking, sort of 57-60% Welsh-speaking. We do have a lot of incomers in, and they're very important, and they're a welcome part of the community. But on the other hand, you do feel that there is a sense of community in Anglesey. Then Bangor, which is that was Rob Davis who's phoning me at the moment. I don't know if he's got any news. Do you want to try?
We just have
try
another result through here, which is just to say there's another Edinburgh one. That's Edinburgh Southwestern. That's another SNP hold. So Edinburgh is at the moment proving more stable than was expected. But sorry, you were just saying?
I was just wondering whether you wanted to talk to somebody else at the moment.
Oh, sorry, we're expecting our next person in about 9 minutes. So are you happy hanging around for 9 minutes, telling us a bit more about what's happening now?
Hoping that I'll have news for you.
Yeah, well, we're hoping to have a lot more to say by this point. It's still a mystery.
Right. Well, I'm talking to somebody, aren't I? Am I talking to Rob at 3 o'clock? Rob Davis is on the phone with me at the moment. And
Okay.
is he due to be on at 3 o'clock as well?
I don't know who's coming in right at the moment. Nobody's been telling me anything. I think we're having John Scott at 3 o'clock, who's apparently the funniest man in Scotland, but we'll find out.
Okay, well, it looks as if Rob is going to be online. Now, he's interesting because he's sort of, he's Swansea. So that's South Wales, obviously. Swansea is a big city, and it's sort of industrial, post-industrial, all kinds of interesting things there. So sure it'd be more interesting to talk to than me.
Okay. Well, if you're wanting to get away, that's fine.
Oh, I'm only going away so that I can sort of, I've been tapping my sources to see what the rumours are.
Yes, I understand.
They're more reticent than they normally would be, which suggests that the situation is quite tight.
Yes. I think just these late results in general tend to point towards that across a lot of places.
What will happen, don't you? All the results will come at the same time.
Almost certainly.
Yeah, and we won't be able to keep up with them. Yeah.
Okay, well, thank you for your time just now anyway. Yeah.
Back soon.
We'll see what's happening. Thank you. Bye. Okay, so we are still waiting for more of the results. We thought we'll probably have some more through from Edinburgh soon, because Edinburgh said their results will be through about 3. They've actually got them through early. They seem to be moving along quite well there. So it's so far, Edinburgh is mostly just staying SNP, and we thought that, I mean, there's been a 3-way battle there between the SNP and Labour and the Greens, with a strong Lib Dem showing in a couple of seats. So we thought we might see more from there. But that result in the Western Isles is surprising as well, with Labour taking the Western Isles from the SNP. It's difficult to say what that's about up there. Again, all the islands tend to be quite focused on individual candidates and people who they know well. So it's probably something like we've had in Wales, just with people there who, they're voting for somebody who they feel is part of their community. Does Anglesey behave separately like an island in that way, or is it more of a...
Quite unpredictable, you see. I mean, it currently has a applied MP. It's currently had a representative in the Senate who is Rhys Yorwerth, who is the leader of Plaid Cymru. Previously, we had a Conservative MP because of the Boris bounce in 2019. We've had Labour before that, and we've had Plaid as well. So you can't really predict what's going to happen in Anglesey, because we are a unique opportunity, in a unique community.
Mm-hmm.
They're meeting strands. You've got rural, you've got seaside, you've got agriculture, you've got industry now. It used to be Fantasy Island, you see, Anglesey, because I live in Llanfair Pwllgwyngyll, Gogerchwyn, Drobod, Llantysilio, Gogogoch, you see.
Mm-hmm.
And that is the village. And we get 250,000 visitors every year. And
Just
they all
suppose
get
next to the sign?
Pardon?
Just suppose next to the train station sign?
Oh, yes, they'll go click like that. And sometimes you offer to hold their cameras so that they can be included in the photo.
Mm-hmm.
We get a quarter million visitors. So it's also very important as a route to Ireland.
Mm-hmm.
The only main road that we have is the A55, which goes all the way from Chester to Holyhead. Now it's a dual carriageway. It's not a motorway, but we get 300 trucks a day going backwards and forwards to Ireland.
Mm-hmm.
And there are certain times when the Britannia Bridge, which is the main road bridge, there's also the traditional suspension bridge, which is in Menai Bridge, but that is undergoing repairs and is closed quite often.
Mm-hmm.
And the other worry is that, in fact, when the weather is poor, the main Britannia Bridge is also closed. Now, over the Britannia Bridge, it's only two lanes, one each way.
Mm-hmm.
So I know, for example, I have a little app, and it tells me when the ferries have arrived in Holyhead. So I know that I shouldn't go out or try to cross the bridge for within the next half hour. And also, I know that it's going to be busy crossing the bridge to Bangor for anything between 20 to 9 and 10 past 9. And similarly, there's no point in coming back anything between 4:30 and 10 past 5. But we actually need better communication, and it's something that was promised but then taken away.
Mm-hmm. We're actually going to go over to Edinburgh now, to Naji Sard, who's waiting for us to tell us about what's been going on there. Ooh, but I've just seen that my own constituency has declared. I'm in Paisley, and that's an SNP hold. But yes, hello, Naz. What can you tell us about what's happening in Edinburgh?
Hi, so in Edinburgh, I'm here at the count and I've been talking to a number of people.
Mm-hmm.
The candidate seems quite nervous depending on which party. Some of them, the Scottish Greens, for example, seemed very enthusiastic because they feel like they're doing better. And it's
Mm-hmm.
true that walking around the streets of Edinburgh, it's about the only party that I've seen signs and homes for. I'm here right now with
Rob Pownell. I'm an independent candidate standing in Edinburgh Central. And I'm running on a single issue, and that single issue is to end the Google hunt, an archaic activity where a group of men travel to a remote Scottish island every year to bludgeon gannet chicks to death. It's got no place in a modern Scotland, so I'm running to raise awareness, and I'm running to call on all major parties and the future government of Scotland to make it illegal and to end the Google hunt for good.
Okay.
Thank you so much. So there's all the major parties are there, but there are some independent ones as well. And I can see quite a few. I mean, people are still nervous, still anxious, waiting for the results. One of the people I talked to, who's a candidate from the Scottish Greens from the Leith area, he said that he's pretty sure that he's not going to win, but he's interested in standing up and defending his party and making sure that people come out to vote.
Mm-hmm.
People have been a little bit listless, according to the people that I've talked to here in Edinburgh. There's been a kind of a general apathy about voting this time. Probably people are disappointed, but that's the general feeling I get.
Okay, that's interesting.
I guess
we heard turnout was not too bad, it's about 57%.
Yes, surprisingly. So I think that's what's surprising them, is like they said, yes, up to yesterday, they felt there was a certain apathy, that people were not that enthusiastic about it, but they've been like surprised by seeing people come out. So that's made a lot of their nervousness, is like they were not expecting the turnout that they had.
I'm just briefly going to go to a result here. We've just heard from Cowdenbeath in the Mid Scotland and Fife region. The SNP have held that. What's interesting is that the SNP votes dropped there, the Labour votes dropped there, but Reform have come in at 17.4%, which is a remarkable result for a new party. But okay, just to let you know about that. We had a few results through from Edinburgh earlier, which we didn't expect. Is that something happening there now?
So I just got here a little while ago. So the Edinburgh Centre results were just announced recently. So apparently that held as well. So yeah, but so far there's not been very many results as yet.
Okay, and what's the sort of general thinking at the count? Are there any rumours about who's likely to take things?
Not that I've been able to get so far, but again, like I said, I just got here a little while ago. So
Sure.
I'm still trying to get more information from people and try to see how. Right now, I think it's too early to tell. I think the newcomers, parties like the Greens or Reform, feel like they're the challengers to the two main parties. You know, like to the bigger parties. They're the new ones. So you can sense like whatever they win, they're enthusiastic about. Like any presents that they get, they're you know, that's good for them. And then you have the main parties like the SNP, Labour, the Tories. I mean, those are people who are suffering. They're the ones who are leaking the voters to these newcomers.
No, that's
so yeah, there's
happened all across Scotland. We've seen those votes going down for the bigger parties.
Yeah, so those are I think that's why you see this enthusiasm on the new party side, but you also see that kind of anxiety on the established parties.
Okay, well, thank you very much for filling in, and let us know when something's happening there. We'll be happy to cut back to you and see what's going on.
All right, thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Okay, bye. We are now going to be joined by John Scott, who's a comedian who has been previously a member of the SNP, or in fact was a member of the SNP. I don't know if he still is, but he was a member before it was fashionable, he says. He has also been described as the funniest man in Scotland. So, John, are you ready for us? Hello, John.
Hi, how are we doing?
Hi. So what do you think of what's been happening so far today?
Well, I'm only just tuning into some of it just now. So that's Newport in Wales, just gone to Reform as well, which has surprised me. I thought Plaid Cymru might be in with a chance of taking that. There are a couple of thousand votes behind them. I think it's a Labour stronghold, and I think that 10,000 votes between Labour and Plaid Cymru have allowed Reform to come through. But overall, I don't know what's happening up in Scotland. I don't think Reform have taken anything in Scotland yet, have they?
They haven't, no. Their most likely seat, they just that was held on to just by the SNP.
I saw that.
We think they'll be getting seats on the list. But what's interesting is that in seats where they haven't they haven't won anything, but they've had quite a strong presence in a few, so that's going to knock their list score down effectively. So it'll be interesting to see if they might end up in that awkward middle ground where they haven't got constituency seats, but their lists are not that great either.
Right, yeah. I mean, nothing's really surprising me here, Jenny. I live in the north of England, Labour heartlands, and I've just watched every voice. I speak to people. I'm very much of the attitude, I don't get in people's faces, especially I'm a working class myself, and I mean a lot of working class voices going over to Reform. I mean, give you an example of how bad it is my wife comes from a former mining town called Wheatley Hill, right? And it is union jacked up to the roof, this place, and there's barely an immigrant in the town. It's just a village. But the Reform candidate councillors have been going down to the working man's club and speaking to everybody most weeks, and nobody showed up from any of the other parties. So, and Reform have been quite effective at actively recruiting activists, grassroots activists and support from both the left and the right in this entire region. And so they're getting on people's doorsteps much more effectively than any of the other parties are doing. People feel listened to by them. They feel ignored by the mainstream politics. And I think it's an anger vote. That's coming. I just like people voting Reform out of spite rather than anything else. Like but they're a great party to elect in a spiteful way.
And the question there is if that's going to be sustained, isn't it? If that's actually going to be a vote that they can hang on to anywhere in Scotland or Wales, or if at a general election.
I know. It's a genuine anger vote. I think that whoever forms the next government in Britain come this next general election, whether it be left or right, it'll be a rainbow coalition of either the left or the right. I think we're heading the same way as Europe, and maybe that's not such a bad thing as well. It might temper some things a little bit, but I'm not surprised at all by what I'm seeing happening.
We have just heard that the SNP has taken Eastwood from the Conservatives, so that's Jackson Carlo no longer in the Parliament in Scotland.
Wow. Okay.
Just coming through that, which probably, ironically, the Conservatives might actually be quite relieved, because that means they're less likely to lose their leader. He'll probably get in on the list, Russell Finlay.
Right. Yeah. I mean, my political history is so. I've lived in Newcastle for 20 years now, but I mean, I was an SNP member in 1990, way before it was trendy. So I mean, my thoughts on it's hard. I'm out of touch with Scotland, and we don't get really a lot of Scottish news down here. Do you feel this might push another referendum to the fore? What's happening in the UK just now?
I think that if we start to see Reform looking like they could win a general election, or be a strong presence after a general election, I think that will push a lot of people in Scotland towards independence, of sort of the kind of people who liked the status quo and didn't like the idea of independence because of that. They won't like the idea of Reform either. Absolutely. So that probably does tip it a little bit. But we'll have to see what happens with that, because I mean, obviously the SNP is hoping to get a majority today. They've mostly had pretty good results, apart from losing the Western Isles to Labour. So they might actually they might just do it. And if that happens, and it is pretty difficult for anybody to say that there shouldn't be a referendum on the basis of they keep getting elected again and again and again, and what can you say to that? On the other hand, West Streeting is saying that it's never going to happen no matter what, so we really can't say. There might be more international pressure if that carries on, though, and support of that position, to the SNP's position.
But and the Greens have aligned themselves interestingly within that map, as well as in supporters of Scottish independence as well. And I think come general election time, that might be very helpful towards the idea of that as well.
Particularly if Labour end up needing the Greens for a coalition.
I really can't tell. I don't think there's this interesting idea of, we're going to see a lot of lunacy coming from Reform councillors over the time leading up to general election, which might affect things. But I think you have to look at America, and we've certainly seen plenty of lunacy, moral scandal, and everything surround Trump, and it seemed to make him more popular rather than less. So there's a strange psychology out there of, I don't care that there's this lunacy happening. They're doing it like it is, and they're just real, and this is what real people are like. And lunacy coming from the Reform councillors, I don't think necessarily might go against them. There's a strange climate out there when it comes to that kind of thing.
If people just want to shake things up, then that builds into that image that that's what they're looking for.
I mean, I don't know. It depends. I work as a comedian. I'm a topical comedian, and political and topical comedy has never been popular. But for the first time in my life, for 26 years of doing it, it's like a golden era of it now. Now there's so much to target and rail against. But yeah, it's seismic stuff. I think I'm glad in England to see the end of a two-party thing. Right, left or right. I'm glad to see that getting shaken up. And I hope that continues long into the future.
We've got a couple more results that have come through here. We've got Dunfermline from Mid Scotland and Fife region. That's an SNP hold, and then the Conservatives have held on to Galloway and West Dumfries despite dropping by 8.7%, and despite Reform actually cutting into there with 15.6%, which is people were expecting that Reform might do quite well out there. So. That's the Conservatives are going to be very pleased with that one. I think I'm very relieved that at least that's one seat they've now got in the bag that they're safe with.
I remember a time in the Scottish political map when there was no Conservatives. Is this a platform as well? Because I don't know much about. Because is it a politically neutral platform? I hope I'm not leaning too much either way.
We're neutral in that we're not party political.
Right.
Essentially, but we hope to have, you know, a voice for all the different parties like that. But it doesn't mean that we can't say a particular party is problematic, for instance. Just as long as we're not saying vote for this one, which is not
absolutely.
something we would want to do.
So yeah, my own vote went to Green for the first time ever this time. I don't know. I've not seen any results coming in for Newcastle. Sunderland, I think, will go very Reform. They've been heading that way for a long time. But Newcastle is still a Labour stronghold, so it's going to be interesting to see what happens here between the Greens and the Labour Party. And you know, this is where we're around Durham and everything. That was Tony Blair's constituency, so this is proper Labour heartlands here. And yeah, I don't know what way it's going to go. Probably, but I can see that the Labour vote's still getting devastated up here as well. Like,
What do you think is going to happen to Keir Starmer with that?
Well. Mr. I'm listening, and it's like, you're not, mate. People are breaking out in a rash when you come on the telly. He has to go. He's brought this entirely on himself. I voted Labour at the last election, and the first thing, what's his first big announcement? Things are going to get worse. I can't forget it. I can't forgive it. To go there as a newly elected big majority Labour Party and turn around and just go, it's a continuation of austerity. And he lost and that was his opening gambit. Let's not forget every U-turn from ID cards and everything that's come since then. You know, quoting Enoch Powell and all the other rubbish that's come out of him, right? He lost the Labour vote on his very opening gambit because he just basically showed he was a continuation of a Conservative austerity, and that's how he was going to play out his government, and that was the end of it. That was the end of it for him. Now, I'm not saying Reform are going to fix that for anybody, or even if the Greens know how to fix it, but yeah, that was really on everybody's lips around this region. It's like it's just going to be a continuation of what we've been living with when we were promised something different. He's toast. I think Starmer is toast, but what the Labour Party replace him with, I have no idea. There seems to be no structure there. There's nothing to back up the problem that they've got. They've made he's done a really decent job. He's sweeping the left out of the party. I don't know if Labour Party swung to the left, if people would have any faith in them after the damage that Starmer's caused. I think Labour are in real trouble for a generation.
It's interesting because we keep coming across this, you know, in different parties at the moment, in that the Conservatives don't seem to have anywhere else to go to for leaders. You know, that they've got to Kemi Badenoch, and she's the last person who's sort of a taller name who seems possible for a leader. And in Scotland, I mean, Anna Sawwar's being hassled by people about whether or not he should stay as Labour leader. He says he's going to. He says that he thinks that Labour need him to pull it back together. But whether or not he can, there isn't anybody else. I think that's one of his main advantages. Nobody knows who else it would go to if not him.
That's it. I mean,
an issue everywhere.
Yeah, Andy Burnham's obviously popular in England, especially in the north of England. But even he seems like a tarnished name because he's still kind of associated with the modern Labour machine. You know, he might be able to save the day for him. I can't see it. I think Labour. I mean, the Greens have eaten into them substantially this time. I think that'll just increase. I think it'll just increase. Starmer looks like he's going to cling on. I mean, we're dealing with some kind of possessive lunacy, I think, here, that he thinks he's. I mean, that's the mode he's in today. I'm listening, and he listens for an hour and a half, then just goes back to whatever it is he thinks he's doing. I mean, there's been an onslaught for the media for Starmer as well. That Labour have done a few good things that we don't really get to hear about, right? We can't list them off. But the disasters have far outweighed any positives that they've managed to make. Yeah.
Okay, well, thank you for talking to us today. It's been interesting.
Thanks for having me on. Thank you. Right. Good luck. Good luck with things up there. Okay. Cheers now.
Okay, so we are starting to get more results in now. Across a number of places. So as I said there, we've had Paisley, which is a hold for the SNP. Eastwood as a big one because that's gone to the SNP from the Conservatives. So that means Jackson Carlo's out, who's been a significant figure for them in the Parliament for a while. But Russell Findlay will have a good chance of holding on to his seat on the list. So the Conservatives, who definitely don't have anyone to replace him with at the moment, will be able to hold on to their leader. But we have now got Maggie Rankin in the waiting room. She's here from Believe in Scotland. So Maggie, do you want to come in and we'll have a chat about how things are going? Hi, Maggie. And things are going pretty well for the SNP so far and for the Greens. So in terms of what we're hearing from the back of things. So what do you think we're likely to be looking at this time? Are you feeling positive from your point of view? You've still got no sound. I'm not sure why. This keeps happening with people as they come in. I'm sorry about that. Oh, you seem to be.
Hello, sorry.
It's okay.
Sorry, Jenny. I was juggling with the YouTube that I was still listening to, and all of a sudden I had two things shouting at me at once. How are you? You're doing brilliant, by the way. This cannot be easy. So
thank you.
It's well done to you.
So yeah, I was just wanting to know, how you're feeling about it at the moment, because it seems to be going quite positively for pro-independence candidates.
Yeah, so you've got some real kind of political people here with some real political credentials, and unfortunately I come with none of that. I'm just an ordinary voter, so just but have a real interest in how the pro-independence parties are going to do across Scotland. So yeah, I guess it's still pretty early days, right? It's good to see the SNP take Eastwood, and ironic that Russell Finlay's probably going to be delighted about that as well. But yeah, it'd be really interesting to see how the rest of the day pans out. Obviously, I'd love to see the SNP get a majority, because it means we can perhaps have a debate about Scotland's future in the Union. But we'll see if that materialises. But hopefully enough Greens will at least give us a pro-independence parliament and give us an opportunity to have that debate.
So we've been talking about how independence hasn't been talked about a whole lot in the campaigns here around this, in the run up to the election. And we're wondering whether that's because all those arguments have been had and we'd only really be repeating the same things regardless of how people feel about them. Or if you think there's some other reason, if you think that maybe the SNP wanted to focus on being seen as a competent governing party and just attract people that way, when there's so much obviously chaos going on in other parts of the political sphere.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not an SNP member. I'm not a member of any political party, so I can only come at it from my own perspective, really. My guess is that people are probably just so concerned about world affairs, what's going on, in the Far East, what's going on with Trump's America, and how that affects them and the cost of living. And, people have got so many things about everyday life that they need to be concerning themselves with, that maybe the question of independence just feels right now a little bit of a distraction to them. And my counter argument to that would be, well, that's how we make our way and we make our small difference to the world, is by taking a different tactic to these things to what the UK government are doing, and at least giving Scotland a voice in the international stage. But I guess people are just so busy trying to just juggle everyday life, childcare costs and what have you, that the independence just isn't forefront in their mind.
I mean, I guess we have a lot of people who are kind of, they understand that independence would probably cost a bit of money to begin with, and whether or not Scotland would be doing better as an independent country once it's got established. Inevitably, the process of change costs some money to begin with, and maybe people are feeling that it's not quite the moment for them because the cost of living crisis is such a big issue. But there's a point, isn't there, at which you maybe think, if it's costing me this much under this system, do I need a different system? And maybe that's why we've seen some people going to smaller parties in this election, because they're looking for different ways of doing things.
Yeah, and I had some of those worries as well in 2014 when I first started to look into the issues. I wasn't really sure about the economic argument, but Scotland pays for its things at the moment. It pays for its defence, and it pays for foreign aid, and it just does it via sending money down to Westminster. So we would still have the same expenses, but actually things like the sort of UK institutions like passport offices, and perhaps not a great example, but the DVLA, for example, would actually be based in Scotland, and that money, people would be paying taxes here who are employed by these organisations. So you know, Believe Scotland, who is the sort of campaign group that I'm closest affiliated with, have done an awful lot of work on the economics and how that would work. And Gordon's little book, Scotland the Beef, is just a great resource for actually debunking some of the myths that that people have been led to believe about Scotland's economy.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it's hard to. We could argue either way about what Scotland will be like once it's established as an independent country like that. But if there would be a transition cost, wouldn't there? I think that's possibly what worries people at the moment, if they don't feel that they've got any leeway with their household budgets and so on.
Well, yeah, but I would probably argue we can't afford not to do it, right? We're out of Europe now, and that's costing us economically as well. And so, you know, it's I'm not, you know, it's probably not something you're going to wake up the following day and there's going to be some utopia. Of course, there's going to be challenges and things to overcome. But you know, we're a smart nation, and you know, we can make good decisions, and hopefully, you know, enough people in the next few years are actually going to come to that conclusion as well, and take a different direction. Because looking at the results that have come in England, I'm not sure I like where they're going either. So. You know,
there's been a lot of reaction to that. Before we go on, I just want to say that Dumfriesshire has come in, and that's a Conservative hold. The SNP pushed them very close. We're talking only just over 108 votes is the difference.
Wow.
In that one. So the Conservatives are going to be nervous, even though they held it. But yeah, it's their second hold, and I suspect a hold is as good as they're going to get in this election.
I thought the Banffshire Coast one was quite close. That was less than 300 votes, I think, up there. So, but that was obviously in the SNP's favour. So
yeah, they are down. The Conservatives are down 12.9%. So they've already held onto that by the skin of their teeth. But the SNP have held Moray. That's the other one that we've got in just now, and that was where the Conservatives were challenging. But the Conservatives have suffered more than they have from votes going elsewhere. So. It's where we're at just now, and we're starting to see votes coming in, results coming in quite fast now. So sorry if there are going to be interruptions because of that, but
it's the nature of the day. It's fine. Do what you've got to do.
That's what makes it exciting, though, right? Are you somebody who usually watches elections like this? Is it something that you look forward to from that point of view?
I did take today off. I do work full time, and I took today off before I knew that the count wasn't happening overnight, because what tends to happen is I kind of sit down and watch some of the election coverage, and then I go, oh God, I've got to go to work because you know, I've got to go to bed because I'm working tomorrow. So today I thought, right, I'll take the Friday off and then they were do the count until, you know, till this morning. So yeah, I do kind of watch it pretty closely, but it's probably a fairly recent thing in the last 3 or 4 elections that I've done it.
We're trying to look out for Wales as well here, because Wales never gets enough coverage, and we've just had some stuff in from there. So here 2 seats have gone to Reform, and excuse my pronunciation, in Casnewydd and 1 has gone to the to Reform's leader in Wales, Dan Thomas, and the other to Art Wright. We have Plaid Cymru have taken 2 seats. I don't have which seats it is, only some names here, so I don't think that's going to help that much. Yeah, okay. That's all we've really got just now. 1 seat has gone to Labour in Wales and 1 to the Conservatives, but I don't have any details on which seats, so that's only so useful. So sorry about that for our Welsh viewers. Not much we can do about that. But yes, it's a strange situation we've got here at the moment with the Scottish results, because they're much more scattershot when they're coming in than we expected. And I think some of them are closer to call than expected, which is interesting just now. You know, we thought we could see some more sweeping results, but nobody was sure how it would work out because of that Reform presence, because we just didn't know where that vote was coming from, where it was going to. I wondered if you had any sense of how this election was going to go sort of ahead of time yourself.
I've obviously been watching the polls, right? And, you know, just encouraged that, you know, it looks like there's going to be a pro-independence majority. It is interesting, though, because at the last election, there was a worry, wasn't there, when some of the pro-independence parties formed in Alba came on the scene, and people were nervous about splitting the independence vote, and you know, there was a lot of anxiety around what that would mean for independent supporting parties, and it feels like that's flipped now, And actually the Forum have come in and drove a coach and horses down the middle of the unionist parties, and it might well be that that's been to the advantage of the SNP in some of these seats, because certainly the polling before, when you're on 30% and you're trying to work to a majority in a parliament, it does make you a little bit nervous, doesn't it? So yeah, interesting times.
Yeah, and I think a big deal for the Greens this time as well. We're still waiting to see if they're going to actually get a seat this time at the constituency level, because they've got a few places where it looks like it's close. It looks like they could do that, and that would then, I think, change the way that people maybe perceived them as a party in the parliament, because people do tend to look down on list votes a little bit, even though that's not really fair. So
yeah, I think political geeks do. I think some political geeks who understand maybe a little bit better about the voting system and how people get into the parliament probably do look down them. But I think the vast majority of the public probably just see them as an MSP in their own right. But yeah, I think Angus Robertson and their name escapes me. I can't remember who was the co-leader previously, Canadian lady. They're up against it in Edinburgh, aren't they? So
Laura Slater,
against each other. Laura Slater, that's her. Yeah.
Yeah, because it's sorry, just waiting for another result here. Yeah, it's interesting to see how that's developing, because obviously that's going to have a big influence on potentially what happens around independence from your point of view. But I think the Greens are sort of maybe not being trusted to take seats originally, even though they can to take constituency seats. People don't feel that they could vote for them because of the way votes were divided, and there's still that uncertainty about the getting in. But the list is a much more reliable system in that sense. So.
Yeah, I think you had a commentator on earlier who was talking about tactical voting, and I think that was whilst I suppose it doesn't really give us a truly proportional system, I think the system we've got in the Scottish Parliament does allow parties like the Greens, who people might historically have looked at and said it's kind of a wasted vote on the constituency, they can actually vote the way they want on the list, and they've actually got a decent chance of returning one of the MSPs of their chosen party. So yeah, I guess there's ups and downs. The Welsh system did sound like it was quite complicated, though. I was quite glad I'm not in the counting rooms there trying to figure out who the various members of the Senate.
I'm not sure if we've worked out what we're doing yet, if we're going to be here all night hanging on for the Welsh. I mean, I'd like them to have proper coverage, but there's probably a point at which we have to get some sleep,
Yeah, for sure.
But yeah, I just heard that the SNP have held Glasgow, Easterhouse and Springburn. So that's another one for them. So I don't know if you had anything else that you were particularly wanting to talk about yourself today. I didn't want to just be throwing questions at you and not leaving you any room to talk.
No, it's just nice to be involved in some of the coverage, to be honest, because I'd have been sat here just watching it anyway, but it's nice to come in and say hi, and relate a little bit of what's going on sort of personally as well. So so yeah, it'll be interesting to see how things pan out sort of later on this evening, and see what the makeup of our parliament's going to be like in the next few weeks.
We just have Aberdeenshire East in as well. I don't know they'd all come at once like this.
Yeah, that was always going to be the way, wasn't it?
So it's the SNP have held Aberdeenshire East. It's reasonably close, but not too bad. With the Conservatives coming second there, and then Reform UK in third. And then we have got Renfrewshire North and Cardonald, which is another SNP hold. But if you don't mind now, we're just going to say goodbye to you for the meantime. We're going to pop over to Berwickshire to talk to James Jobson there, but maybe have a chat another time. So lovely to see you just now. Thank you very much for coming in.
Lovely. You're doing a great job. Keep up the good work. Thank you.
My best. Okay, bye now. Okay, just a quick thing here. Welsh constituencies have been announced of Pennybunt, Morgannwg and Casanwyd. So that's Welsh results: 4 for Plaid, 4 for Reform, 2 for Labour and 2 for the Conservatives. James, how are things going with you?
Hiya. Things are progressing here at the Ettrick and Midlothian counts. Turnout has been declared as 53% for the constituency of Ettrickshire, Roxburgh, Berwickshire, sorry.
Everyone's struggling with that.
55.5% for Midlothian South, Tweeddale and Lauderdale. Now, perhaps over half the people are voting. However, turnout in both constituencies is down around 10%. So this suggests a lot of apathy in the voting. I've heard word, although unconfirmed, that we might be getting declarations a little bit earlier at 4 o'clock. And as well, our neighbouring constituency of Dumfriesshire has voted for the Conservatives against reform. Based on that, from what polls were saying, I don't think we're seeing them in the constituencies. I think that's it for now here. Sorry.
Okay, no problem. It's good to hear that. I mean, what's the general atmosphere like now? Are people getting more excited as the result gets closer?
From SNP, I've heard that again, there's a bit of anticipation, but a bit of worry as well, because it is on that knife edge. One source was telling me that based on the loss of Western Isles to Labour, their majority, could be at risk. But based on the gains of the Shetland Islands, they could still do it. I suppose it all depends which way it swings here.
Okay, well, thank you for keeping us updated. We'll go back to the studio now, but it's good to speak to you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we should probably cut across to Glasgow soon and see what's going on there, because I think they're going to have some results to declare soon. And we'll see what else we can do here. Okay, we're going to have Glasgow coming through in a minute. So just looking again at some of those results that have come through just now, just in case you missed them. That's Aberdeenshire East and Aberdeenshire East in North East Scotland went to the SNP. That's the SNP on 11,634 votes. So that's down 11.5%, which is one of the biggest hits they've actually taken in a constituency where they're reasonably solid like that. The Conservatives were on 10,681. They're down 9.1%. So again, we're seeing this thing where the results are coming, the votes are falling off the bigger parties, and the smaller ones are doing well as a result. Reform took 7,008 votes there, putting them in third place. And the Lib Dems were actually up 3% on 3,999. So this kind of suggests that people are maybe losing some confidence in those bigger parties and moving to the smaller ones. We might actually be cutting to Wales in a moment. I just want to check and see if we have anything else coming through there. On the results front, we have Motherwell and Wishaw. The SNP have held Motherwell and Wishaw. They're down, but they're not down too badly. Labour is second there, and then Reform, and then the Conservatives. Yep, and we have Renfrewshire North and Cardonald, which you mentioned previously, is another SNP hold. So let's bring in Robert from Swansea, as we mentioned a few minutes ago that we were going to do, and see what he's got to say about the situation in Wales, because we're actually getting some results from Wales now, aren't we, Robert?
Hello, Jenny. How are you?
I'm all right, thank you. We have some results coming in from Wales now, so it's
we've had two declarations. The first was from what's called the Casnewydd Islwyn constituency, which is the area around
I was struggling with that one.
But that's the area around Newport, so regarded in the polls as a strong reform target area. And but the results there were 2 seats for Reform, two for Plaid, 1 for Labour, and 1 for the Tories. And I think what was particularly interesting about this result really was that probably being regarded as a bit of a disappointment to Reform, really, because Dan Thomas was obviously the leader of Reform Wales, obviously was standing in that constituency, and I think there was a feeling that they possibly, because of that, they would have taken 3 of the seats, but they didn't. So the indications are, and I'll go on to the second set of results in a second, but the indications are that Plaid did better than expected there. So if that is replicated across Wales in areas where it's anticipated they'll do well, then there's a good chance that Plaid will have more votes than they were anticipating. If that's so. So I think the next set of results declared then was for the Bridge End, what we call the all the Welsh names. So Penabont, Bromoganwg, which is the Bridge End, and the Vale of Glamorgan. And again, similar, 2 seats to Plaid, two to Reform, 1 to the Tories, and 1 to Labour. Again, I think Reform might have been hoping to pick up that Tory vote, but that is the home of the previous head of the leader of the Conservatives in Wales, Andrew R.T. Davies, and there's a strong rural sort of vote in the Vale area, so maybe that's kept the Tory vote intact there. So it's an interesting one. I suppose for me, the irony is, people dismissing a 2-party system, as has happened with the 2 major parties now. What we've seen in Wales almost is a 2-horse race with Plaid and Reform.
I'm just
where
hearing
people
that it looks like Alan Davies from Labour might actually lose a seat in Blaenau Gwent because there's been a recount there, and it looks like there's a bigger gap now between his party and Reform for the 7th seat.
That's right. I understand that there was 100. That there's been at least 1 recount, and for the 6th place, there's 111 votes in it.
I'm going to have to cut you off. I'm very sorry. We've got a live result coming through from Edinburgh. Can we come back to you afterwards?
Okay.
Thank you
Yeah,
very
I'll
much.
hang on. No
Okay.
problem at all.
You and his
Gonna cut
lot,
through to that.
Scottish
Naz,
National
what do you have for us?
Party, 10,470. Hayley Kinross O'Neill, Scottish Green Party, 5,289. Andrew McLaughlin, Reform UK, 2,867. Abby Maron, Scottish Workers' Party of Britain, 258. Eleanor Ryan Sahan, Scottish Labour Party, 3,744. Therefore, I give public notice that Sana Dykstra-Downey is duly elected as the member of the Scottish Parliament for the Edinburgh Northern constituency. The total number of votes cast at the election on the 7th of May was 37,641. The total number of ballot papers rejected was 132. The turnout for the constituency was 56.99%. And I'd like to ask Sana to come forward and say a few words.
Shake your hands. Thank you. Thank you to the returning officer, and thank you for your team, for a really smooth count today. It is a huge honour to stand here as the first MSP for the brand new constituency of Edinburgh Northern. When I was elected as a councillor 4 years ago, I never dreamed that one day I'd have the opportunity to represent my community in Parliament. So it is an incredible and incredibly humbling experience to be standing here today. This is a really big moment for my party too. For the first time ever, people across North Edinburgh will be represented in Parliament by a Liberal Democrat. I want to thank every single person who placed their trust in me. And to those who chose a different party, I hear you. And I will work hard to earn your trust too. My challenge now is to continue Alex Hamilton's work in areas of the seats that he has represented so diligently over the past 10 years, and to deliver that same dedicated service to those areas who have never before been represented by a Liberal Democrat in Parliament.
Okay, thank you, Naz. We're going to have to cut out here, I'm afraid. We have a live result coming through from Glasgow, so we'll get back to you afterwards. Thank you. So it looks like we have a result coming in Glasgow any moment. Is that right? Can we go through to there? Here we are. Patchy, what's happening over there?
Hi, Jenny. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. You're sideways again.
Oh,
That's it. I can see you now.
right. So we just had the results for the Easter House in Springburn. SNP won Ian Mackey with over 11,000 votes. And the second one, if I'm not wrong, was about Labour that was 6,000.
I'm just going to mention quickly here that we've also heard from Aberdeen Donside and that the SNP have held Aberdeen Donside. So, sorry, back to you, Patricia.
Yeah, Patricia, yeah. Sorry, yes, Patricia from Glasgow. And then, yes, these results were just from Easter House. And now we
will shortly declare the result in the Glasgow and Islay constituency.
Okay.
Did you hear that? So I don't know.
I did hear that. I did hear that. Yep. We have another few results in just quickly before we get to that. Then we have Mid-Fife and Glenrothes. That's an SNP hold. We have Bathgate, and Central Lothians West. That's another SNP hold, and also an SNP hold in Stirling. So 3 results that are not particularly exciting, but there you go. No change there.
Yeah. So yeah, they are quite hopeful here actually, and oh, here.
Ooh, let's find out.
They're going to declare. Can you see okay?
Oh, we can't actually see the stage properly there. We can see some very small people behind you. People keep moving past you is the problem.
Sorry.
Including Sadia.
Glasgow Annisland constituency. I hereby give notice that
Yeah, we got it now.
441. The total number of votes cast was 31,147. The turnout was 51.53%. There were 233 rejected ballots. The reasons for rejection was as follows: 18 voting for more than one candidate, 215 unmarked or void for uncertainty. The total number of votes for each candidate was as follows: Sandesh Gulhane, Scottish Conservative and Unionist Party, 1,404. Eunice Yasemi, Scottish Labour Party, 9,100. Scottish National Party, 13,000. Upon UK, 4,839. James Douglas Spears, Scottish Liberal Democrats, 1,688. I, Suzanne Miller, declare that Colin Merrick is elected to serve. Yes.
I'm going to be interviewing him very soon if I manage to grab him because he promised me.
Okay, fantastic.
Yeah.
I don't know if we can't quite hear his speech there.
He's still going to talk.
I'd like to begin by thanking the returning officer, her staff, and the police for the smooth operation of the election. I also want to thank my fellow candidates for the good spirited campaign. I'd like to thank my election agent, Malcolm Mitchell, my campaign manager, John Dockerty, and the entire Annisland SNP team for their hard work. It wouldn't be right to stand up here and not acknowledge the immense contribution to our party, our movement, and our community from my predecessor, the indefatigable Bill Kidd. The campaign doesn't just take a Herculean effort for the campaign team. None of it would be possible without the support of my family, some of whom are here today, and that's certainly the case for me. To my wife Katrina, my children, and my wider family, who have always been there for me, thank you. At the outset of the campaign, I talked about how Annisland meant a great deal to me, and I meant it. If you told my parents, long before I was born, 70 years ago, when they arrived in Annie's Land, that their son would be elected to our Scottish Parliament, I doubt they would believe you. But it is real. The people of Glasgow, Annie's Land, have put their faith in me to represent them in our national Parliament. And I will work every day for the next 5 years to repay that trust. Thank you.
Okay, we've had some more results in the meantime, including from Inverclyde. So I'm hoping we can speak to Will there very soon. That's an SNP hold in Inverclyde, an SNP hold in Ayr, and a Lib Dem gain in Edinburgh Northern. Also, the SNP have held Cumbernauld and Kilsyth. Sorry if this is all a bit rapid for everybody. Hopefully we'll pop back over to Naz soon and hear what's happening in Edinburgh Northern. Oh, that's the one we saw earlier, of course. Just through, sorry about that. So SNP holds there otherwise. So Patty, do you want to talk to us a little bit more? Tell us what's happening there otherwise.
Yes, so Col Merrick was voted with 13,821 votes, and the second one was Scottish Labour Party with 9,162 votes. So they were quite enthusiastic as well. They were not very hopeful, I have to say, but so that's why they were quite enthusiastic. So now we are expecting. Now we were expecting the Glasgow South Side Regional, that is a quite, it looks like the Greens are going to get it, but there are still doubtful ballots. So we are going to have a bit of wait to know about this fight. And I'll try to get home if I can, or I can come back later. Let me see if I can grab him. And these are.
Okay. We actually want to cut to Inverclyde in a moment because we've got the results through from there already. But if you have someone just right now, then we can go with that, or we can cut back to you.
Right now, I don't. So what I'm going to do, I might just record with Coleman, then I send it to you.
Sure. Okay. Thank you for that. Okay. We'll see you later.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you. We're cutting through to Will then. Hi, Will. We just heard your result that the SNP have held Inverclyde there. So
yes.
Anything on that for us?
And we've got 14%. They were a half. They had to check on one of the boxes. They were on almost recount, but it was just a few boxes, I was told from my people on the inside. So it's looking 14%. It's looking like 14,000. Like I've got my numbers here. I think I may have sent them on the chat also. So what I've been told from the inside that they were only 6% for Lib Dem. Malcolm clapped everyone, but not very well, and didn't clap the SNP. You can see that from the video. So the numbers are Labour 8,000, Reform 5,000, Conservatives 1,300, SNP 14,193, in Lib Dem 1,954. So it was a hold. It just shows you that Labour was still, she did a good campaign. We thought that she was going to beat Reform, but she didn't. She won that bit, but SNP did strong. This is a hold here anyway. I think they've held it since 2014, so it's good to see them back in. And I was told that Stuart, who is a big supporter of independent journalism, is going to come out and speak to us at one point today. So
fantastic. Okay.
We'll get Stuart, who spoke to us earlier. He'll come speak to us later on. I don't know who else I will grab because we're at the door. We're no longer in the Sunshine Studio. It's more of a cloudy studio. So, and I've been told that Malcolm's going to talk to the BBC. Then he will probably come out here. So I can see if I can grab him and get a word or two from him.
Thank you. I'm just going to note that while we've been talking, the SNP have held East Lothian Coast and the Lammermuirs and also Kilcoddy.
Oh, that's great. I was thinking that Reform was going to grab some little places, but that's good that the SNP have got that. It's showing you how strong it is. It's an English party, and it's showing you that people still believe in Scottish parties and not unionist ones.
SNP seem to, I mean, yeah, for reforms vote seems to be very widely distributed across
Yeah.
Scotland, I would say. So they're not breaking through in specific areas, but they'll probably, we'll see if they make up for that on the list in terms of what they're hoping for. I guess you can talk to Malcolm about that.
Yeah, if you'd speak to me, but I'll get a wave at least anyway, probably. So the wave might count. That might be our Malcolm story is just a nice little wave, and I'll be like, "Hello, Malcolm." But we'll see how it goes. I'll try to grab him. He's always welcome in the cloudy studio here in Greenock.
Okay, we're probably going to cut back to Robert Davies for a bit then, because we were talking about Wales just before this, so we got a little bit more news from there, hopefully. So we'll catch up with you. Give us a shout when you have somebody to speak to. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay.
Bye.
Thanks now. Okay, do we still have Robert? Is he available to talk just now? To forgive him if he hasn't, if he's gone somewhere else, because we had this flood of Scottish results, and obviously that's going to be getting in the way a little bit. Let me see if we've got anything else coming through. Not just now, but we can talk about those other results that we did have there. So the SNP have held on, as I said, to the East Lothian Coast and the Lammermuirs. There's an independent there. I'm not sure who the independent is. We'll have to look that one up. Who has managed to get 597 votes, which is not a small amount, not a thing to be sniffed at. And yeah, but it's been close at the top. The SNP on 11,677 votes and Labour on 11,259. Again, both of those parties' votes have dropped. The SNPs have dropped by more, so it's why they ended up so close. But there are quite a few results we're seeing this time. I mean, massively so in Wales, but even in Scotland, which are just a few hundred apart. So these delicate majorities that's when you get an MP, an MSP who you can get some leverage with. If you have your own issues and you think they're not listening to you, write in and remind them that you could switch your vote to the other party out of those two, and they will get nervous, and you've got more chance of getting them to support you and the things that you're important to you there. Kirkcaldy is a much bigger gap, though. Kirkcaldy, the SNP, is on 12,230 and Labour is on 7,483, with Reform coming in third there on 5,484. Right across the board, we're seeing the Conservatives in fifth place, if not lower. A lot of places, apart from the places that they were actually holding to begin with, or where they have a strong historical weight behind them. So it's going to be a difficult time for them. We have just one more thing here. We have Fife North East has just come in. That's a Lib Dem hold. And the SNP have held Cunningham North. So after those two results, we're now going to pop across to Gareth again, and Rob's going to come in afterwards. So we're going to hear a little bit more about what's happening in Wales. Let's go. Gareth. Okay, more happening in Wales now. It sounds more exciting down there. What's going on?
Yes, it's very exciting. The results are coming through, and as we said, they're like the buses, all come at the same time. There are a few surprises. Basically, the collapse of the Labour Party is a bit of a surprise. At the moment, the current situation is that 13 has, Plaid Cymru has got 13 members, Reform has got 11, Labour 3, Conservatives have got 2, the Greens have got their first seat. Now, somebody who knows the person who's won the seat, somebody who's been trying for a long time, an ardent European, amongst other things, and I'm very pleased for him that he succeeded in doing so. It's very well deserved. Otherwise, with the Labour Party, have lost some big hitters. Certainly, in as far as Caerphilly is concerned, Alan Davis has gone, and that is a shame because also he was a huge European. There's still some people there. I'm pleased personally that Adam Price has managed to get back in. He's Plaid Cymru. He's the former leader before Rhun ap Iorwerth took over. And at one stage, people said, "Oh, he's going to be third on the list. He hasn't got a hope." But in fact, he's a very important member. He's a thinker. He's a contributor to policy, and also a European, pro-European. So I'm very pleased to see him back. And of course, another one who's there back is is Kevin Campbell, who was also a big hitter, and he's back and he's played as well. Bit surprised that there are 3 reform in Caerphilly. So where's the Labour Party? What has happened to it? I mean, Blaenau Gwent and so on, that's the heartland, you know, the NHS country, and they've just disappeared. I'm very disappointed. I feel for my friends who are in the Labour Party at the moment.
It's always difficult when it's a hard-working representative from whatever party they're from, and you know that they've really put their heart into the constituency that doesn't work out, often because of things that are not to do with them directly.
Yes, they have put their heart into the constituency, because at least then you knew who they were. These people who have been elected, some of them, I mean, the 3 people in Cymru for Plaid, for example, are well known. But the message, I think, for the Labour Party is, don't forget the people who supported you in the past.
Yeah, we just heard that Labour has held Edinburgh Southern, so I don't know if the team will want to cut back to NAS for a little bit sometime soon to see what's going on there, if there's more news from Edinburgh. They will be relieved to have that, because their vote's been collapsing a lot in Scotland as well, and Edinburgh is an area where there was quite a possibility that that seat would go to the SNP. I know that was one of the ones that they were hoping to take as they try and get a majority. Like, it's still completely open whether that happens or not. We really can't tell at this point, but they'll be disappointed not to have made that one. So is there anything else happening in Wales that we need to know about?
I think it's the percentage of voters. Reform said, well, what if we get the greater percentage of votes? If we get more than Plaid Cymru as it is at the moment, then really we should be the government. Well, they certainly, in the first couple of results, they were above Plaid Cymru in the total number of votes cast. Now, though, they can't claim at the moment, it might well change, that they have a majority of votes or a greater number of votes than Plaid Cymru. So that argument is an interesting, because they've got an interesting number of seats. They've still got 11 seats from nothing. I mean, they weren't really there in the last Senedd election, or so. But how their growth has been fantastic, really, considering.
Was there much of a Conservative presence before? Is that what they're drawing on?
Well, yes, I suppose. I mean, we've got Vela Glamorgan, but the sitting tenant there is quite well known for being outspoken as a Conservative. He came in 5th, whereas previously in the Vale he held the Vale seat. Combined it with the new constituency, he came 5th. So we're getting a lot of interesting, shall we say, results.
We've just heard that the SNP have held Glasgow, Baillieston and Shettleston, and also Armagh Valley. So back to you. It's just, there's a lot happening.
Is that what was expected? Is it?
Yeah. I mean, those are both quite solid for them. The interesting thing in Baillieston and Shettleston is that Reform have come through into number 2. They're up 25.8% from nothing. So, I mean, they seem to have taken votes off every party for that, frankly, of all the major parties, except, again, there's a wee increase in the Lib Dems. The Lib Dems have actually seen an increase right across Scotland this time, just a sort of a low level, but it's definitely looking positive for them overall. There's not really anywhere they can easily break through. We're going to cut through to Edinburgh just now, actually, to speak to the Lib Dem candidate there. So sorry about this. We'll come back to you soon. Hi, Naz.
See you later, perhaps.
We can walk that way, because I know you have to be there. We can walk. So do you want to just hold on to this and talk?
Yes, I can talk. Yes. Hi there. My
Hi.
name is Sana Dexter-Downey. Hi, I'm the new MSP for Edinburgh Northern. It's very nice to be with you.
Okay, so were you
very
expecting
much.
this today? Is it a surprise? I know it was very close. We seem to have lost.
Well, we were very optimistic. We've been working really hard for a long time. Oh,
Can we come back to? Yeah, thank you. No worries. No worries. Sorry.
So
Hi, Jenny. I think we lost you.
Okay, we lost.
Yeah, but there more results are coming in now. So if and I'm not exactly sure, because I was actually talking to her. She made the most very moving speech, So, but if you want to come back in, I'll find, what are the results that are coming in right now?
This is central coming in next.
This is Central coming in next, Edinburgh
let's listen to
Central.
Central.
And I think they should be on. Yeah, that should be on in about 5 minutes or so. The candidates are already lining up. So do you want to stay online?
Well, we will stay on. We'll stay with you for the meantime, unless something else comes through from one of our other results. Because as we expected, everything's happening at once. What else can you tell us about sort of what's been going on there and how people have been responding to results?
Let me just go closer to where the candidates are.
Okay.
There they are. So there's the green candidate.
Mm-hmm. So they're just getting ready to go on the stage.
I think it's going to be the SNP candidate. I tried this.
Okay. And Labour have held Coatbridge and Christon. I can just report that now. So that's another result in with nearly twice as much as Labour, who are second. Okay, so we should have this result coming through from Edinburgh very quickly.
I don't know how to do this so that I can zoom. How can I zoom in?
I don't know how that works. So just if you're just nearby, we should be fine. We should follow this. As long as we get the sound, we're all right. It's always interesting to see their faces now. We can't like this, but I presume you can, and see who looks excited and who looks miserable.
They're all looking very apprehensive. I tried talking to the SNP candidate and he was very nervous.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so maybe
the green candidate was very excited.
Mm-hmm. Sometimes they get told, and sometimes they don't. Okay, Mike is going to come in and watch the result with us here. So we'll stay with you, but we're going to have Mike here as well.
Yes, they should be coming in any minute now.
Okay.
They're all lined up, and I think they're just going to go ahead now.
Okay. It is, yeah.
Hiya.
Didn't catch that, Naz.
No, I'm just waiting. How long does it pronounce the results? How long does it pronounce the results? Now. Okay, so it's now.
Okay.
There we are. Can you see?
We can see. This is great. Thank you.
Maybe get a bit closer if you can.
Growing, please, a little bit.
I think that's just right at the edge of the stage. I think that's as close as you can get.
Okay.
Cameras.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, if I can have your attention, please, and please, if we could have some silence in the hall until the declaration and the speeches are complete. Thank you. I, Paul Lawrence, returning officer for the Edinburgh Central constituency, declare that the total number of votes given to each candidate was as follows. Bonnie Prince Bob, independent, 176. Chris Crichton, independent, 32. James Dalgleish, Scottish Labour Party, 8,098. Charles Dundas, Scottish Liberal Democrats, 2,168. Tam Laird, Scottish Libertarian Party, 56. Joe Mowat, Scottish Conservative and Unionist Party, 2,262. Craig Murray, Alliance to Liberate Scotland, 150. Gary Neal, Reform UK, 1,876. Robert Pownell, Independent, 41. Angus Robertson, Scottish National Party, 7,702. Lorna Slater, Scottish Green Party, 12,680.
Wow.
We don't want to be too loud here because we don't want to sound to carry over there. But that is the Greens got their first
Therefore, I give
constituency MP.
public notice that Lorna Slater is duly elected as the member of the Scottish Parliament for the Edinburgh Central constituency.
Wow. How about that?
The total number of votes cast at the election on the 7th of May was 35,350. The total number of ballot papers rejected was 109. The turnout for the constituency was 54.71%. And I'd now like to invite Lorna to say a few words. Thank you.
Okay, let's hear a bit of her speech.
Naz looking happy.
I do wish my dad had lived a few months longer to see this because he never understood the proportional representation bit, but he'd get this bit. I'd like to thank very much the returning officer, the count staff, and everyone who's worked to make the count run smoothly today. I want to thank the campaign volunteers and Scottish Green members and staff who ran the best campaign we've ever had. The sheer number of volunteers, new people coming every week, the level of planning, design, organization over months has been phenomenal. And thank you to everyone who voted Scottish Green yesterday. I'm grateful for your trust in me and your trust in our vision for a fairer and greener Scotland. Scottish Greens have been part of the Scottish Parliament since we convened. Today, we've reached the significant milestone of winning our first constituency. Building on the steady growth of our support and decades of hard work by our MSPs, councillors, staff, and volunteers, we are hopeful of returning the largest ever number of Greens to Holyrood today as voters choose to vote Green all over Scotland. And I can't wait to get back to work.
Okay.
And I would now like to ask the outgoing member of the Scottish Parliament, Angus Robertson, to say a few words. Thank you.
Yeah, definitely.
Good afternoon, everybody. May I begin by extending words of thanks to the returning officer, to the counting and polling station staff, and to the police for ensuring our election process functions so well. And may I also begin with heartfelt congratulations to Lorna Slater and to her campaign team here. She's made history in winning a constituency seat for her party, and if it's only a small comfort in defeat, it is her victory is by a fellow progressive candidate. It's been, thank you. It's been an honour to represent Edinburgh Central for the last 5 years and its diverse communities, including Stockbridge, where I grew up and went to school. More than 7,000 constituent cases have been managed during the last term by my excellent constituency office staff, and I'd like to publicly thank Sheena, Chris, Finlay, Vicky and Michael for their hard work. Over the last 5 years, it has been a tremendous honour to serve as the Scottish Government Cabinet Secretary for the Constitution, External Affairs and for Culture. Edinburgh is the beating heart of Scotland's culture, arts and festivals, and I'm proud to have introduced record multi-year funding changes to the sector and to have worked with Screen Scotland to help film and television be on target to become a £1 billion annual industry. It's my sincere hope that these and many other positive SNP achievements will help our outstanding culture sector go from strength to strength at home and abroad. Edinburgh is also the home of the consulate community in Scotland, and it's been an honour to work with them and Scotland's international network to promote bilateral relations and Scotland around the world. None of this work would have been possible without my excellent private office and the talented officials I've had the good fortune to work with. I wish them all well. Lastly, I'd like to extend my total admiration and thanks to my SNP campaign colleagues in Edinburgh Central, especially to my campaign manager, Finlay McFarlane, election agent, Ross Dromby, and digital lead, Michael Sturrock. No party can succeed without countless volunteers, members, and supporters. They have put so much work in over months, knocking doors, delivering campaign materials, and so much more. Sorry it didn't deliver the result that we were hoping for this time, but as we all know here, that is part of our democratic process. We dust ourselves down, we pick ourselves up, and we keep going. I'm confident that the Scottish Parliament will again have a majority of members committed to Scotland's right to choose its future as an independent country. And I look forward to that referendum. I look forward to that referendum when it comes, working together with Lorna perhaps, to help deliver a yes result that both the Scottish National Party and the Scottish Green Party support. In the meantime, there is a bright silver lining to today's result for me, which is I will have more time to spend with my wife and daughters. And for that, I'm really grateful. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
A sweet ending. Yeah.
A lot of excitement here.
But wow.
Their first constituency. Over to you.
Okay, thank you, Ned.
Wow, I mean, that was quite some margin, wasn't it?
It really was. We always knew
12,000 Scotch Greens, and then who was on 8,000? That was Scottish Labour, wasn't it? And they were just ahead of SNP on 7.7.
We knew when that happened that Angus had lost his seat, but obviously we didn't know until we got the next figure that Lorna had taken it. I mean, this is a really huge moment for the Greens, because if they have shown that they can break through constituencies, that changes who's liable to vote for them in future elections and the context in which they're likely to win votes. So they might be able to really make some
that's
on the basis of this.
Huge. I mean, with that combined with the Hackney mayoral result today, shows that the Greens can just do big wins in inner cities. And I mean, I've been thinking this for a long time, but I was certainly not the only one thinking it and saying it, that Labour were really risking themselves when they came into power for still chasing the tabloid press and what they wanted to hear, and chasing the reform vote, and just opening themselves up more and more on the left flank, if you will. And I knew that, you know, this is the whole Peter Mandelson's doing, I'm sure, because when Keir Starmer came to power, and I heard fairly soon after that Peter Mandelson had manoeuvred himself close, you could see that in how Labour was starting to treat its MPs on the left.
I do have a few more results. I want to just get in quickly here. Sorry.
Oh yeah, sure, do that.
Yes, the
I'll mouth
SNP.
off again.
It's okay. The SNP have held Renfrewshire West and Leven Valley. They have held Cunningham South. They have held East Kilbride. They have held Clackmannanshire and Dunblane. And they have held Airdrie. We have finally got that Airdrie result, which disappeared for so long, and it's not even close. It's the SNP are on 10,711 and Labour are on 6,201. So just what Airdrie's excuses for taking so long today when they were supposed to be in at noon, I do not know, but that's where we're at. So back to
you tell them, Jenny. All right. So, but no, with Edinburgh, I mean, that's a phenomenal gap. You know, 12,000 to 8,000 and 7,000, high 7,000 is on next rung. That means that the Greens are really there in force. And it will be taken from today, will be compared to Hackney, and it will be said that the Greens are now the party of the inner cities. You know, starting with Bristol sort of years ago, but you'll see that bubbling up in London and absolutely everywhere. The progressive inner cities are now completely green territory, and it's all because Labour was chasing after the reform vote to the point whereby the left flank of Labour completely broke, got fed up, and then Zach Polanski just offered the endorsement that people wanted, which was that the Greens were really gunning for all of the issues on the left. And
I've
I
just
know
got the numbers there. That's the Greens up 29.2% to take that seat there, which is astonishing.
Yeah, and it's interesting to see that although the Scottish Greens, as we were saying before, don't want to be associated from the England and Wales Greens, in a sense they also do, because the success of Greens in England and Wales on the principles that are common to the Scottish Greens open that door for the Scots Greens in terms of acceptance in people's minds that Greens are a force in the UK. Yeah, so that's really something. I mean, it doesn't change the political landscape a lot in terms of control of seats in Scotland, but psychologically, it does mean that the Greens, it's like with Reform, you know, Reform, I've got footholds absolutely everywhere now. And so people know that even in places where they haven't won, they're a danger. Same thing with the Greens.
So it's very, very hard to
in a
say.
place where they can. Yeah.
It's hard to say what that means. I think that they look a little bit different, those two things, because Reform have they've come, as we say, out of nowhere, but then we don't know where they're going to go from here, how solid that is. They do feel a bit threat-authority, and if they might
Reform haven't come out of nowhere because they were the Brexit party before, and then they were UKIP before that.
Yeah, they weren't really in Scotland in this kind of way. I mean,
True.
the Greens have built up to this, so
Yeah.
it feels a bit more solid, with the way that they've built up over time. It's going to be harder for that to fall back, I think, than with the Reform vote. It could fall back, it could grow. We really don't know. It's going to take another election really before we know anything on that.
And also Reform now have the money. Because when Nigel Farage came back to take over the party before the general election, their membership was, about 30, 40,000, something like that. And then when he came in to take over, that's when it surged to over 200,000. And they kept going on about the membership and driving up the membership. And when you've got amounts like that, then you get the big donors as well. And they are now a national party, not just because they're everywhere in all of the British Isles, but also because they've got the scale as well.
Well, they're indeed
they have financial scale and systems, and they've got their apps now, which they're building in. They're here for the long run.
As John Scott was saying earlier, they have actually, he thought they were going to, and they have taken Sunderland in England.
Yeah.
Taken 30 seats. Labour is down to 3 seats there and is now the third party in the council, despite having run it for decades. So that's going to be quite a shake-up.
I mean, again, it's the Brexity places where Reform are really strong. Sunderland was, of course, the first, the big event on referendum night of 2016. Everyone remembers, those images of that woman in the Vote Leave top on someone's shoulders as they were all celebrating Brexit, the Brexit win in Sunderland. And that was the first thing that really spooked a lot of the commentators as to, whoa, if a size like that goes throughout the country, then we're leaving. So, I mean, the Northeast have not done well economically of late, but they are going for reform. And I guess we'll see by the next general election whether they like their experience.
Indeed. I've just got another couple through here. Glasgow, Cathcart and Pollock. That's an SNP hold. Reasonably comfortable holds there. About 5,000 in it. And then Aberdeenshire West. That is a Conservative hold. The Conservatives are down by quite a bit. They're down by 4.3%, but the SNP, who would have been the challengers, are down by more. So that's fairly comfortable for the Conservatives there. So I think we're going to have a look at the graphics now and just see how the Scottish Parliament and the Senate are.
I was just going to ask you that. Surely with all these new results, you can put some dots
on. I actually know something about what's happening. Unfortunately, I don't know how up to date they are on this, but we will see what we've got here. Okay, so
very up to date, says Jules to everyone.
Well, very up to date, but
okay, I'll give it a drum roll then.
Yeah. Okay, we've got the figures at the top so we can see there. So that's the SNP on 43 so far. So they're within reach potentially of that majority, but we don't. Again, we just don't know how it's going to go, and they'll be disappointed, of course.
We're going to see a graphic on screen.
We've just got this. If you can see it, if you look at the stream rather than.
Oh, okay, right, yeah.
Okay,
no, with the stream. Oh, yeah, there we go.
Yeah, there you go.
I had it on when Ben and others sort of let me in, and so that's why you get the sound problems because I'm watching it and then.
Yes, yeah, keep it silent.
Yes, I've got it here and I've got it muted. Okay, I see.
Okay, so yeah, we can see what's happening there so far. So obviously it's a good day for the Lib Dems, and that's showing there so far. Labour being on only 2 so far will be nervous, but that's partly about the seats that have come in so far. And I would expect that they shouldn't completely panic yet because most of the seats that they had before have not actually declared yet. So
yeah, well, so far it's looking overwhelmingly progressive, isn't it?
Yep. So, and there's 3 little Conservatives hiding down at the bottom there.
Yes.
Okay, so maybe we can cut to the Senate now and take a look at what's happening there.
Do we have a graphic for that as well?
We do. If somebody's going to pop it up on the screen for us here, we'll see.
I give another drum roll. Yeah, high-tech stuff here.
Naz says that the Greens think they could take a seat in Glasgow, so that's interesting to hear. We did know that was a possibility, but we didn't know how that was going to move. So here we are, just in the meantime, at the Senate, so we could see what's going on
interesting. There. Okay, that looks more like an even fight, doesn't it?
It does, but I think that the Reform were expecting it to be a little bit more even than it is there so far. I think they're a bit nervous from what we've heard from those last few Welsh results. That Plaid have actually got the edge there fairly well. Yeah. So we'll see how that works out. Yeah, it's certainly a very good day for Plaid, and depending on how the Greens do down there as well.
Oh, it's absolutely massive for Plaid. I mean, when small parties suddenly get a lot of seats, it's amazing how much it solidifies them for the future. And you can see that I'm thinking also when in Hungary, the opposition leader, as he was at the time, Petr Magyar, was calling out Orban. One of the first things he did is he took over a small party called TISA that was just almost unused, so that he could quickly go into the European elections, and he got a ton of MEPs there. And because he got a ton of MEPs there, suddenly he had lots of professional politicians in his party that were fully funded to be so, and it really helps them sort of take a step up. Same thing with UKIP. You know, UKIP had no MPs, but then they got seats as MEPs, and just having fully employed politicians from having none before meant that they were suddenly a well-funded party with a lot of people who are in official, politician roles, and it does a lot to suddenly mature your capabilities and make you harder to get rid of in the longer run.
I just want to add here that the SNP have just taken held Hamilton, Larkhall and Stonehouse.
Okay.
Would you be okay with the Welsh squad joining us again now if we have Gareth and Rob back here, and then we can have a word with them as well?
Sure. Would you like me to depart in order to make space? Or
feel free to stick around. We've got.
I'll stick around then. I want to hear what they have to say as well.
I thought you might.
Yeah.
Okay, so we've just been looking at the Senate there and how that's going, and it seems like it's a good day for Plaid overall. Would you say that they're the winners so far?
Yeah, hello, Jenny. Hello,
Hey.
everybody else. Yes, at the moment, we've had 7 of the 16 constituencies have declared. That's 42 seats out of the 96. Plaid have got 19, Reform 15, Labour 5, Conservative 2, and Greens 1. From personal perspective, our president of Wales for Europe is the one who's got the Green Party vote for Penarth. So we're delighted with that, irrespective of our own party politics. Some interesting insights, though, I think. If we look at the results in the Pontypridd Cynon Merthyr constituency, Plaid had 3, Reform 2, and Labour 1. That was, if you may recall, that part of that constituency, Merthyr, was where Nigel Farage decided to launch the Reform Party in Wales. So they probably haven't done as well there as they thought. And similarly with the most recent declaration of Afon Ogur Rhondda, which is sort of around the Port Talbot, the steel works up to the Rhondda Valley, which again is an area that I would thought parts of Reform were hoping to get more votes. They ended up there with Plaid getting 3, Reform 2, and Labour with 1. So, obviously continuing bad day for Labour, 12% of the votes, Tories 9%, compared to Plaid on 38% of the votes cast so far, and Reform on 29% of the votes cast.
We've just heard here in Scotland that the Lib Dems have held Edinburgh Northwestern, so it's really a good day for them. They're doing a lot better than anyone expected for them. There were no rumours about that before. Do you have much of a Lib Dem presence in Wales?
Nothing at all. At the moment, I just looking at the votes cast for them. I think we're looking at so far as I mentioned, of the 42 seats declared, these 7 constituencies, the Liberals have, let me just check, they've only had 13,000 votes, 2.5% of the vote so far.
Okay.
So I think that says a lot about the Liberal Democrats. And you think back a few years ago, the Liberals sort of were sort of in a coalition. Certainly, they maintained part of the Welsh government by having a couple their education secretary being from the Liberal Democrat Party at the time. So quite a decline in support for Liberal Democrats in Wales.
How many Welsh results are we expecting in the near future now, and how many places are married and recounts and going to take hours and hours?
Yeah, at the moment, I mean, everything's running. I mean, Goir Abertawe, for example, was due to declare at 2 o'clock. And I've literally come off the phone to somebody there, and they're still counting the final party's votes. So I think everything's running late, and I think we could see some of the results coming in maybe, mid-evening, sort of 7, 8 o'clock potentially. There's still another 9 to go, another 9 constituencies. And as you say, I think the complication is often on the 6th vote. It's just making sure the maths are accurate on that final 6th place, which seems to be so important, obviously, for the final composition of the government, which is certainly going to be a coalition of some sort.
Well, if you're still free, we would be happy to have you around towards the end of the program and see how we're doing then, and see what you have to say on that.
Absolutely, Jenny. We'll certainly come back to you. Happy to let us know when you'd like us to come back. We'll keep you updated then.
Gareth, did you have anything you wanted to say on what's been developing in Wales recently?
Yes, I've only just joined in because I've been running up and downstairs, looking at the television, looking at the results. So far, applied from those that have been declared, 24 for Plaid, 19 for Reform, 6 for Labour, very disappointing, 4 for Conservatives, 1 for Green. I've just had watch the results for my own constituency, which is Ynys Môn, Bangor, Llandudno, and that was 3 to Plaid Cymru, 2 to Reform, and 1 Tory, and that was the lady Janet Finchman, who was the sitting member before. So she's pleased that she's back. Personally, in other words, I'm pleased it's not 3-3, because you did have flashing headlines, didn't you, a couple of hours ago, that it would be 3 for Plaid, 3 for Reform. Well, Reform are going to be slightly disappointed. Perhaps there's been local campaigning against them, and that this has proved effective to that extent. What amazed me was that we've had the Monmouthshire one, the Manwy one, and 2 Plaid Cymru there, 2 Reform, 2 Plaid Cymru, and I think it's 2 Labour. And to think of such an anglicised area on the borders with England actually voting for Plaid Cymru tells you something. As I said, I feel very sorry for my Labour colleagues, and I feel for them, and also for my Liberal Democrat friends, because as Rob said, they're hardly making any kind of impression at all.
Do you think that's a question of, you said about the anglicised elements, do you think there's a question of people who've maybe moved there from England feeling more comfortable with Plaid, that they're not going to have a referendum? Or do you think it's that they maybe feel they'd quite like to get away from some things in England themselves at this point?
No idea. Because Monmouthshire is considered really to be sort of a lot of anglicised influences there. But and of course very Tory traditionally as well. So I'm not surprised that they've got the Reform vote, but I am surprised that they've got Plaid Cymru, which means to say that people are voting Plaid, are choosing to vote Plaid for whatever reason that is.
Robert, did you have thoughts there?
Yes, I think Jenny as well. You know, going back to I think previous comment when I was on earlier, that it really is a two-party contest now. I think that's been apparent. I think the polls were forecasting that, and I think what we've seen, as I said, particularly in an era when we're thinking now more about multi-parties and not the traditional two parties that we've been used to. That the Senedd election has really turned into a two-party race, really, and people have opted for it. In my mind, and I think the votes are showing that, for one party or another. There's a trickle of maybe traditional Labour, Conservative, and so on who are stuck with their parties, but there's obviously been a lot of movement by traditional supporters of those parties, either one way or the other, really.
So we've just heard from Edinburgh again that SNP have held Edinburgh, North Eastern and Leith, and from Glasgow that the SNP have held Glasgow, Kelvin and Merry Hill. So we should maybe get back to our teams there at some point soon. But I think in the meantime, we're just going to go and look at some video footage that they've picked up from earlier in the day and some interviews. So if you want to come back later, we'll have a chat some more about what's happening in Wales then. Thank you very much for this just now.
Thanks, Jenny.
Pleasure.
Thanks very much. Thanks, Gareth.
Okay.
Cheers.
For the Lib Dems in Edinburgh Southern, and also a campaign worker in Edinburgh Northern, which we are hoping to win. Certainly, when I've been on the doors, I found people really just wanting to vote to get the SNP out, but that doesn't look like happening across the country. So Edinburgh, I don't know, they often say Edinburgh is different, but certainly people haven't wanted SNP to stay in power that I've spoken to.
That was one of the questions I was going to ask, but I read somewhere a couple of weeks ago, he said something that I'm pretty sure every single SNP leader has said, that this next election is going to be effectively a referendum on independence. Now, in the politest way I can possibly put this, do people in Scotland actually care about independence right now, given all the issues that everyone in the country, not just Scotland, is facing?
About 40% of the people of Scotland care deeply about the issue. And probably another 20% care quite a lot about it. If you had a referendum tomorrow, I mean, recent events may have slightly changed things. We don't know. There hasn't been any decent polling on it recently, or deep polling on it recently. But if you'd had a referendum a year ago, it would have been won. The yes side would have won, because independent side has been running about 50%. For the last 3 or 4 years. And if you start off from a base of 50%, you're going to win if you get a referendum. Now, so a very significant number of people do, and of course the very significant number of people do. There are also a very significant number, probably another 20 to 30%, who care deeply about the union. So they care as well. So you've got these two tribes. Reform being in the mix will clearly change the debate, because it's a fiercely unionist party. Swinney has lined it up quite neatly. If he happens to get an absolute majority, which we doubt, but if he happens to get an absolute majority, he will be compelled to say to Starmer, we're going to have, because it's not in John Swinney's gift. It's something called Section 30, which has to have the approval of Westminster, essentially the Prime Minister of the day. Now, all of the Labour ministers in London are saying no chance. But if the democratic will of the Scottish people is that the SNP are the largest single party by miles, by a majority, then it's very difficult for Starmer to stand against it. You're just saying to the Scottish people, we don't care how about your democracy. You're stuck with us. But certainly when it's always put forward as a voluntary union. And of course, the voluntary union is a bit like people often say, it's a bit like the Eagles song. It's like the Hotel California. You can check out, but you can never leave. So it's but it's not anywhere on the current horizon, and it's not filling people's minds at the moment, the independence issue at all. And as Swinney again has been very careful with his words, even with an outright majority, I think he'd be very cautious to rush into. The pressure, of course, will come from his party, but from his grassroots members. But he'll be very cautious as well, because he's as aware as anybody else of the bigger geopolitical picture. Which is also a picture that affects Scotland in a way that it doesn't affect England quite so clearly. I mean, Scotland is in the prominent position in the North Atlantic, what used to be called the Western approaches. Scotland is the nearest country to Iceland. It's the nearest country to Russia. Scotland is also the home of the entire UK nuclear deterrence. That will change soon. There'll be some nuclear bombs going onto airfields in England. But at the moment, all of the nuclear deterrence in the UK is in Scotland, so about 15 miles from where I sit at the moment. It's a massive, very grave concern to Scotland, because one nuclear weapon would wipe out most of central Scotland. So these are very tricky times. But it's also simple, much more everyday issues of cost of fuel, cost of living, cost of food, etc. But as we've detected all over the world, Scots are no different. People are nervous. They're scared. They're worried. They think about their children's future. Consequently, of course, huge numbers of people, even highly educated people, are switching off. They're not turning on the radios and the television sets and going to their iPhones for news in the same way as they were. Because this is a huge psychological moment in the world. It's a moment that none of us have ever known before, and it's never happened in history before. You've got what, I think most of us would happily describe as a rogue American president who is using every power he's got. And we don't know from 1 minute to the next how he's going to use those powers. So people are deeply, deeply concerned about how the future pans out. And that, clearly will have an electoral impact. But at the moment, it's not on fire. It's plodding along. Energy is becoming a bigger issue. I think the SNP will be pressed to say whether they will press the button on more exploration, more production. One of the interesting things about this, of course, is that during the Scottish referendum debate in 2014, I wasn't living in Scotland at the time, but I came to report on it, is that the Scots were told that the oil's running out very, very quickly. They were also told, of course, the only way to stay in the EU was to stay in the UK, which turned out to be a load of old baloney, as did the oil story, because they're now saying there's at least 40 to 50 years of oil in the North Sea. So who do we believe in these circumstances? Quite a lot of Scots began to think, well, we didn't get anything out of it the last time. We got completely stuffed. Nothing happened. There was no investment to speak of in Scotland as a result of this oil. Maybe we should make sure, and that's one of Swinney's argument about renewables, because I don't know if you've been in Scotland recently, but windmills are everywhere. And they're even in some of the most beautiful parts of the country, and that's important because that's part of heritage and it's part of tourism. But his argument is that we are basically generating this stuff very cheaply to send to England, and we're getting charged more for it than the south of England because of transmission charges. So all these arguments are there, but it's not setting the heather on fire, I think, would be the answer to that. I think bad night for Labour, good night for Reform, terrible night for the Scottish Conservatives, a reasonable night for the SNP, and the Greens would be happy if they doubled their seat total, as would the Lib Dems.
I think I'm complete privilege that Glasgow is now people have given me complete privilege to represent them and be their representative in the Scottish Parliament. And I cannot wait to get going tomorrow. Absolutely delighted for Kirsten, and I'm sure she's absolutely delighted for me too, and I'm sure over the next weekend we will get together. Really, really pleased that Kirsten is also going to be in the Parliament. We look forward to that.
We must have politics built on tolerance and solidarity, politics that seeks to unite rather than divide. That's what I will be dedicating myself to warn anyone that seeks to impose that but above all that, I look forward to serving the Senate. So it's now to the day. I have postponed this appointment. I was wanting to start tomorrow, but I asked me for a couple of days off. But to all those people living in Senedd, I will be open for business again, 9 o'clock in the morning. If I can help, please come to my office. I will be there to provide advice and assistance, because after all, I'm here to get things done.
For the Lib Dems in Edinburgh Southern, and also a campaign worker in Edinburgh Northern, which we are hoping to win. Certainly, when I...
Chas Booth, I am the Scottish Green Party, one of the Scottish Green Party candidates for the Edinburgh and Lothians East list.
How do you feel about the elections?
Really good, really good. We've had really positive results, really positive conversations with people on the doorsteps. People are feeling positive about the fact that we want to tackle a climate emergency. We want to ensure that we are bringing down people's bills. We've had loads of folk say that they are pretty fed up with some of the other political parties. They're fed up with Labour promising things and not delivering. They're fed up with the SNP after so many years in government and not delivering. So people are turning to us for a positive alternative. I think we have done a really good result. I think we've probably got the best Green result ever in Edinburgh and Lothians East. So I'm feeling really positive.
Well, thank you so much.
Martin Young. I'm a Labour Party member from Edinburgh Central. I think the big result tonight from what I've seen is that the SNP's lost a lot of votes across the reform. Our core votes kind of held up, and results are not too bad tonight, to be honest with you, compared to what a lot of people in the mainstream media were kind of trying to portray.
Why do you think SNP lost to?
I don't think they haven't lost, obviously. I just our estimation is that a lot of people, there's a lot of upset people out there.
Kelvin Maryhill, rather, which Bob Doris held for the SNP, but we've also been hearing from Glasgow Central, that's a new constituency, but it was sort of nominally SNP, and that's a hold for, effectively a hold for Alison Toulis, who's always been a very popular SNP candidate. So maybe Patricia can talk to us about that and about what's been happening there at the count.
Hi, Jenny. Yes, the SNP are quite happy and celebrating a lot, but now they are all eager to know about the constituency. They are still in very doubt if they are going to be able to get it or not, and it's the Glasgow South side.
I was thinking it would be that. There's Holly Bruce there from the Greens presenting quite a challenge.
Yeah, exactly. So the results are just due to come in 1 second, I think. So yes, and you have already mentioned all the good results that the SNP got. And I'm just going to throw this here in the floor so you can see the results coming up if you like.
Okay, let's do that. Very far away this time.
Can you see okay?
We can. We don't have sound from it yet, hopefully.
Hereby give notice that the elected 66,001. Total number of votes cast is 38,671. The turnout is 58.59%. There were 172 rejected ballots. Total the reasons for rejection as follows: 21 voted for more than one candidate, 2 writing or mark by which the voter could be identified, 149 unmarked or void or uncertainty. The total number of votes for each candidate was as follows: Arthur Wakir Abdullah, Independent, 147. Holly Bruce, Scottish Green Party, 14,000.
Scottish Conservative and Unionist Party, 1,383. Gordon Miller, Reform UK, 3,019. Rachel Mary Bernhardt, Scottish Liberal Democrats, 1,143. Pocock Stewart, Scottish National Party, 10,000.
For anyone who didn't catch that, that means we got the second Green MSP to be elected in a constituency in Scotland. Okay, Patricia, we're not getting any sound now.
So a very good, very good result for the Greens this time.
And that's straight after they've had someone elected in the constituency in Edinburgh as well. So it's very exciting for them that they've got both of those things today.
Yes, yes, they are just thrilling, thrilling, thrilling. I put my phone in my ear because I don't have my earplug, so I cannot hear you. But you could see how they were celebrating.
It's a shame, I think, that it was against Colcab because she's been a really good MSP, but you know, it's the way it works out, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly. So let us see. I'll try to get her later because she was indeed a really good MSP.
Have you got any left at Glasgow now? That's it, isn't it, for you?
Pardon?
Oh, you still got Rutherglen and Cambuslang to go, or did that declare? I'm not sure.
No, no, it was declared and SNP got it. So
okay,
this was
so that's it.
Yes. So this one was the last one for constituencies, and then they may start very soon, the regionals.
Okay, and we've just heard that the Conservatives have held Ettrick, Roxburgh and Berwickshire, so maybe we can cut to James soon and see what's going on there.
Right, okay.
Yep, also the SNP have held Angus North and Mearns. Another new result in.
Okay. Sorry, I'm not being able to hear you properly.
It's okay. The SNP were hoping to take Ettrick, Roxburgh and Berwickshire. It was very close and it could easily have flipped. Actually, we're going through to Naz now in Edinburgh. We're going to hear about what's been happening there. So we'll go back to you later on. Thank you.
Right, okay, thank you. Sorry for that.
Bye. Hi, Naz. So you've had some results through there. There's a lot happening at the moment. Hello. Can you hear me?
Wait, just a sec. I'm going to put on my mic. Hello, can you hear me?
Hello, I can hear you. I hear that the Lib Dems held.
For some reason, I can't seem to hear you. Just a second. Better now?
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, better.
Okay, yeah, we heard that the Lib Dems held Edinburgh Northwestern. So have you got anything left in Edinburgh now still to declare?
I think Edinburgh is all done now. They're just announcing the final results here. All over, but I think
so those are the Edinburgh regional declarations. We will now declarations.
So it's so now it's Edinburgh Central, Edinburgh City results are all in now.
I think that's the regional declaration.
As you can see, people have. Yeah, I think they're going to go for the regional Lothian, mid Lothian, I think results he said. That they'll be announcing soon. Yeah, but the counting has pretty much stopped. Everybody has left. There was an ad rush for everyone leaving with the buses outside.
I see, okay.
The star of today in Edinburgh is the Lorna, the Green candidate who won Edinburgh Central. She's like the first Green constituency. So she is obviously like the star of today, apparently here. People, the bigger part, like it's kind of what was expected. I think it was the bigger parties. The traditional parties have all lost. You know, not lost, but they were the ones who had more to lose, I guess.
Yeah, they've all
and
lost.
So it's the new. Yeah. So it's I mean, there's a lot of excitement amongst the Greens. I asked for reform candidate if he was willing to talk to me, and he refused. So I've talked to pretty much every party except for them, but I approached two people, one a candidate and one an activist, and both of them said that they did not want to speak to me. So I was able to get a pretty yeah. I don't know why. I don't look that scary, I guess. But
No. Do you want to join us later on when we're sort of assessing the results and we've got more in? And we can discuss what's happening with that.
Well, I'm not sure. Well, sure, if you like, if you want me to, I'll be leaving here shortly, I think, but I'm happy to join later.
Yeah, sure.
Just let me know what time you want to connect. I will
Just
try and
anytime. I mean, I think we're expecting the last result around 7, but it may run a bit later than that because there are a lot of recounts in Wales, so we might be waiting to find out what's happening there after we finish with Scotland.
The Green Party is happy for us to interview them, Lorna, later this week if we're interested.
Yes.
So I will schedule with her.
Okay, fantastic.
All right.
So do you want to, when's the declaration happening for the list there? Are they doing that in a moment? Because we should stick around if they are.
The declaration for
the regional list for Edinburgh.
Let me see. And let me ask them because it seems to be quite empty right now.
Yes.
Let me ask that. Do you know if the regional list has been for Edinburgh region?
Not yet.
Not yet. So not yet.
Okay. If you're happy to stick around and wait for that and just give us a shout when something's happening, then we'll go back to you for that.
Okay, I'll try and find out what time and where, if that is happening. There seems to be pretty much no one left here except the Green. So I'll find out and text you and see if it's worth sticking. Okay.
Thank you.
All right.
Okay, we'll speak to you later.
Bye.
Okay, bye.
Bye.
Okay, I'm going to see if we can maybe get hold of James in Berwickshire because right, we're going to be talking to Owen Kelly, the apologist, again in a little bit. I would really like to speak to James. I don't know if anybody in the back end here can get hold of him, but I would love to know what's happening in Ettrick, Roxburgh and Berwickshire now because we're still waiting to find out after trying apparently. We have had the result from there that it's a Conservative hold, but I'd like to hear what's going on around that. In the meantime, we have some more results, or one more result at least. We have Clydebank and Mulgai has been held by the SNP. That won't be a big surprise to anyone. Yeah, that's our only one at the moment. So I think we might, after that huge cluster of results together, be starting to see a little bit of a slowdown. But obviously there are some areas that haven't given us as much yet. So we'll wait and see what happens with those. And after everything's settled down in terms of immediate counts, we are also going to be having the list announcements like I was talking about with Naz just there. And then we'll find out who we've got in terms of list MSPs. That's where we really find out finally, where we're at with the Parliament. But Owen might be able to help us with that because that's his specialist area. He'll actually have been looking at this all the way through, and he should know what's going to happen. So hopefully he'll be ready really soon. So at this stage things are starting to slow down. We will be trying to check with people every now and again to find out what they think about what's coming in still, and we hope very soon to be able to discuss those list results as well, and we can get an impression of what the Parliament is going to look like as its final stage. No new results right now, but yes, we then hope to have some analysis of the results that we've got so far. And we have James in Edinburgh, in Ettrick, Roxburgh, Berwickshire. I'm struggling now. So we're going to go to him and see what he has to say. Yep. And we have a thing here saying First Minister loses seat as Plaid Cymru. I think that's probably the first part of something I'm supposed to read out. Anyway, we'll go to you, James. We'll go back to that in a minute. James, what's happening? We can see your picture, but we can't see any movement. Have you connected successfully or not? Maybe. There you are. Okay. Can you tell us what's been happening there?
Okay, Ettrick, Roxburgh and Berwickshire has declared. Rachel Hamilton won by over 13,000 votes compared to John Redpath's over 8,000 only. Despite predictions of a close vote, it did not turn out close, and she's been I'd say comfortably returned to Holyrood via the borders. We've got the Midlothian South Tweedale and Lauderdale declaration happening right now, hence why I'm outside. But again, it's expected to just go SNP. Others, Reform UK did not make a splash, nor did Labour, Liberal Democrats. It was pretty much, again, SNP Tory contest.
Mm-hmm. Have you managed to speak to anybody there about what's been happening?
Not yet, no.
Okay, so you're hoping to do that still?
Yeah.
Okay, well, thanks for that so far, and hopefully we can catch what's actually going down there in a moment and find out that remaining result, as you say, probably likely just to stay with the SNP. So thank you for your help today, even though it's not been maybe as dramatic as it could have been, but maybe we managed to catch some of us. We'll come back to you later on. Thank you for that.
Thank you.
Okay, and we're going to Owen now, who is going to fill us in on what's happening from a more academic point of view, looking at these results. What are you thinking about what you've seen so far? You'll have a clearer idea of what's now going to happen than the rest of us, because we haven't had time to work things out as far as the lists are concerned.
Well, it looks like the SNP are going to cap out somewhere in the region of 60-ish. There's still a little bit of so Argyll and Bute and Loch Skye and Badenoch haven't come in yet. Those could go to the Lib Dems, or they could stick with the SNP.
I've just seen the SNP have held Falkirk West, but that's the latest result.
West. Yeah, they're going to hold Falkirk West and hold Falkirk East. There's a few more in the central belt that are going to come in, and they're all looking quite likely to go to the SNP. So the questions for where's the limit of the SNP victory now is those northwestern ones that haven't come in yet, those ones that are close to being the Lib Dem gains. So we fully expect Caithness and East Ross to go to the Lib Dems. Argyll and Bute is probably more likely to go SNP at this stage, although the Lib Dems are important there and could absolutely take that. And then we've still got Dumbarton to come in, and Glasgow South Side, where the Greens think they have a chance. So it depends on those how well the SNP do from here. At this point, it looks very unlikely that the SNP are going to win any list seats. If they lose all of those ones in the Northwest, if they were to lose all three of them, then they could gain one. But it seems unlikely that they're going to get a list seat. So they will finish on whatever their constituency number is at this stage. And then for the others, we don't know, because we don't know how many people have split their ballots. It doesn't look like it's been a great day for reform in Scotland, although they have done reasonably well within Scotland and some of the central belt. So they will get list seats in most places. They will get list seats probably everywhere now.
And they've come third in quite a lot of places and second in a few places. So that's going to be encouraging for them. Yeah, we have 62 of the 129 seats declared, it seems. So yeah, still a ways to go, but I think we've had most of the exciting ones, haven't we?
Oh, well, Dumbarton, Skye and Lochaber. There's a couple of others that are still going to come in that are going to be interesting. Argyll and Bute, Dumbarton, Glasgow South Side. These ones could tip the balance of how
we
far
have
the
just
SNP
actually
get.
had Glasgow South Side just there, so that went green.
Did it go green? Okay.
So
well, then
yeah, it's interesting. I mean, the Greens have done really well on the list in the past. These results, they've had victories in Edinburgh and Glasgow. Are those going to affect their listings significantly, do you think?
So in Glasgow and Edinburgh, that means they will win one fewer than you would expect. So then if they hadn't, so if they'd won none of those seats, they probably would have got 3 on the list. Now they'll probably get 2. Again, it's not clear, because the final list seat can be decided by quite fine margins, and it does matter how many people have split their ballots. But if the Greens are having a very good day, they could still get 2 list seats in both regions. The system works quite well for parties of that sort of size. They will get the representation that they've kind of earned. So they will get a couple of the seats there. We just don't know if they're going to get any list seats in the Highlands and Islands or in North East Scotland. They probably will, but it's unclear.
I mean, I think the interesting thing for the Greens now is whether they've sort of reached a sort of size where it's difficult either way, you know, where there seems to be a sort of medium-sized party space that is difficult to get past sometimes. Maybe they have to move more into the constituencies to do that.
Yeah, at this point, you would need to start challenging in other places, or at least challenge everywhere in Edinburgh and everywhere in Glasgow and Aberdeen. Be a bit more ambitious in where you're going to target for your constituencies. This strategy has worked for them very well, but it also places a limit on where they grow and how they campaign, because they can't run the same level of campaign in Aberdeen as they would have if they had a candidate, actually like named candidate for the constituency. So it has placed a limit on their capacity. But again, it has worked out very well for them. So if this works for parties of this size, it's possibly a lesson to other parties in future who wanted to try this kind of strategy. People like Reform, for example, could have attempted this and run more and focus more on the focus on getting a couple of seats as a stronghold to build from. Basically, attempt to become the Lib Dems, which seems to be what the Greens are attempting to do. It's a strategy that's worked out well, so you know, it's fine, but it does limit them to getting any larger.
So when it comes to Wales, we're seeing 66 out of 96 seats we've got so far. So that's, I think, 30 Plaid, 22 Reform, 7 Labour, 5 Conservative and 2 Greens. So what do you make on that at the moment?
It's an incredibly disproportional result given the system. There are a lot of places where the Greens, the Lib Dems, the Conservatives, and Labour are missing out on getting anything, or in some cases, all of them are missing out on getting anything. And this is happening because they're just falling shy of that 10% line. If they're all on 9%, then they don't get any seats. And Reform and Plaid pick them up. And it's a very unusual set of results to have got to this kind of point. It's a real surprise that they've managed to do this. I know some of the MRPs the Welsh MRPs have done quite a good job of anticipating this, not perfectly, but in that kind of ballpark. Because this is kind of what those things should be good at, those kind of broad constituencies, which are relatively proportional. But it has been a very good day for Plaid Cymru, and they could well get close enough. They don't get a majority, but they can get close enough that they don't need a formal coalition with anyone. And considering that they have almost wiped out Labour anyway, they wouldn't have anyone to go in with, or not comfortably anyway. So it's probably just as well for them. So they'll just go in as if the rest of the constituencies look as we expect them to now, they won't need a formal coalition. Well, they could still choose to get one.
And of course, Kemi Badenoch, as the Conservative leader for the UK, doesn't entirely speak for the Welsh Conservative Party, but it still seems that it would be very difficult for them to do, as she said, that her party would not do, and to go into a coalition with Reform. That probably puts some of their votes at risk elsewhere, doesn't it?
Elsewhere, yes, it makes no difference in Wales. They're not going to be able to do it. They could attempt it. They'd still be 10, 15 seats short. So it's kind of
okay, so,
parties saying that they won't go into coalitions with each other, though, is kind of a thing that parties do. I don't know if anyone really takes it seriously. People know who would and who wouldn't actually do a deal. People know that the SNP and Greens can both say they won't do it, but we both know that they would. And we know that Plaid and Labour and the Welsh Greens would all do it. If the maths required it, they would do it. We also know that Labour wouldn't do one with Reform. And we know that Conservatives probably would. If the maths worked out that way, they'd do it. They haven't distanced themselves from Reform in the same way that we've seen in other parts of Europe, where there has been a firm cordon sanitaire against the far right. And there's no suggestion that Conservatives would rather work with Labour than Reform, which is the case in other places. So I don't think it really makes any difference. It probably helps Kemi Badenoch slightly amongst certain Conservative voters who don't like the idea of going in with Reform. And I don't think anyone who votes for reform believes them. So I don't think it's really I don't think it's doing any harm. And it seems like sensible politics for me to say that.
And of course, the Lib Dems at a sort of UK level have twice sort of built up their numbers to the point where they were kingmakers and gone in first with Labour and then with the Conservatives, and they've got their fingers burnt both times, haven't they? Because they've then spent time in the wilderness where people say, oh, voting for them is just risking letting this other party in.
I just see a note popping up here that Ellen Ed Morgan has resigned. I mean, she didn't have a choice, but having lost her seat. But that's a remarkable loss. I don't know the last time a sitting first minister or prime minister has lost their seat. I think it was early 1900s. So that's a huge moment in Wales for a Welsh leader to have not just lost power but lost their seat. Although it was not their best area.
Yeah, although, and we were thinking, of course, that the leader of the Scottish Conservatives might lose his seat, but now that Jackson Carlo's gone out, that allows him to stay in, doesn't it?
Yes, the leader of the Welsh, he seems he's fine now. And party leaders have lost their seats. That's okay. It's the sitting first minister is
yes, it's rather more comfortable.
I don't think that's ever happened. I can't think of an example of it happening. I know that the first minister of Northern Ireland lost his Westminster seat, but it didn't impact his ability to, because he was still at Stormont. So that is a really big moment in Wales for that to have happened, even though it was kind of coming. Most of the polls had that as a very close seat, because it's pretty much the worst place you could have a Welsh leader.
We've been talking earlier to some of our Welsh people from Bylines, Cumbria, and they were saying that they were not sure if they were going to stick with this system because they felt it was very unpopular. Do you think it will stick around in Wales?
I don't seem to like it. Reform's position on electoral system changes depending on whether or not they're winning. Labour probably would rather something else now. They picked this one, I think, based on the assumption that things wouldn't change, and then they did. They need to stop doing that because it went very well for them in Scotland, and now it's gone very well for them in Wales. The Lib Dems have always supported STV very consistently, so have Cymru. And the Greens would probably also rather it if they're thinking of this at all strategically. So there's enough there that they could push through STV if they really wanted to. I think they could do it. I think they could push it through. I think now it becomes an issue for Plaid to decide, because STV would probably give them fewer seats. Okay. That cutoff point doesn't exist under STV.
So do you have any other final observations today of how things have gone?
Yeah, I mean, it has been just a huge day in Wales for the end of 100 years of Labour rule, and it's come crashing down very significantly here with the First Minister losing her seat and resigning. So that is just that. I think that is the major event of today in Scotland. It's a little bit more of the same, and the lack of a breakthrough from reform to win any constituency seats. They came close in Banff and Buchan Coast, but everywhere else they weren't that much of a challenge. So that'll be disappointing for them. But we'll see on the list, and then it will all become clearer who is second and who's third up in Scotland.
We've heard that just now that the SNP have held Midlothian South, Tweedale and Lauderdale as we expected. Reform have actually come fifth there. So that's not a great result for them. I think they were hoping to do better.
Yes, that's particularly bad.
But yeah, I mean, they've been sort of second and third in a few places, but yeah, just that lack of, I think there was a lot of hype, and again, because people would have been watching the elections, the council elections in England, and maybe assuming that it would work the same way, but it's very different politics, isn't it? And I think that's something that's really shown up today, that what's happening politically in each of those three nations is very different, and obviously where you're from as well.
Yes, they seem to have reached a cap, or well, potentially have reached a cap or closer to it. In Banff and Buchan Coast, they came close, and that was good for them. They were nowhere near in Aberdeenshire West, and they were nowhere near in Dumfries and Galloway, or Galloway and West Dumfries, where they should have been competitive. Based on the Westminster result, they should have been competitive there, and they didn't gain much at all. perhaps a more targeted strategy would have worked if they had gone something down the green line of just pick a few places and really, really go for it. It seems to be a Nigel Farage specialty to win loads of seats, loads of votes everywhere, but no seats. So it's come true again, although the list will help them out, and they will get a pretty solid number of seats.
Yeah, it strikes me that it's quite expensive as well, standing candidates in all of those constituencies and then not getting them.
They should get they'll get their deposits back. I'm sure there's a couple where they've dipped below the 5%, but that's nothing. And it's also Reform. They have plenty of money.
They do indeed, yeah.
They're the only party that can afford to have another election in the next couple of years. So for the benefit for everybody else, they'll want to make this work for as long as possible.
Yeah. Okay, well, thank you for being here today and for all of this support. It's been great to hear from you. I guess we'll be seeing, I'm not sure who's coming up next for us, but we'll see what's going on back in the constituencies. So thank you very much. Okay, bye. Okay, so we do have just a last few results to come through now, probably not very spectacular ones, but we'll hopefully get some counts soon. We're gradually getting results through from the different regional lists as start of them, but not from, not the ones that are actually going to tell us how many MSPs we get from different lists. Okay, so we're going to take a look at the maps just now and see how that's coming together, the parliamentary maps. So we'll have a look at Holyrood and at the Senedd, if we can do that, please. Back end team. It's really slowed down now in terms of what's coming in results wise. Here we are. So you can see the Senate's really filling up now. Not much left to go there. What there is left to go there, I think, is heavily in recount territory now. So some of those may not come in until quite late this evening, but we may be starting to see some change. And then in the Scottish, just jumping about between them here, in the Scottish Parliament, we have a bit more happening still to go. But you'll see, can we go to the Scottish Parliament one, please? Team, come on. Okay, I may have to wait for this. But yes, we'll be waiting for those final results from Wales, and we'll maybe be speaking to our Welsh team again shortly to see if there's any change there that they know about. I can tell you that in Scotland, the SNP have just held Angus South. Again, not really a big surprise there. To put that in perspective, they were on 13,289, and the Conservatives were next on 66,081, on 66,681, sorry, and Reform on 5,583. So down at the bottom, the votes are quite tightly shared with those other parties. So that is a very safe seat still for the SNP. We don't have anything else through just now, but that's where we're sitting at with results. So we're hoping to have some of our earlier guests come back, and so we can discuss what's going on there now. I'm not sure if we have anybody left at count, so everybody's waiting to see if they can catch some interviews for us, but we seem to be entering a quiet bit of the day. I don't know if we have anything else that we can move to next. We can start to take a look, of course, at what all this means. We did have some material on election leaflets, which I hope we'll be able to get to at some point soon. I think that was supposed to be next. And then we're going to hear from some of our people in England, some of the English editors for Bylines, about what's been going on there, and how they feel about the results overnight and through the course of today from the various councils there. But I think what we can see from what's been happening here is it's a very, very different picture in Scotland, in Wales, and in England. Each of these nations has got something very different going on now. Reform have obviously surged in England, but we don't know how that's going to go. Apparently something's about to happen. I'm not sure exactly what's about to happen.
Hi, I'm Max, and this is The Bump. It's the election flyers and campaign materials that everyone gets chucked through the letterbox in the run-up to an election. Today, I'm going to be going through some of these, talking about what's good, what's bad, what could be done better. Just make them better, please, because my God, there's a lot that we could improve. We're going to start off today with this guy, Tommy Sheridan, for the Alliance to Liberate Scotland. And you know what? This one's not bad. It's a decent picture of the man. Like, they've kind of cropped him in around the ears. It's a wee bit tight on the crop. You want to have what's called the critical space. We have enough room around someone's head to let them breathe. Not always the case. Sometimes it's a rule that you have to know when to break it. But in this case, he just looks a wee bit pinched in and a wee bit awkward. But aside from that, it's a good photo. It's their main guy. They've got roughly what they're trying to say. It doesn't hurt to look at. It sounds like a low bar, but you'll see some of these that... And yeah, got to give them a solid 7 out of 10 for this effort. Someone knows what they're doing. Nice to see. From one extreme to the other, the Scottish Family Party leaflet here. Right, it's not that it's bad design. It's not great design. It's just that it's a picture of a fetus, and you don't want that popped through your door unsolicited. They're trying to shock you to make a point, maybe. It's, incidentally, the first image that comes up if you search Shutterstock for 12 weeks fetus. They've just gone on and they've went, that'll do, and taken the first one, and they're going really hard on they're the party that's anti-abortion. It's just, you see it and you pick it up and you throw it in the bin. You don't want to be looking at it. It's not a good look for... There's no... What's their candidate? We don't know what they look like. We've got red text on a blue background, which is hard to read. It's mostly sort of attacking what the other parties are doing. They've got their own policies in the back, and you can make your own mind up about those, but it's just... It's a 2 out of 10, guys. Do better. Be better than this, you know? Unfold this mess. We've got... Oh. It's your man, Anas Sarwar. Only Scottish Labour can beat the SNP. We've got a full, you know... That's not true, for a start. Don't be lying on your election materials, because we've seen the polling. We know what it looks like, and we know that that's not true, so never a strong look. Some of the photos in this, it's been given to an activist with a phone who happens to have been there at the time. We've not hired a professional photographer. No professional photographer would... It's hard to say just why they're so... That's not how you pose people. That's not how you block in a shot. That's not what a background should be. It's all... There's no sort of nice depth of field fall off to it, so everything... No one pops out. They don't look like they're in the same photograph. They could have been comped in. It's two guys not interacting. The man's tie and shirt is hanging at the bottom of his coat because he's not fastened it. It's like... It just smacks of unprofessional, and they're doing this kind of weird cutout thing where they've got a texture of some paper and put it on some actual paper, and then they've done like a wee fake letter. All Labour's election communications this cycle, as far as I've seen, have had this kind of thread going through them of it's a handwriting font to make it look like it's a handwritten letter, but it's not a handwritten letter, and it starts out "Dear Resident," and it's so insincere and so impersonal, and that's the opposite of what you want in this kind of communication. It should be direct, it should be coming through, and I'm just looking at this picture of the man in a shirt talking to a couple, and it's a sort of a dirty one shot over the back of the heads of the couple, and the most prominent thing in the frame is somebody's gaff in the background with the bins out, and it's like, what? Who took this? Why? Slightly more professional shot, but it's been taken at conference. It's just like the man's up on a stage, the lighting's bad. Don't use conference shots for these. I cannot stress that enough. If you have to, like, you've hired a photographer for the conference, right? Get them to do you some promo shots while they're there. Just kick them a bit of extra cash to get a nice promo shot that's not just someone standing on a stage under stage lighting with the big bags under their eyes, looking off into the distance. They're not good pictures for this. This is a good picture. This is the man in the front of it, and like that's been taken by a professional. Why didn't you have them do a few more? Because here he is. He's got like, yep, nice depth of field. He's doing the no tie thing. We like the no tie thing. Looking into the camera, got a good, nice smile. It's not a high bar to clear. Just why have you got one that's this, and then the rest of them are guff? Doesn't make any sense. Labour, do better. Here's the SNP. This one is
Sorry about that. We lost our sound briefly there. Okay, we are back. And whilst that has been going on, whilst we've been watching that, Falkirk East and Linlithgow has confirmed the SNP, so that's an SNP hold there. Again, there's a drop in the SNP vote, but not by that much. This is one of the places they've done better. They're down by 6.9%. The Conservatives, by contrast, are down by 13.2%, so that's going to be pretty painful. And again, the Lib Dems are slightly up, so that's good for them. They've been doing pretty well like that around the country, just with these small gains. So they'll be hoping that in the long term that can help them, because they've really been struggling to make an impression across the country like that. They have their stronghold in the north, and they've been struggling to make this progress. So beyond that, just to go back over the last few as well, we have had Angus South, that's a hold for the SNP. We have had Midlothian South, Tweedale and Lauderdale as an SNP hold. Same for Rutherglen and Cambuslang, Clydebank and Mogai, Falkirk West. All of these seats strong for the SNP still. And we're expecting actually we're going to have a lot more SNP hold results coming up soon, because these are sort of the sort of middle of the country constituencies. They don't get a huge amount happening. They don't get a huge amount of political attention, but they do reasonably well still. They're not particularly the worst neglected constituencies, so they tend to sit quite happily with MSPs who they get along with for quite a long time there. We are hoping soon to have our next guest in, so we're just waiting for them, and could confirm that the SNP have held Argyll and Bute. So that's a more interesting one for them, because that's kind of a shaky one. That could easily have shifted back in a rightward direction. But they have held that against the Lib Dems as their closest contenders. The Lib Dems... Give me a moment. Excuse me, I've been talking for 8 hours. Okay, the Lib Dems have shot up there by 10.2%. And the SNP is down 9.5%. So that's quite a remarkable result. They could easily have screwed up there. It's still the SNP on 11,019, the Lib Dems on 8,468. So still secure for the SNP, but that was a close one, I would say. I would still be nervous about that if I were them. What's made that move strangely as well in that seat is that the Conservatives have dropped by 16.6%. So at least the SNP don't need to worry that they're struggling as much as that. And Reform is up by 13.3%. So when this kind of thing is happening in politics, you really can't tell what the result is going to be. It's very, very difficult to predict a seat like that. But it seems likely that that Reform UK have taken a lot of those votes from the Conservatives. They've been taken from different parties around the country, which has been interesting to see. Some of it definitely does seem to have come like a wee bit from the SNP, we think, because there was this group of people who were supporting the SNP, not so much because they were passionate about independence or that side of things, or because they thought they were a particularly stable government, but because they thought that they would shake things up a wee bit. And as the SNP have settled into government, that's not so exciting for them anymore. So they've moved more towards Reform. But the opinions seem to be that that's about hit its limit now in terms of what they're going to get from there. So a lot of places reform seem to have been taking votes off of Labour, but here I think it's the Conservatives who obviously have really suffered. And it's interesting is that, you know, there are quite a few former Conservative MSPs and other candidates, certainly party candidates who have been moving themselves to reform, maybe hoping to get something happening there. So we're now going to cut across actually to see what's been happening. The English situation, I know it's a Scottish programme. The English programmes do us a favour of giving us 10 minutes here and there, so we're going to do that for them. We're bringing in Anna Damski from East Anglia Bylines, the editor-in-chief there, and she's going to talk about what's happened in her part of England. Anna.
Yeah, I've been trying to keep track. It's been quite a busy day today. There were 3 county council elections in Suffolk, Essex and Norfolk. Essex called quite early, and the Reform Party has won quite resoundingly. I haven't got the exact numbers. I think, I do. They won 53 seats. Out of a possible, I think, about 65. So, yeah, a big win for them there. Suffolk County Council came in next, and again, Reform has won Suffolk County Council with 41 seats. Both of those councils were Tory won previously, so it's not entirely surprising. But what we are seeing is a collapse of the Labour vote in certain places. In Ipswich, Labour have not done very well with the wards that were up for the Ipswich Borough Council. There were a third of the seats, and they've lost a number of those to Reform, about 10 of those to Reform. So we're seeing Reform doing extremely well across the east here. Norfolk is still counting, and it's looking like it's going to be no overall control with Reform as the largest party. One of the more interesting, and I put that in inverted commas, parts of it is that Rupert Lowe, who is the MP for Great Yarmouth, his Restore Party, Restore UK Party, he ran under Great Yarmouth first, ran against 10, ran in 10 10 seats in a number of divisions, and they won all of them. So they're very happy about that. So yeah, it's kind of very interesting day to day watching all the results coming in. Mm-hmm. Some of the interesting other ones, Cambridge City Council, Labour have lost overall control of Cambridge City Council. We're particularly sad because one of our founding editors at East Anglia Bylines, Cameron Holloway, was, and I'm sad to say he's lost his seat, a councillor on the Cambridge City Council and was the leader of Cambridge City Council. Mm-hmm. So so the Greens have done very well picking up, and Lib Dems have done very well picking up there. In Norwich, the Greens have done extremely well. They've won, I think, 10 seats across Norwich City Council, and I think that was a third of seats for Norwich City Council, and it's meant that Labour's lost overall control there. And South Cambridgeshire District Council, all seats were up, and Lib Dems won all but 2 of them. I think the Conservatives won 2. So that was a big sweep for Lib Dems there.
We've actually just had a big result for the Lib Dems here in Scotland. The Lib Dems have gained Strathkelvin and Bearsden. To do that, they have got 25.1% gain on their last result, right, which is remarkable, taking them up to 15,697 votes. We were talking earlier here about how the Greens have been very successful because they've had a strategy of just pouring all their efforts into 1 or 2 constituencies. So it feels like the Lib Dems have actually done something similar, maybe a bit more under the radar. And they've really made some gains here, because that's far south of where you expect Lib Dems to be succeeding in Scotland. So well done them. But I wondered, okay, going back to your situation in England, do you think that the Reform vote is, how much of that is a protest vote? Because local elections do tend to attract that.
It's hard to say, and we have seen some extraordinary turnout actually, and it's. I think that part of that is a lot of people are realising that there was the potential for reform to win, and so people who often sit out the local elections are actually going and voting, but not in big enough numbers. So I think that. Because it was Conservative before, the politics were further on the right. We're talking extremely rural parts of the country, you know, Norfolk and Suffolk particularly are very rural, which tend to have more right politics. So I think what we've seen is just a switch of a lot of people going from Conservative to Reform. It's hard to see how many of those are going to, of the Reform votes, that they're picking up from Labour, and I don't think they are. I think that we're seeing, certainly in Suffolk, we're seeing quite a surge in the Green vote. Now, Greens have done well in Suffolk recently. They have a Green MP. They have control of Mid Suffolk District Council, which is the only council in the country that they actually hold. And what we've seen is that they've started to bite in around the edges around of that area of Mid Suffolk, and they've picked up a few seats from the Conservatives, but nowhere near enough to hold Reform back. So yeah, it's interesting. It's very hard to say. Reading comments and things in local community groups, there is a lot of anger for sure, a lot of anger against Labour and their policies. But there's also, it feels that a lot of the people on there, and it's possibly just because of the way social media is, that people who tend to be really pro something will seem very almost radicalized. You know, they won't hear a word against their party. And I've seen a lot of that there. And these people just constantly posting stuff on social media about Reform and anti-Labour particularly. So whether that's getting cut through, it's hard to know.
Okay, I just want to bring in Mark Cunliffe now, who is a founder of Central Bylines. He's covering the East and West Midlands. He's going to talk about what's happening in his bit of England and maybe discuss things with you a little bit. Mark, are you ready? Here we are. Mark, can you hear us? In a wave or something?
He can't.
Waiting for him to connect. Yes, of course. Mark. No. Okay, I'll just mention now that the SNP have held Clydesdale. Also waiting for that. There you are, Mark. Okay. Do you want to talk about what's been happening in your area?
Yeah, here in I'm in the West Midlands, but in the wider Midlands, East Midlands as well.
Okay. Can you tell us anything about what's been happening with the results in your area?
Yeah, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you. It's fine.
Okay. Yeah, so looks like Labour is set for its worst ever result in Birmingham. They've lost. Yeah.
We can hear you, Mark. They've lost what? We're hanging on your every word here.
Yes, so there seems to be a delay. Sorry. It looks like we're set our worst result ever in Birmingham for Labour. Newcastle under Lyme has gone to Reform, and elsewhere across the country, Labour have lost Sunderland after 50 years of control. And it's looking like Manchester will go for its worst ever result for Labour in 60 years.
Okay, so how do you see Labour reacting to that?
Is that Mark or me?
I think, Mark, are you listening to the Zoom? Because, sorry, it's easier if you actually just talk to us and ignore the stream, because there's a delay on the stream, in case anyone does anything terrible.
Yeah, I can hear what I said like a few minutes ago now, repeating as you're speaking as well. So.
Yeah. So
and if you could take over, I think
right.
that's my summary so far.
Oh, okay. Maybe Anna, do you have any thoughts on where this leaves Labour after this has been happening to them in England?
Obviously it's seriously weakened Labour, and I've been listening to the results coming in as you've been describing them in Scotland and Wales, and I think Starmer is now in a very, very tricky place. There's going to be enormous pressure on him to go because of these results, but I think that was predictable. The issue, I think, is that whilst a lot of people really dislike Starmer, there's also a lot of people that just want continuity and don't want the drama of constant leader changes. And certainly from what I'm reading about the markets really want stability. And we're seeing Starmer, and I'm hands up, I'm not a Labour supporter. So if anyone's thinking, or she would say that, but we are seeing what Starmer's doing on the international stage at the moment, and I think that's a critical part of what's going on in this country, because we are seeing petrol price rises, we're seeing inflation will start to rise as a result, and that's all because of what's happening internationally. And I think having a leader that's got plugged into what's going on is really quite critical at this point. And so all that's happening here domestically is making that very difficult.
Yeah, we've just heard that the Greens have won Norwich Council.
Yes, they won. Yes, they've won control. Norwich City Council has been Green Labour for years, with Labour just holding on, and that's been eaten away. So yeah, Norwich is now going to be run by the Greens.
Green are doing very well. So I had my live stream still on, so that's why I was getting some weird echo.
What's happening.
Yeah, the Greens are doing very well overall. They up at 290 seats the last time I checked, so that's an increase of 212. So yeah, despite the reform wave, there's been a lot of increases, and also Lib Dems are up 82 seats to 589. So for the more liberal people, it's not been that bad a day in some places.
So what's your take on the longer term impact of this situation?
I think realistically, we're going to see a situation where, locally in Warwickshire, we have an absolute reduction in the budget for potholes. And that's one of the things they're talking about, is how much they're going to spend on potholes. And actually, it's coming down the budget where I live. Up in Nottinghamshire, they spent £85,000 on flags. Which they said they were going to get money for advertising, but of course no business had come forward and want to be associated with that. And it's £85,000, and that could be going into local communities. That's what our taxes are for, not putting up flags. So I think the reality is that people will get some really badly run councils, and then they'll think twice at the next general election.
So the two of you, just to get your perspective on things, I don't know how much you've been watching things today, but of what's been happening in Scotland and in Wales, do you have any thoughts about that? What's it look like from an outside perspective?
Yeah, I've been listening all day, actually. Certainly learning a lot about Scotland, and also was really intrigued by the change in Labour, the change in Wales from the first past the post system, so that somebody gaining 33% doesn't control an entire country, for example. I think that seems a much fairer way, and arguably a lot of European. I think it's only us and Belarus that have the system that we use. It's archaic and very unfair.
Okay, I think we're going to go back to our Welsh team now to hear about what's happening there, and what's happened, what's shifted since we last spoke with them. But thank you very much for filling us in on the situation in England, at least a bit, in your parts of England.
What's with the grim news from England? Thank you.
We'll do our best to fix that here. Okay, can we bring on the Welsh team now? Here we are. So we should have them with us in a moment. We are starting to get some lists through from Scotland, so we will be talking to our phonologist next about that. But first of all, how's things going in Wales?
Shall I kick off? We just had an update now. There's only one seat left to declare, or one constituency left to declare now.
Okay.
So we've had 90 out of the 96, which is good news looking at this. which we'll talk about in a second, but 39 to Plaid, 32 to Reform, 9 Labour, 7 Conservative, 2 Greens, and one. There is a Liberal Dem who's had a in Brychaniog in Brecon. I think that was the. But the good news is, I think, is that we're getting close to the Plaid Cymru being able to form a coalition government. And Reform and Conservatives wouldn't have enough votes to form. They need 49, obviously, as a majority. But Plaid, with their 39, if they could form a coalition with Labour and with the Greens and maybe Liberals as well, would be in a position to form a coalition government then.
If Plaid have got 39, that I think that must mean that Reform cannot make 49. So Reform,
no, they can't.
Reform can't by themselves form. So that's some good news.
Yes, it is, isn't it? Yeah.
There's only one constituency that's outstanding at the moment, and that is Gwynedd Baldwin. It's that enormous constituency that spreads from sort of Chirk and thereabouts all the way to Machynlleth. Plaid are expected to do well in that because there's quite a lot of traditional Plaid voters, but it is absolutely impossible to predict how many of the 6 seats they'll get. Somebody said they might get them all. I doubt it. I think they're going to get perhaps 3, 4. They'll be lucky if they get 4, but certainly they shouldn't get less than 2. And
I think what we sorry, go on.
Well, that'll be it. You say then it's only the start, isn't it?
Yeah. What I was going to say is that I think from the Welsh point of view, what I think has happened is that the Welsh electorate has sussed out this very complicated looking closed list system. They've realised exactly what they need to do to stop reform. So even though it's proportional, it has turned out to be a battle between 2 large beasts. And most Welsh voters, I think, are very sophisticated. It's a very political country, isn't it, Wales? So they've sussed it out and decided they don't want reform. A lot of people have decided they want reform. Nobody knows what's going on in those minds. There's a whole series of PhD studies to look into that. But the Welsh electorate have figured out how to stop reform, and I think that's a good thing. Wales is a tolerant and international sort of country, and Plaid Cymru, Greens, and the Lib Dems are tolerant, international, open-minded parties, and so is Labour, certainly Welsh Labour. And I think Welsh Labour now have got to teach UK Labour a few lessons on how to be more European, less inclined to come at reform from the right, more inclined to come at reform from the left. So I think it'd be a good idea if Welsh Labour sort of distanced itself from UK Labour for a bit. UK Labour are going to have some domestics over the next couple of months. It would be good if Welsh Labour would just get on with the job in Wales and bring Wales more towards the European mind. I would say that, wouldn't I, as chair of Wales for Europe?
Who do you see stepping up to do that job?
Welsh dimension, but I think the Welsh dimension is working there. You know, people who voted Remain in Wales are sort of quite comfortable with voting for Plaid Cymru.
Who do you see stepping up within Welsh Labour to lead them in that direction?
It'll be Hugh Ranke-Davies to begin with, obviously.
Yes, I would think so. Yes.
And again, harking on it a bit more about the European side of things, he is a European. He's his family is European. His wife is Italian. Same sort of family as I've got, actually. Same sort of family that a lot of Welsh people have got. Because if you go back 2 or 3 generations, we've all come from somewhere else.
Yeah, it's an interesting one, isn't it? I'm looking at the Goir Abertawe, which is my home constituency, and you know, it's previously when in the old system, you had Swansea and Gower as separate seats, and two ministers of the Welsh government were the MSs for those two seats. You know, they both decided to retire this time, Rebecca Evans and Julie James, but Labour scraped in, you know, got the 11,000 votes Labour had in that constituency. You know, it's compared, I think Plaid, Gwyn Williams from Plaid and his wife, they're both eye surgeons in Swansea. They had 25,000 votes, and the third place wasn't far away. So, you know, so Labour coming bottom of that of that vote really is a sign, you know, where of the dire straits it's in really. And they brought the big guns in, you know. I mean, Andy Burnham came down. Torsten Bell is the MP for Swansea West, and you know he's been suggested as a potential chancellor, you know, in a future government. He's seems to be the academic brains behind a lot of Labour's economic thinking. And he was parachuted into Swansea West by the party centrally, whereas the leader of Swansea Council, Rob Stewart, was selected by the constituency party to stand, but was overruled by the central party. Ironically, Rob then was one of the 6 standing for Goir Abertawe, but I think to Swansea's benefit, he didn't get it because he's an excellent leader of Swansea Council. He's done a huge amount of development work. So I don't see it as a loss because Rob is excellent. But obviously Labour's had a you know, just in Swansea, but across the board.
Now, what you said, Rob, is quite interesting because within 12 months we'll have another election. That is the county council elections, and we'll see what will happen there.
Yes.
And
very
it'll be canvassing, but it will be a different system. It'll be the old traditional system. Labour Party will have to regroup, re-energise its troops. Yeah, as far as what is going to happen, will Plaid sort of take the London government on straight on? No, I don't think they will.
No,
if they're sensible, they will go after the things that Welsh Labour had as policies, namely things like what's the name of the railway again?
HST.
HST. All that. Justice, junior justice. That's something else that the Labour Party wanted. The Crown Estates devolved. In other words, go after things that the Welsh Labour Party had in its policies, and which the central Labour government is unwilling to give.
So we're just going to have a look at the Welsh graphic here of the Senate and see how it's filling up, and maybe you could give me some comments on that when we get that up.
Yeah, certainly. I'm just looking for a quick.
Just a moment. Everything's there's all these little delays here, but we'll get it running smoothly soon. It should be here soon. Here we are. So what can you tell us about the way this is looking now? It's mostly filled in.
Yes, well, we've still got the 6 left, haven't we? From the single constituency that hasn't.
How do you think those are going to break down? Those remaining 6.
It frightens me to see so many reform people there. It almost looks as if they're dominating the screen at the moment. They aren't technically, but it's going to be difficult because I'm sure that they will tend to go for guerrilla disruptive tactics as they did when they appeared under various guises previously in the Assembly elections and in the recent Welsh Parliament elections.
I think with as far as the last constituencies to declare is concerned, I think it's in quite a strong Welsh heartland, isn't it? In terms of the traditional sort of Plaid Cymru supporters. So as Gareth said, I would anticipate them having at least 3 seats and potentially a 4th. Carmarthenshire, Sir Gaerfyrddin is the constituency name. They got very close to their 4th Plaid Cymru candidate, just very short of the 4th seat. And I'd see Maldwyn being a stronger version, really, of that in terms
we
of.
have a result actually here. Or is this? I'm not sure if this is with it or not yet. We have here Plaid Cymru 39, Reform 32, Labour 9,
No, that's
Conservative 7.
yeah,
Green
that's what we've got
Independents
now.
4. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, that's the front list.
Yeah, it's the one more that we're
Still
waiting
for
for.
that,
Yes,
that one, sure.
yeah, yes. No, that's right. It's I was just looking for a quote from Alan Davis. Alan was a long-standing 15 years, I think, wasn't he? He's been a member of the, well, an MS and an AM before that. And again, he was just urging Labour to, and I think it's interesting, having attended Fire Cymru last week on behalf of Bylines Cymru, I think what politics is telling us now is we've got to get away from professional politicians telling the population this is what they need to be doing. We've got to get mechanisms in place where people can feed back. Ordinary people, non-members of political parties, can feed into the system and identify what is important in their lives. And I think that was, what worries me about reform is I don't see a lot of that from reform. I see a lot of talk about what's wrong. I don't see a lot of contribution about what they can do to put right. Plaid, to be fair to them, did raise a lot of hope, ambition, and it's interesting, we're looking at some of the people who failed to get in today, still harping back to the past, rather than looking to the future and having that hope. And I think we've got to somehow ensure people get, it sounds a bit trite, but it's true, they get their voices listened to, and get the opportunity to feed in. And I think all the democratic bodies that exist have got to try to involve people that wouldn't normally be part of their groups in many ways. We've got to listen to
We're
them.
just in a position where what politicians think people are interested in is different from what voters are actually interested in themselves, or particularly non-voters.
Absolutely. I think look, I think politicians have to make tough decisions. They have to think, hopefully think ahead. But I think what we've seen in the last number of decades, being politicians, most of the time being spent protecting their own positions, infighting within parties. We saw that for 14 years with 5 prime ministers. And we saw it to some extent with Labour in Wales with Vaughan Gething and the issues that went around that. So we haven't helped, political parties haven't helped themselves. We can go back to cash for questions and we can go back to MPs' expenses. But, I really feel we've just got to try and get ourselves in amongst communities and find out what we know what people, it's about cost of living, it's about, essentials in life. And also it's about, people who are better off feeling that they can't have what they perceive as their essentials as well, and very often.
Well, we know what the problems are. Our problems are the problems of any peripheral region of the UK. We are a peripheral region. We're a historic nation, but we're also a region. We need a plan for the NHS. We need a plan for affordable housing. We need a plan for the economy. We need a plan for much needed infrastructure. If we're talking about railways, for example, Wales is in the third world. Our electrified main line stops at Cardiff. It needs to go much further west to Swansea and on to Carmarthen.
And along the North Wales coast.
Along the top of the map, along North Wales, we need an electrified line. We haven't really had a big strategy along there since Thomas Telford delivered the the highway to Holyhead, that railway to Holyhead needs electrification. All these things need to be taken on by Plaid Cymru. We needs like a 10-year plan. Part of it to do with the infrastructure, a lot of it to do with the economy. And if we get the economy of Wales running like it should, then other problems such as NHS waiting lists, they're much easier to tackle.
I think a lot of people here in Scotland felt, but regardless of whether they were for or against independence, that having a referendum gave Westminster a scare and meant that we did better for a little while, that, we got more support for our concerns because people were afraid that we would jump ship otherwise. So I wonder if this result will maybe shake things up a bit for
Well,
Wales.
in Scotland, you've got a much better system of devolved budgeting as well. You get funds which Wales can only dream of. So
you don't even have the Crown Estate, do you?
Yeah. So now that London Morgan doesn't have to cozy up with Keir Starmer, we can be a bit more. I'm not saying aggressive. We can be a bit more assertive about what Wales' needs are, and the budget needs to match needs much more closely.
What I'm pleased with,
sorry,
what I'm pleased with is that Plaid Cymru has broken out of its traditional heartlands. In Welsh, it used to be called the Plaid Little Party. It's no longer the Little Party. It's appealed to all of Wales. And you were interested, if you were interested, you would see that the candidates were taken from local communities and had a wide range of BAME and other sort of minorities represented. They did go out to the communities to find their representatives, people who hadn't been in the party before, not people like my friends who've been in Plaid Cymru for 30, 40 years and whose vision has been stultified, if you like. But no, they've got new, fresh ideas, but they need to carry the people with them. And the only way that they can do that is basically to go after the things that Welsh Labour failed to get, but with which Welsh Labour agreed, namely the electrification of railways, Crown devolving, the Crown properties devolved, and justice, etc. Those are, if you like, the low-lying fruit the Plaid Cymru should go for.
Because it just feels very strange to us here in Scotland to look at Wales and say, why haven't you got the same things that we've got? There's no real logical reason for it.
It's historical, isn't it? Because historically, two kingdoms chose to unite, whereas in Wales, Wales was conquered. That's why we have 600 castles.
If we are talking about ancient history, it was 1947 when my dad came to Wales. My dad was the most English person you could imagine. But coming to Wales, he joined Plaid Cymru, learnt Welsh. He stood as for a parish councillor in Plaid Cymru and got thrashed by the local Labour Party machine. But he's looking down from heaven now and just thinking this is the most amazing day. He's always a bit suspicious of me because I did the easy thing and tagged on to Labour. But he was a left-wing socialist and got more lefter as he got older, which I find I'm doing actually. It is a remarkable thing for Plaid Cymru. Somebody just said on the radio now that they've got 8 MSs for Cardiff. They've got more MSs than they've ever had councillors.
Yes, that's right.
I think we're going to be talking now, going back to talking to Patricia about Glasgow for a wee bit here. So maybe we can bring you back in when we get that final result and see what's happening.
Yes, okay, good. Thanks, Jenny.
Thank you very much for your time.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Okay, so we now have Patricia who's going to be telling us what's been happening in Glasgow and just sort of summing up the day there.
Hi, Jenny.
Hi.
So as you can see, now things are quite empty here. Oh, I'm going the other way around because the camera is facing me, so I always forget about it. So we just had an announcement that the regions here are going to take a while, at least 1 hour, for the results to come live because Rutherglen is still verifying the count. I've spoken to Holly and Ross, and they were over the moon winning Southside constituency, mainly if we consider that the SNP MSP there was really, really popular. So they think that this gain was fabulous for them, and it proves that they have some strength. And having now at least 2 in the constituencies, they are quite happy and to work on what they have pledged, saying about the food for children and the bus, the free bus. And then I discussed with Holly about the new rent and laws that she wants to put, and they are just waiting for another bill to pass, and then they are ready to freeze the rent if it's possible. So these are the last news that I have from here. So
okay, have you enjoyed your day?
Yeah, it was really interesting and learned a lot. So next time I'll be even more ready. But it was great to be in touch with some candidates and do some interviews with them. So
have you been following what's been going on in the rest of Scotland? Have you been able to keep up with that?
I followed a bit. I'm not sure. I was curious about the constituency that I live in.
Which one's that?
The result, and then I've heard those results, but the other ones I haven't been following very well.
Yeah, we're still waiting on hearing what's happening with Rutherglen and Cambuslang, of course. So that will be the final thing that will tell us the whole Glasgow picture. And yeah, so it's interesting because Glasgow was hoping to have that in by 4:30, and it's announcements. Everybody's running behind time, and it's not entirely clear why now. I think in some cases, though, it's because we've had much closer results around the country than we thought that we would have.
I think so. And then I wonder if it's because of the recount as well. And I wonder if that's what happened in Rutherglen, but they just said that they are still not ready to release the results. So,
okay, well, I'll let you go home and see how exhausted you look at. Thank you for doing this.
No, you're very welcome, and thank you very much. And I've heard that you're doing very well there.
Well, let's hope so. I'm not sure what we're doing next, but we'll see what comes up. Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you. Bye.
Bye. Okay, we have just heard that the Greens have won the mayoralty in Lewisham in London. So the Greens are doing very nicely across London. I'm going to have some high-profile spokespeople there. And I think that's going to be a little bit of a counter to the reform narrative. That's going to be interesting to see how that works out in England. So we don't have any more results in just now. So maybe we want to have a wee look at the summary, at our map for Scotland and see where we're at there. And we can just see how Holyrood is filling out, or what it means to have all these results in now. Do we have anything on that back-end team? Maybe. Hopefully we'll have something soon, just so we can see how everything's fitting together, because of course what we're missing now is really simply those list seats, and it's just 1 or 2 remaining constituencies, nothing much there. I wish I kept track of them more precisely, but I don't have a full map of what we don't have yet. Maybe somebody could send me a list which covers that. But yes, you can see that the Parliament's filling up quite nicely there. So the SNP are close to that middle line where they wanted to be, but we don't expect them to get anything on the list. So it's very unlikely now that they will manage to get past that line. However, we've obviously already got those 2 Greens in as well. So the Greens are definitely going to be getting some more people on the list. You can see that when that fits together with what the SNP have got, then you do have a pro-independence majority. The SNP have been very particular about it's only a vote for them and them getting a majority, which means that they should achieve their aim of getting another referendum. Of course, the Greens will argue that if the majority of people, the results, the majority of people elected by Scots voters want a referendum, then there should be one, and that it's a dubious party political tactic to say only if you vote for us, for any party to be doing that. We've never seen anybody doing the opposite. Interestingly, nobody has said vote for us, and if we get a majority, we'll guarantee that there won't be a referendum, which would be an interesting tactic. We've seen mutterings around that, but nothing like that solid a position. And of course, it's always a little bit of a debatable thing because there's a fair bit of support for independence within the Labour Party, even if they don't talk about it too publicly. And even if it's not the official party line, obviously. But then you'll find that within other parties, you know, there are some SNP MSPs are potentially quite happy with the way that things are and with nothing changing for them. So it's never quite as clear cut as it looks if you just look at who's there. We have some Lego as well, I believe, that will give us some information just now if you want to have a wee look at how things are literally stacking up there. I'm not sure how well we've been keeping up with that, but we can have a wee look if the back end team are wanting to do that. See how the Lego is getting on. Do we have proper towers there? It's hard to see, isn't it? It doesn't look like they've been growing quite that much. Or is that the SNP there with all of those big towers together? I think it must be. They got so many seats that they're doing quite well like that, but I'm not sure what's happened to the rest. I think it's a little unclear from that illustration, so maybe that isn't going to be so helpful for us after all. But thank you for putting that up, back end team. We have, just to say, we've got Ben and Jules in the back end here. They've been doing a lot of hard work and not getting the credit, so I'd just like to give a wee word to them now. Thank you both for your efforts during the day. Looks like we have another hour to run at least, as long as you're happy being there, because we don't know what is going to happen with those list things. We're still waiting for that to come out. We've got a little bit of a picture there from talking to Owen, who's obviously got a better model on that than we have, even though we have our nice physical literal model. And if we could have got it to sit the right way around, it would be a bit clearer. The idea was originally that we would have a live action model of what was happening in the Parliament that way with you know, a live model. And it's moving about. I'm not sure what's going on with it there. But it's nice to be able to see it anyway and see that's going on. Anyway, yes, we're going to be here for a while, I think, because until we have those list results, we can't see how things are going to look in their final positions. And you'll have seen from that graphic just back there, we're looking at the Parliament, that there is quite a lot still to fill in, that, you know, the list MSPs make up quite a large proportion of the seats there. And we still, of course, are waiting for that last result from Wales. So when that comes in, we will be talking to our Welsh team again. I don't know if we have anybody we can go back to now who has been participating in the counts. I don't know if Naz is still around, or anybody else who wants to discuss things there. But this is so a kind of a hanging position at the moment. We don't know how things are going to develop. Hope that you've enjoyed our coverage anyway. We've been doing our best to bring you some interesting stuff. We have a result, I could say now, actually, a result that we didn't know about. This is Dumbarton. Dumbarton has been held by Labour. So again, not a big surprise. It's got a long industrial history. It's always been quite strongly Labour. Labour is down there. It's down 6.5, but critically for it, the SNP is down 8.3. So they're quite close together, but it's been protected by that drop in the SNP vote. Reform there has come up on 15.7% of the vote. So again, you know, one of the more visible areas, and they're tended to do well in areas like that, where things that maybe other politics has been a bit more stagnant for a while and not so much has been happening. Okay, and so we're just now we're going to go and take a look at some more flyers. So thank you for bearing with us. That's coming up just now.
Like, some of them hurt to look at. We get it, your colours are red and yellow. You can do better than this. This is like, it actually fatigues your eyes looking at these like bright saturated colours and trying to take out text off the back of this. No, just have a white background and have your little, like, your red and yellow party stuff, have your little party graphic, have a few wee boxes in your colours, make it a wee splash colour, just, you know, a wee feature. Don't have the entire thing in red and yellow and expect anybody to want to read it, because they're not going to. And here again, we've got, here's a fella with a lanyard, he's at a conference, here's a woman in a toilet cubicle by the lighting, possibly. Just, here's a guy within a wall, it's white, it'll do, phone flip. No, hire a photographer, pay someone who knows what they're doing to take a picture. Don't be doing this. And then inside, there's just more of this fucking nonsense, and a couple of photos from rallies where it's all The graphic design's not great. The fonts that they've used, the white space, I say white space advisedly, it's yellow space and red space. And then they've got a chart for earnings versus what they would replace the council tax with. And people switch off at this kind of thing with all the numbers and the charts. No one's going to scan your QR code. 3 out of 10, do better. Anna Sauer doing a suspect salute. Do better. A trade union and socialist fighter for Paisley. Who's this? Is this the trade union and socialist party? Is it just the Socialist Party? Scottish Trade Unionist and Socialist Coalition. You can see I've done my research. I shouldn't have to be scanning your entire thing to find out what your party's called and who am I putting an X next to, right? It's done in a kind of tabloid style with this, the big pink with the, but you know, it's better than having it all be, say they've done the entire thing pink, you'd be hurting your eyes to read it. So nice white background, you get a point for that. The photo's actually not bad, but it has been taken on somebody's phone in a pub, and it's the one photo that they've got here because they've used it again in the background. That's not good enough. You should have more than one photo of your candidate. This is an election communication. You're trying to get people's votes. You're trying to say, I am worthy of election. Well, you're worthy of paying a photographer to take a picture of you, aren't you? 4 out of 10. That's the same SSP one again. This is the Alliance to Liberate Scotland, and it's your geography teacher. Why have we got a black and white photo? The man looks like he's living in the 70s. We don't want to vote for him. This is they saved their good photo for Thomas Sheridan. I'm not going to linger because I'm not doing the same party again, but that wasn't good. Vote Mac. This is an independent candidate, and he doesn't half waffle on. Who's reading this wall of text? Mac. Nay cunt. Why is there a picture of Statler and Waldorf in here? Do you have, is that a Creative Commons picture of Statler and Waldorf? Do you have the copyright permission to republish that? It's just, we get a wee black and white photo of the man lurking in the corner down here. We get a worse picture of the man standing in the town hall or the city chambers, one of them. It's a nice staircase with a marble on that, but he just looks, he looks half dead, you know. He's haunting, I would call this picture. It's not a good picture, and it's a hellish design because it's all just text that's actually just, the man thinks he's a lot funnier than he is. That's what he's trying to sell this on. And no, 2.5 out of 10. This is getting chucked and binned across the land. No one wants to read that much text. No thank you. Next, we've got the Freedom Alliance, and I get that all the good colours are taken, but you can do better than pink and teal, can't you? Can't you? It's those the cola bottles, the bubblegum cola bottles for the sweet shop. That's the colours. That's, I don't think election. I think sweeties. And if you're going to take a photograph of the man that makes him look like he's not allowed within 500 yards of a school, don't have him standing in front of a thing that could easily read Pedo Alliance. They've cut off their own party's name in the standee in the background of the picture, which looks like it was taken on a 2003 Nokia. It's really low resolution. It's bogging. Don't. And that's just the same picture again, because that's the only picture they got of the man. Thank you. Keep me in focus. My camera's getting ideas. Honestly, some of the graphic work's not bad. So they're getting a 3, but it's getting knocked down to 2.5 because there's no excuse for having pixelated photographs. And it's 2026. Another Scottish Labour. This one's a letter from Bonnie Sandlan, the cat house landing bra thief, as she was once known. Full disclosure, I shot Bonnie's wedding back in the day. So when I'm being mean to her, it's to sort of balance out the fact that she's a mate. Given that this, no other party except us or the SNP can win, which is on all of them, so it's not her fault, but it is mince, and it's one of these handwritten letters that are actually not handwritten, so shite. Sorry, Vaughan. The Workers' Party, but they've got they're trying to evoke the Spitfire, you know, with the colours, with the wee sort of bullseye thing going on, but it's also a cog for workers. You can see what they're going for, but you've got to understand that when you're putting a red, white and blue leaflet through doors in Glasgow, depending on which end of Glasgow, they're just going to go straight in the bin if they don't get set on fire. There's no excuse not understanding your target. I know Scotland's more than Glasgow, but Glasgow's where the population is. You can target these things. You don't have to just do one, right? This is their Glasgow flyer, so they could put a Glasgow flyer that's not quite so in your face, red, white and blue, even if that is the colour selection they've chosen for their party. Inside we've got a solid mix of that quasi-promotional photography, conference shots where somebody's talking, so they're like this, because they're looking off to the side with their mouth open, and we've just grabbed the guy and stuck him in front of a standee. Well, someone with a phone's taking a picture of them not looking quite at the camera, which it's got this kind of little ripped page effect where they've got a picture and they don't quite know how to put a frame around it, so it's not good. Here's an oil rig, here's a nuclear explosion. What are we doing, team? Again, no one's scanning your QR code, and in the back we've got this shocking picture of George Galloway where, do we think the hat has taken part of his soul? You never see him without the hat. I worry about the hat. But this, again, it's pixelated. It's been blown up beyond the size that it should have been used for, and it's been cut out. You can see when you look, it's got some contamination of colours. It's been cut out from a red background and put onto a blue one. Don't do that. Just take a photo with a neutral background, for God's sake. It's a 2. It's a 2 out of 10. It's got, you know, it's decent. I was going to say decent fonts, but no, that's not even Impact. That's Hattensweiler. That's the rip-off. No, 2 out of 10. And then this last one's another Labour one, so it can fuck off. So I've tried to get through as many parties as possible to give everyone a fair crack of the whip. Didn't see any from the Conservatives. I've asked friends, no one's had anything. I don't think they can win here, so they're targeting the resources elsewhere, which is fair enough. I did have one from Iris Duane of the Green Party, but unfortunately my flatmate tidied things up and chucked it in the bin by mistake. So thanks to the fine folks at electionleaflets.org. I did find it online. There is a scan available. It's in the public domain, so imagine that I'm holding it and I'm just going to take a wee look at it just now. It's very good. They've done very well. If it's a picture of a woman holding a young child. The child's got a toy dinosaur. It's a professional photograph. Got that nice depth of field. It's well lit. She's looking, you know, sort of hopeful. She's kind of looking up and off to the side. But the kid's looking straight at the camera, so you still get that direct.
Final result, I believe. Rob, is that the case?
Yes, we do. And in terms of the discussion we had a few minutes ago, it's good news. As predicted, Plaid Cymru did win the 4 seats in the Maldwyn constituency. So that now gives them 43 seats overall out of the 96. Reform 34, Labour 9, Conservatives 7, Greens 2, and Liberal Democrats 1, which suggests that Plaid will now form some kind of relationship with Labour, hopefully the Greens, and hopefully Liberal Dems as well, to form their 49 seat that they would require to form the government.
That's a good thing. I think it's a good thing to include because there were some strong members of the previous Labour government who could be useful allies if they're willing to cooperate.
Yes. And that's what coalition or this proportional representation is about, isn't it? It's about creating partnerships and people working together. And surely people have got to realise that this adversarial approach to politics is no longer functional, if it ever has been, really.
What happens in many countries in Europe, isn't it? Coalition is what is the natural state of things in many parliaments in Europe.
Yes.
So
I think it's looking positive, because a few minutes before the last count, Reform were never going to form the government, but I think it's given Plaid a really healthy number of seats, and to allow that cooperation to. So one time it might have, I don't think it would have been talking to the Conservatives about it, but at least they've got what we can classify as progressives, at least working together now, hopefully.
The other thing that Reform can't claim is that they've got a greater number of votes.
No.
Had they had fewer seats and Plaid, but had a greater number of votes, then of course they could have said, we've been hard done by. Knowing them, they'll probably say we've been hard done by anyway. Because they do tend, I'm afraid, to complain about the way that they lose.
Do you think there were going to be people saying that from whichever party that they only ended up in this situation because of the new voting system, and it's something that's wrong?
Oh, the candidate for the Labour member for Gwyr Abertawe has already suggested that it's in terms of the electoral system, which he was obviously in the Senate at the time that voted it in. So
it was, after all, the Labour Party that actually wanted that particular system.
Yes.
And depended on Plaid Cymru, which reluctantly supported it. Plaid Cymru supported it because they wanted to increase the number of members in the chamber, in the chamber.
Yes.
So is that it? Is the counting of votes and the rustling of ballot sheets all over and done with for the day?
It sounds like it's all done.
Some have already taken the loyal oath.
That's great.
Yeah.
So now we can stop talking about election stuff. Looking ahead, I think that what needs to be done in the medium term is to move away from the closed lists. Need to think about open lists, and even ambitious enough to think about full-on PR with single transferable votes. But what Rhynab Iorwerth and his party and his alliances, because there are going to be alliances, if not a full Euro-style coalition, is to think about the Welsh economy. What are we going to do to get the Welsh economy moving? We need growth, but not a vague Starmer type growth of whatever. We need to decide what's going to grow and how are we going to grow it. And for whom are we going to grow it? What's going to be the share out of this growth? Is it going to go to a bunch of Amazon executives who spend the money on joy trips in space, or is it going to be ploughed back into the community? Just give you one example. Are we going to put our faith in the private housing sector to gobble up greenfield land and build semi-detached houses for executives? Are we going to grow that way, or are we going to put our investment into affordable housing? what we used to call council housing. It's a great idea.
Yeah,
I commend it to Fiann and his colleagues.
From my understanding, Fiann will go for strengthening those things in Wales that we're good at.
Yeah.
Not trying to emulate.
Creative industries is one of them. You know, we've got to we've got to become a hub for the creative industries across the spectrum of that, really. Music, art, performance, film. We've already got some good examples of that.
We've also got aspects
Bad
of
Wolf Studios.
technology, haven't we? Because there is a part just outside Cardiff which is quite good for the electronic parts and printed circuits and that type of thing.
And if you want those people to come to Wales, and if you want people in Wales to do that sort of thing, borders are irrelevant. You know, the fact that creative industries are here in Wales is there because the creative industries have got access to a whole market, which doesn't stop at the Dover Straits. We've got to get free movement back. We've got to break down those trade barriers. We've got to get into Europe. So if Rhinath Ioreth were to ask me what my number one priority would be, it would be moving much more closer to Europe, much more quickly than steer Karma. Steer.
That's not a bad man proposition, actually.
Steer Karma is not a bad name, actually, for a. Yeah,
he's probably not Karma today, unfortunately. But
he has had Karma, and he needs a steer as well.
There's no doubt whatsoever that Plaid Cymru has shared a lot of the vision that we in Wales for Europe have. It's been stated.
Absolutely.
And that's one thing that's distinguished it from.
So has the Green Party, which I guess are likely to have some sort of formal coalition with Fiann and so the Lib Dems. The Lib Dems don't share the independence thing so much, but historically they were pioneers of devolution. Devolution was Lloyd George's idea in the first place. Let's be honest. So
independence is not on the agenda for this Senedd term.
No.
It will only become a strong contender on the agenda.
Do you know what? It never is, never can be. There's no such thing as independence in a globalized world. You can have such a thing as self-government, but independence is just a fantasy. We have to work across borders jointly.
I agree with your definition. I agree with your definition. If you like,
and that would be my one, caution really in terms of. And I know Plaid won't do that, hopefully, but they mustn't, steer away from what I would regard as maybe an old-fashioned view of what they were about. And I think
while we're at it, let's give a shout out to the Greens for
absolutely.
And as chair of Wales for Europe, I'm pleased to say that the one person in Wales who outranks me is the president of Wales for Europe, and that's Anthony. Anthony Slaughter is our Green representative in the Senedd. Well done, Anthony, and well done, your colleagues.
Yes,
and he wants to remain as president if he's allowed to, and we'll welcome.
It seemed earlier in the day as if we were going to be spending all night sitting up with you guys, getting to the end of your counts and your recounts, but now it seems we're actually sitting up waiting for Scotland, so you can actually escape and go and have a nice relaxing evening after all of that.
Thank you, Jenny. Thanks for
yes, thanks very much.
All this for us.
Thank you very much for enlightening everyone around the UK about what's going on in Wales, because we don't get
Fiann's party, celebratory party, is taking place now in London now.
Jenny, you've done an amazing job today, Jenny. I don't know how you've done it. If I didn't think you'd want to send it back, I'd nominate you for an MBE or even an OBE for your work today. It's brilliant.
Well, thank you very much. And
thanks, everybody. Have a good evening. Good weekend. Bye-bye.
Yes.
Bye-bye.
We've enjoyed contributing to this program, haven't we?
That's good to hear. Okay, so we are going to go over now back to England, actually, to speak to Anna Damsky, who's in the waiting room. She's going to tell us a little bit about what's going on where she is, because she's more to say about what's happened with the council elections there. Anna.
Hello.
Hello.
Back again.
Yes.
How's things going? You must be quite tired after all of this.
Well, it's kind of an odd way around. We were expecting that we would be sitting waiting for Wales at this time. Instead, we're sitting waiting for Scotland, and I don't know when we're going to hear things, because we have got gradually we've got counts coming in for what's happening with the list seats, but they're not coming in a very useful order. So I think we're hoping to be back with Alan Folds from Ballot Box Scotland around 7 o'clock, and hopefully he will be able to fill us in on what everything actually means. And we'll see those numbers translate into seats, so we can then look finally at the makeup of Holyrood when everything is put together. So it's just a little bit of holding on until we get to there now.
Is
But
that
what
because
about
of
your patch? What's
Oh,
happening?
I was just curious. Is that because of recounts, or what's the delay?
Well, we still have, I'm not sure if we still have a constituency turnout. I think there are one or two still that we haven't got those results back from, but that's not the big issue. What we're waiting on is the list votes. We have an additional member system, so we've got our constituency mostly in now, but we're waiting to see what happens with the second vote that each of us makes in Scotland, and how many people are coming through from each of those parties. Now, it's weighted in Scotland, so that if a party's done really well in constituencies in a given region, then they're not going to get as many list MSPs. So we can say, for instance, that it's really unlikely that the SNP will get anybody on the list now, because it's done so well across the constituencies in every area. That means that it probably won't make the majority that it was hoping to get, 65, but it's going to be close. It's going to be very close. So there'll be all sorts of possibilities for coalition or confidence in supply and so on. And then, beyond that, we'll have to see if the Greens make any actual gains, with obviously they've got two constituency MSPs in Scotland now, which is a huge breakthrough for them, but that might just mean that they get two fewer on the list. It depends on how the maths worked out, and it seems like it's a wee shame for them if that happens after they've had such success. The Lib Dems also may find themselves in a similar position, because they've made some unexpected breakthroughs, and that may eat into their supply of list MSPs. So we'll see how that works out. But I don't know how mysterious this must all sound to you. You're stuck with first past the post.
We are stuck with first past post, and it really shows, actually, because looking at the results in the East, whilst Reform have really romped to victory in large parts of the region, there is also going to be concern, I think, amongst left-wing voters that the vote was split in a number of places, which allowed Reform to get through. And in some places, it was almost a three-way vote between two more liberal parties and Reform. So I think there's going to be a lot of soul searching going forward. But I can give you some of the results. Overall, the big ones were the county councils that were up for election this year, which was Essex, Norfolk and Suffolk. And Essex has had, they have 77 seats. It's a big county. 53 of those went to Reform, with Labour holding on to just one seat. So a real collapse there. I mean, the Conservatives were in control before in Essex, but I think Labour's going to be very disappointed they weren't able to pick up more there. And in Suffolk, the Reform Party managed to win 41 of the 70 seats. Greens have picked up some more seats, so I think they'll be very pleased with that, but possibly disappointed they didn't get more. And some of those places were where the vote was split, and they could have done if there had been more tactical voting, I think. And then in Norfolk, we've only just got the results through, and that's going to be a no overall control. Again, held by the Conservatives. There's been a complete collapse there of the Conservatives, with Norfolk having 84 seats. The Reform have won 40, so didn't quite make the majority. What's interesting there is that Norfolk also has Rupert Lowe's new party, Great Yarmouth First, which won 9 seats. So up till now, there has been no love lost between Nigel Farage and Rupert Lowe, since he booted Rupert out of the party. But if they wanted, they could form a majority between them in Norfolk. So I don't know whether they'd be up for doing that. So that's going to be interesting.
It sounds like it might not be very stable if they did do that.
Yes, I think that's true. And we've seen quite a few Conservative councillors who would have lost their seats if they'd stood as Conservatives, but they defected to Reform and have gained seats as a result of being now in Reform, so that they will be pleased with themselves, I'm sure. We've seen some interesting city council elections as well. Cambridge City Council have Labour have lost control of that, so the Greens have won enough seats to put it into no overall control. And a big turnout for that was 46% turnout, which is higher than we'd normally see in local elections. Norwich City Council, the Labour Party's lost there. And now it's long been between the Labour Party and the Greens anyway, but Greens have now won the upper hand, so they now take control of Norwich City Council. In Ipswich Borough Council, it was only a third of the seats up, and whilst Reform did gain 10 seats on the council, it's nowhere near enough to unseat Labour, which remains in control by quite a wide margin. So the other big things that were happening in terms of all seats up for grabs in South Cambridgeshire, the district council there, the Lib Dems have now got, they've increased their majority and now have 43 of the 45 seats. So the Lib Dems will be cock a hoop about that, I'm sure, with Conservatives winning the other 2 seats. And that again was on a big turnout of 47%. And in Huntingdonshire, district council, that one is in no overall control, but between the Conservatives and Reform, they could form a coalition if they were up for it. So it's going to be one to watch there, and I suspect this is happening around the country where Conservatives and Reform have ended up as the 2 larger parties, because Kemi Badenoch up until now has been very clear that she wouldn't be interested in coalitions. A lot of these councillors have run as local Conservatives, so I don't know how much leeway they would have to form coalitions with Reform, or whether they would just do it as some kind of arrangement that isn't a formal one. So it's going to be interesting.
Okay, we're going to bring in Will now. From Will Brown covered out the Inverclyde count for us. So stick around if you want to, and we can have some conversation between us. Will, are you ready? Hopefully Will be here. Yes. Okay. Hi, Will. Okay, there you are.
There I am.
In fact, if you two wouldn't mind holding the fort for a little bit, I'm going to skip out for a moment because I haven't had a break since I started at 10:30. Is that all right?
Of course. Yeah.
No problem.
I will disappear briefly. You can handle it from here.
Yeah.
I'll trust you not to sell the home world or anything. Thank you.
I'll try not to. Hello, Will.
So how has your day been with this? I've been out, and as you can see, I probably should change this camera because it's jumping. So if you just give me a second to change my there we go.
Oh,
as you can see that I've been outside most of the day, so I'm all red from. I should have probably wore sun cream from when I was out.
How are things going where you are?
It went better than expected because I went for my accreditation on April 2nd, and 2 days ago I got a message saying, "Oh, we've got too many big people coming. We don't have enough room for little old me in Byline." So my accreditation was taken off me. So I thought I could either not do anything or I could stand outside, and people were more relaxed to be outside. And people would talk to me because they were more comfortable being outside than they were in the big room. So I think it went well for me. In what I've seen of our coverage of it, it looks great. It's good that we are the alternative for it. Instead of like everyone covering with the BBC, we had voices there. So I enjoyed it. How have you felt with it?
Yeah, I've been following the results. I've been really specifically focused on the east of England. I'm the editor of East Anglia Bylines, and so we had three big county council elections. And these elections weren't going to go ahead. It was going to be postponed until next year because the three counties are being changed to unitary authorities. And the result of that was that rather than hold elections this year and hold more next year, the government had suggested they just get postponed, and Reform UK were up in arms about it. So they pushed really hard to get the elections reinstated, which they were successful with. But what it did was left them scrambling hard to then find candidates. And we were seeing adverts for candidates right up until literally the day of the cutoff for naming them. So there was this big scramble, and I suspect what we're going to see is a lack of vetting as a result of that, which means that we're going to see probably quite a lot of dropouts and various other things over the next weeks and months. But those elections go ahead next year still, which means that Reform effectively have about a year to prove themselves in Norfolk, Suffolk and Essex before the electorate goes back to the polls. And although they will stay in place for 2 years, what happens next year is, this is a very strange sort of setup, but they'll be electing a shadow council next year. So if the voters are unhappy with the way that Reform are running our local councils, they might find themselves on their way out again in a year's time. So it's quite a unique situation here in the East.
So on that, I did see, I'm not that one of the people that was running in Manchester for Reform was also what was it again? They're running Reform, and as you know what Reform are running on, but a few years ago they were also the parade leader of Pride. They were a drag queen also, and I just thought that doesn't add up, like, for that. So I've been following as much as I can with it, but I've been embedded in the Scottish election. Like I've seen some things over the last couple of weeks which I never thought I would see.
I think it's very. We have to be careful not to pigeonhole people. There are a lot of people who have more right-wing politics who may be gay, but will still support a party like Reform. And we're seeing a lot of people who clearly have some lineage from overseas, from Africa and India and places, who are supporting Reform. And you'd be surprised with that, given their attitude on immigration. So I'd be careful about pigeonholing people, but yes, there are sometimes surprises.
I found that more funny and surprising than anything else, because the two photos they used, there were like one of them at the beginning of the parade and one of them in the Reform outfit, and I was like, it's going more in the thick of it than we really want to talk about, if you know what I mean. Like, Armando Iannucci could have, if he wrote that, people would be like, nah, that sounds fake. And that's what I've noticed in the last couple of weeks. Like, we're really through the looking glass with a lot of things with Reform.
But yes, I mean, I think they're one of those parties that just appeals to a lot of different people in different ways, and so it's attracting quite a wide range of people. So up in Scotland, how are you finding the results? Are there any surprises there? Because I have to say, although I've had Jenny in the background, I haven't been following it as closely as I could.
So what I've seen because I'm having a look right now, because I was just trying to follow and do the SNP are doing really well. It just seems that Reform was just there to upset the apple cart, and really all they've done is take votes away from Labour.
It's I mean that's interesting, because what we're seeing in the East here is that Reform are mostly taking votes from Conservatives, and Labour are losing votes to the Greens. But what that has done is where it was before it was Labour and Conservative, with the Conservatives collapsing and Labour still holding their ground in some places, but splitting the vote with the Greens meant that Reform were able to get through the middle. And I've already seen a few results like that.
Oh, Green up here wasn't running in every. They were running more on the regional votes and not consistency. The one that really, when I heard earlier, was Shetland is now over to the SNP, where they've been Lib Dem
As
for
long as
50
I can
years.
remember,
Yeah.
a very long
So
time.
Orkney is still Lib Dem, but the idea of Shetland, that's probably the biggest change of the whole election for me. Like, that's surprising. But
So, I mean, I wouldn't have thought Reform would do well in Scotland. It's an English nationalist party, and why would people vote for an English nationalist party in Scotland?
I have no idea. They've still got no seats yet, but they've. I was at the count where Malcolm often or was. So I seen him like cutting out and cutting out, cutting in, cutting out, and I've also got a video of him, which I'm not being cheeky. Probably him leaving Greenock for the last time. I don't think we'll see him back here anytime soon. So I had him going into his big Range Rover with his face like thunder leaving. So that's when I seen him.
So not necessarily happy. Yeah.
But if I remember, I think they came third behind Labour. I think they stole. If I can get the numbers up here now, let me have a look.
What was turnout like, out of interest? Do you have any ideas on figures? Because certainly in the east of England, and I suspect in many other parts of the country, turnout was substantially higher than we would normally see in local elections. And it seems as if a lot of people who would normally sit them out were concerned about the possibility of Reform getting in. And of course, some of those people will be Reform voters as well, who may not normally vote. So there just seems to be a lot of energy behind these particular elections this year.
I'm just having a look. Our turnout was at 51% for Greenock, which is down 12% from what it was in 2021.
What sort of percentage? Because obviously they're national elections rather than local. So what sort of percentage would you normally see? And
about 60 to 70, and this has just became half and half. There were registered voters were 62,000 this year.
So what would you say that? Well, how would you interpret that if the vote numbers were
People
down?
just not caring. People just been like, I need to go to work. I need to feed. Like, what are we doing?
So you're saying sort of voter apathy is an issue.
I would say, without a doubt, there's a voter apathy up here.
What do you think's driving that?
Things not getting done. They're like, what's the point in voting if nothing's going to change? And like most of these people, I've had Stuart McMillan, Francis Brennan, and Tedrow all at my door in the past month and a half. Just wanting to talk, just being like, and you can just tell it was like hot air, and this was just something they had to do. It was a photo thing. And this, I live in a decent area, and you can tell that this was like they're going through the motions with it, because the share right now, like I'm just looking in SNP, the winning got 44% of the vote in 14,000, which is down from, it's 8.9% down from last time.
Yeah.
So like it's not the biggest vote, but I've been told that this seat was a safe seat for them. But they still panicked over because the leader of Reform was here. Like that was the big thing. And all the hustings I went to, like Malcolm often didn't actually go. Oxford actually didn't go to any of the hustings up here. That he sent someone from Rutherglen and someone else. And Francis Brennan, I believe that she shot herself in the foot by saying, "You." When someone asked a question, answered it by saying, "You're one of those keyboard warriors on Facebook." So that's
Not endearing herself.
It's not endearing. But Jamie Green, who was running, was the sitting. He was the sitting Conservative, and he went for the leader of the Conservative Party in Scotland, didn't get it, and went over to Liberal Democrats. So people weren't going to trust him anyway. Like that was the thing.
Yes.
So
yeah, we had an example where the Chris Hossack, who was the leader of the of Brentwood Council in Essex a few years back, has now won a seat for Reform on Essex County Council. So yeah, there are examples of where you're seeing people switching.
But what usually happens is they'll switch halfway through, then they'll get voted out in the next one because we didn't vote for this.
Yeah, that's true. We haven't. I don't know of any that. I'm sure that must have happened, but I don't know of any where they've switched, because most people are switching. The main switch has been from various parties to, and mostly Conservatives to Reform. And given that Reform have done particularly well here in the East, I would think that that's they probably did retain most of their seats, the switchers.
I've just seen on the news there that Lib Dems is unseated SNP in Caithness. David Green takes Caithness and Sutherland from the SNP for the Liberal Democrats, meaning Marie Todd, who's the Scottish Government Drug and Alcohol Minister, is unseated by a majority of 5,092, which is a big deal.
That is. So what do you attribute the Liberal Democrats' success in Scotland? Or, I mean, given I know they've lost Shetland, but they're gaining elsewhere, which is surprising, isn't it?
It is. It's very surprising, but I've noticed that Liberal Democrats seem to be getting. It's always like Highlands, and like they know how to talk to the people in rural areas more than say the Lib Dem, say the SNP or Labour.
Do you see both those parties being more urban parties then?
I would say so, yeah. I would say the Lib Dems have, like, because they've had the two islands and a lot of the Highlands for years and years and years. So look, they know that they'll always get that. Like that's a safe seat up in Shetland. Shetland was a safe seat. The other islands went straight there, but they were more puzzled. They had 800 people voting for Reform. Still no accurate number on this. I'm just having a wee look through it to see what's still going on.
I think Scotland's the last holdout for the elections. I think everybody else is pretty much finished. Oh, hello, Jenny, you're back.
Hello, thank you for handling things there while I was away. Yes,
that's okay. Will was educating me on Scottish politics, so
we're just waiting for those list
results,
so we'll have an idea what's happening beyond this.
Nothing's come up on the list results. I'll have a look at the minute.
Yeah, we've got some numbers from different places, but we don't actually have an engine to process those with, so we can't get a very clear picture at this point. We have a little bit, I think, as we should be able to work out at this point, but I've not got the skills for that, I'm afraid.
So we've got 70 seats of 129, as we mentioned at the time. So 70's been declared. The big thing since you've been gone is the Lib Dems have unseated SNP in Caithness and Sutherland.
I heard that, aye.
So that's the big thing at the minute.
It has been a really good night for the Lib Dems, or a really good day. I think that's one of the sort of overlooked stories, because we're talking about how well the Greens have done and so on, but the Lib Dems have they've been making small gains all over the country, and then they've had quite a few nice results like this for them. So I think that they are maybe on the point of, breaking out of their little containment zone and moving across the rest of Scotland a bit.
It's still up the Highlands. They are up to with 65 say another 50 to play, another 49 to play, and they're up 2 from their usual.
I think nationwide the Lib Dems have had modest gains. I'm looking at the BBC site and they're saying 88 seats. So they're up to 711 councillors. I think a lot of people forget that the Lib Dems are actually quite popular in councils and have done very well. And over the last 20 or so years, they've had large numbers of councils under their hands. But it is interesting to see them creeping north of the border like this in this way.
Well, creeping south as far as we're concerned, because they're always solid up in the north. They're creeping south into the rest of Scotland. But Naz, it's good to see you here. What's your take on what's been happening today?
Well, it's quite exciting, I think, and kind of gives me hope in the public, I think, because there's a solid rejection of the system in some ways, and I think the main parties represent the system that people feel has not been working for them, and I think people turned out to vote. Like, a lot of people were not expecting such a big turnout, at least in Edinburgh. I don't know I haven't had time to look in the rest of the country what happened, but up here in Edinburgh, people were surprised at the number of people that actually showed up and the young voters that showed up. I don't know the numbers exactly, but there seemed to be quite a few people who voted for the first time, who were excited, excited by the opportunity and the possibility to vote. And most of those, yes, voted Green, but Lib Dems, as you said, they had a good showing as well. But and basically, mainly it's the traditional big parties that lost. And even like I mean, I don't know if I'm allowed, to express my own opinions, but like I mean, like Reform didn't win in Edinburgh. Then but they did have, like, in Edinburgh Central, they had 10,000 people, which is a large number of people. But I take that more as a sign of people, sick of something that's not working for them, and looking, and I think what's missing is a vision, a real vision of cohesion, of inclusion, of going out together. And I think in some ways the Lib Dems, the Greens, even Reform kind of give that vision of something that is, looking out for them in their own ways. And
I'm actually going to need to pause everyone here because we have got Alan Folds, who has come to us from Ballot Box Scotland, so he's going to come in to talk. If you want to stay around and talk to him as well, everyone's welcome, because I think at this stage, there's a lot to discuss. But Alan, do you want to give us your rundown on where you think we're at now?
I will bow out here.
Okay,
because
we'll see you later then. Thank you, Alan.
Yeah, thank you. Take care.
Thank you. Alan.
Hi, sorry, I didn't quite catch you there just as I was joining.
Yeah, I'm just hoping you can give us a rundown on where we're at the moment, where things stand, because it's not clear to everyone what happens now with the list seats and so on as we're waiting for that to come in.
Yep. So what we've got is we've got all bar 3 of the constituencies, I believe, have declared now. So we're in a position where we effectively know the situation for the most part on that side of things. So we're now down to the list votes. Basically, we've been getting sort of constituency by constituency declarations of those list results. And if you go on the Ballot Box Scotland website, you can find the sort of progress. And what we can read from that, and I'll assume take it at this point that people are aware of the constituency side of things, some big things to point out. So it is very clear now that in Glasgow, that the Conservatives will not have a list seat. They have lost representation in Glasgow entirely. At the same time, we're only waiting on Rutherglen and Cambuslang's regional result in Glasgow. There is no way to prevent the Greens from getting 2 list MSPs plus their stunning Glasgow South side win. So the Greens have had a really, really good day. Some of the data we've got, like in Mid Scotland and Fife, if they do around about as well in Stirling and Clackmannan and Dunblane as we might expect, they've got a good chance of a second MSP there. They're definitely getting an MSP in the south. They've had a really, really good result. We're also seeing this is the point obviously we can start to see where Reform are coming in. So probably at the moment looking like just 1 Reform in Edinburgh and Lothians East, 2 in Glasgow. So we've got a good sort of spread of Reform across the country. We have only got half of those results logged in my system so far, though. So we're still at various regions. There's still very little in Central and Lothians West. So, for example, but we're nearly done in Edinburgh and in Glasgow. So yeah, basically, long story short, the day has been very good for the Greens. It's been good for the Lib Dems. The SNP have had some couple of happy constituency moments, but not good overall. And just what a catastrophe for Labour and the Conservatives just over the course of the day, and the lists are not going to really help them very much.
Okay, thank you for that. It's good to get that filled in. Do you have any sense of when we'll know what's happening with the lists?
So it's difficult to say. As I said, I'm kind of catching up on some information. What I've got logged isn't necessarily all that's available. But I know that certain places, like, for example, the Borders are still counting, Highland are still counting. New Highland still have 2 constituencies. They haven't declared, waiting on a lot of stuff from West. So it's going to go on potentially for another couple of hours yet. So a good while. So we won't get the final sense of exactly what has happened for a little while just yet.
Well, I don't want to keep you too long because I know you've got lots of other stuff to get on with, but it is really interesting to have you here and with your insight. Has much surprised you about today?
So, I mean, yes, I know. So there's a couple of constituency surprises. I will say I was surprised that Labour gained in Hillen and Nuneer. That said, that's exactly the kind of constituency they would gain. Obviously, the issue of ferries has been causing complete chaos for Islanders. So perhaps understandable that they were like, well, you're the government, we are going to go for someone else. Not surprised to see, Conservatives hold on to most of their seats except losing Eastwood. Most of the other constituencies have kind of come out. And what I will say is at the very end of the campaign, the Battlebox Scotland model said the Greens would get Southside as well as Edinburgh Central, and some people have been quite sceptical about that. I feel just to be a bit smug, fully vindicated in that front, but otherwise kind of things have fallen broadly within sort of expected ranges on the constituencies, and indeed perhaps the only surprise, as I mentioned this morning, and I'm sorry I keep going on about the Greens here, but they have had a good day. They tend to underperform. They tend to underperform their polling, perhaps for the firm based on what happened in this, might actually have performed pretty strongly against it.
And we've been impressed by the Lib Dems as well, that they've had a good result, not only moving into more constituencies across more of Scotland, but getting just small improvements pretty much everywhere.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that they got that Strathkelvin and Bearsden constituency, that was on the cards. I said that was one they could gain, but that's a really, their 40% is really, really good. They should be very, very happy with that. I know for a fact that Labour will be scunnered with that. I didn't respond, but I did get an email from their candidate asking me during the campaign to confirm surely the Lib Dems aren't going to win here. So unfortunately for Labour, that has been what has happened. So yeah, it's just been a very busy, very exciting day in many respects.
Okay, well, like I said, I don't want to keep you too long, but I just want to ask Will and Naz if they have any questions for you whilst you're here. Anything?
Well, how do you think people in Labour are going to react to this kind of do you think are they going to change course? Are they going to see that people are looking for more cohesive, progressive policies? Is that the lesson that they can take from there?
I mean, a lot of people may be hoping that's the lesson that they take, but it's kind of interesting. I suppose he didn't want to say during the middle of the count that he'd resign, but it was interesting that Anas Sarwar hasn't said that he would resign despite heading towards this really bad result. I mean, they're clearly going to have to take stock, and as I think I was saying this morning, or perhaps, I can't remember if I did actually say this, but all the blame can't fall onto Keir Starmer. The fact that Labour ran a constituency vote heavy campaign and effectively, every other party was going, you have to vote for us in the peach ballot, you have to vote for us in the peach ballot, you have to vote for us in the peach ballot, and Labour just weren't doing that, and that has potentially cost them a couple of seats across the country.
What do you think of Shetland going SNP?
So I think that was one I mentioned this morning. Again, we're talking about local factors in the islands. The Lib Dem candidate was the local council leader. The local council is currently very unpopular, and that's why over the course of the campaign, I was hearing that the Lib Dems were worried in Shetland, and that they felt under threat, and that the SNP were perhaps on track to pick it up. I have to admit, I was a little bit surprised. I was like, it was on the cards, but I was like, at the end of the day, I don't think it will quite happen. But voters have proven me a bit wrong on that one.
Yeah, I agree. I was shocked by that today. That was something that Jeannie actually pointed out to me, live on. I didn't know it was going to happen at all.
Okay, so thank you for your time, Alan. We'll let you get back to your work if you want, because I know you've got more analysis to do. And I do recommend
got so much more to do, but it's so nice to be here.
Check
Thanks
out
for
your
having
site,
me.
because you have had some fantastically useful stuff there at Ballot Box Scotland.
Yeah, please do. Ballotbox.scot, the front page is currently dedicated to the election, and you will see all kinds of stuff, including those sort of trackers that show what the current state of play for list seats are. Those aren't final. They will change as more results come in, but they'll give you an indication of where people are. All right, thanks so much for having me. Good to see you.
Thank you. All right, bye.
I'm going to head off too. But if
Okay.
you want me to come back in at the end, I'm happy. I've got a couple of things to do here, but I will see you later. And it's
Okay,
been great
sure.
today. You've done great.
Thank you for holding the fort back there. Okay.
You've been incredible, Jen. It's like
Yeah.
you've been there from the morning, and I'm wasted. I'm just wiped out. I'm like, I'm gonna get myself a cup of tea and lie down. It's been very exciting.
I need some after sun from being out.
Okay, we'll let you go and then make yourself feel a little better then, Will. Thank you.
All right.
You okay sticking around for a little bit, Naz?
Sure, but tell me what your impression is. You've been in center of everything of the war room.
I have, and so I need to try and be as neutral as I can on things. It's interesting. I think that Labour have found themselves caught between two different things. I think that they've had problems with certainly being seen to move too much to the right in England, and that never goes, the thing is that England is much more accepting of more right-wing policy than Scotland is. So I think that they by trying to please England that way, they've ended up isolating themselves a bit in Scotland. That's always a problem for them. But I think that also, there have been problems up here. Anas Sarwar made some really unpopular policy decisions just towards the end of his time there. In the last government and sorry, in the last parliament, and so I think that he does have to carry some of the blame as well. And Anas Sarwar has actually been Labour leader for quite a long time, as Labour leaders go in Scotland. So it may be that he's just coming to the end of his time as well. But he is saying that he wants to tough it out and pull things back together. That it takes somebody with that experience to do that, and there aren't many other experienced people in that position in Labour now. So in Scotland, we've actually, they don't have that many big beasts left, and a lot of that's because of people actually retiring rather than anything else. This parliament's seen quite a few people leave at this election who just stood down because they've had enough, they've done their time. But it does put him in a vulnerable position. I'm not sure how well they can turn around and say we're a different party, so vote for us now, when they've got all the same people in place like that. It's going to be difficult. The SNP, I think, have come through things fairly well. I never really felt that they were going to get that majority. It was a possibility, but it seemed unlikely. The maths of the thing was against them, really. And the Parliament eventually, the system that we have in Scotland is designed to stop that kind of thing happening. It's supposed to be a system that prevents majorities. So I think getting close to a majority is actually still very impressive, and they shouldn't be ashamed of that. I think that they were maybe, one could say that they were naive to pin their policy on it and say, that they should have a referendum if they got past that. I think it was mostly about getting the votes out. But on the other hand, it's possible that they can then say, well, we didn't get that majority. So if it's difficult for us to negotiate a referendum, don't blame us. That's a situation that people have chosen to be in. So they may have a bit of a get out clause as well, where that's concerned. The Greens, of course, they're also a pro-independence party. So there is very clearly a pro-independence majority in the parliament. But I don't know how that's going to go from here, because I doubt at this stage that the Greens will really want to be back in government with the SNP when they've got a couple of constituency seats. They probably want to build on that and say, look, we're a serious party. We can be voted for in constituencies. So, people who've been voting for them on the list can maybe take a chance in a constituency at the next election, or if there's a by-election at some point, and feel a bit more confident about maybe getting them in, because it's confidence that stops small parties breaking through. Until that a certain number of other people are going to vote for a smaller party, why would you risk your vote on it? So
yeah, it's the copycat syndrome, and people, will vote tactically sometimes because they don't think the smaller party will pierce through, and they have. But I mean, there's like the cold question of Scottish independence, but then there's also, I think, from what I gathered today, there's like two sides to that Scottish independence thing. One is like real people wanting real independence for Scotland, but there's also in their rejection of Westminster's policies, where they feel like they don't necessarily want Scotland to be an independent country, but they're still frustrated by the fact that they're in some ways at least they don't feel that they are treated with the same weight as say England is treated by Westminster.
There's also a feeling of frustration because Scotland's votes don't make much impact at Westminster, and in most scenarios that might be different at the next general election because we are looking at a very probable hung parliament, I think, and therefore some kind of alliances, and that gives everybody more leverage. But for the most part, how Scotland votes does not make a difference to the eventual electoral outcome. So there's that feeling of, we don't have a voice there. So it's partly why people wanted a voice here and why we got the devolved parliament. But it is frustrating for a lot of people. But I think, what I would say is that there is definitely going to be talk more and more about proportional representation at Westminster because we have got this multi-party split there now, and it doesn't really make sense anymore to have first past the post. But the thing is that first past the post tends to advantage both the Conservatives and Labour. So whichever of them is in at the time doesn't want to consider anything else. And, it's one thing to shout about it when you're out of office and change your mind once you get in. But I would say that, Labour needs to think at Westminster about not just its own chances of getting in, but who gets in if it doesn't. And what happens, if it is going to potentially hand the country to reform by not getting by not changing the system, because it is in a position to change the system at the moment. And I think it would have a very strong political argument. I don't think it would put people off. But if they did that, where it is at the moment, it's still comfortably in government. I think there's because of that
left parties or
I think people would go for it. I think the public would be more accepting, and it could point to the fact that
sorry, you're breaking.
I am
my connection.
Okay,
I think it's maybe my.
Okay, hopefully that will stabilize.
Plus, I didn't really hear what you were saying.
Okay, just that I think that I think there is a good political argument for it in England now, or at Westminster, so across the whole UK. And I think if they actually put that into place, then a lot more people in Scotland would be happier to stay in the United Kingdom. Wales, I can't speak for at the moment. Wales is going in its own very distinctive direction, and I think it's going to take a while to figure out what all that means. But in Scotland, I think a lot of people just want more democracy, one way or another. And if they felt they had more democracy at Westminster, they'd be happier to be there.
They also felt like, Brexit was something that was Scotland didn't want. And they were kind of saddled with it. And you have Ireland on the other side. And on the other hand, Northern Ireland managed to get a pretty good deal because they can take advantage of both. So I guess Scotland felt like, some of the people that I talked to over this week felt that's also a reason for the need for separation from Britain.
I think some of it was that before the referendum happened, everybody was told, oh, if Scotland leaves, then it'll be outside the EU. How will it cope? And then we stayed, and then we were taken out of the EU. So that felt particularly unfair. And so I think a lot of people had an issue with that. But I think, if Labour managed to take the UK back into the EU, then that would again mean that a lot of people are happier about staying in the Union. But all of this, I think, is quite time sensitive because I think there is a growing sense that Scotland's doing more and more independently one way or another. Already it's more and more culturally independent. So if that kind of thing isn't sorted out relatively soon, then I think, another kind of momentum will develop, and it will be very, very difficult to keep Scotland in the Union in the long term. But it's interesting to see, how this election's gone, and the fact that, people keep on voting in large numbers for pro-independence parties, knowing that that's part of the agenda, even if that's not what's being talked about first and foremost in electoral campaigns.
I also see that as in some ways a protest against the establishment. It's also like, okay, let's, sometimes you want to break things because you don't feel like it's working. But I had another question for you, Jenny. How do you feel about like women in the representation of women in these elections and this.
I will go through this properly afterwards and work out how many candidates from various different backgrounds have got elected. It's something I've done in the past.
Because after Nicola Sturgeon, I mean, none of the
Yeah.
party leaders are women, right? Or am I wrong?
And it was a lot of people look back on that and say, well, it was a happier time in Scottish politics when we had Nicola Sturgeon and Kezia Dugdale and Ruth Davidson leading the main parties, because it felt, apart from anything else, you saw them chatting to each other in a friendly way, and we knew they didn't agree. There wasn't any sense of, oh, they're all on the same page, or there was plenty of disagreement there, but it was always amicable. It was always very civil, and it felt as if that was a really healthy democracy at that point. And we're now in a place where there's a lot more aggression in our politics and a lot more negativity, and so I think people miss that and tend to say, was that something that came partly from having women in those positions? Can we get back to that? But we were talking earlier about how it's quite difficult to see alternative leaders for a lot of the parties. There aren't that many big figures in politics anymore. And people do tend to say, oh, we've got to have a name when it comes to looking for a leader rather than just looking for somebody competent. So I think that makes it harder. And obviously, before women get to be big names, they have to be maybe ministers and so on first. They have to get into that kind of position, or shadow spokespeople on various issues. So one would hope that the parties would start to put more people forward like that. The Greens have an interesting way of doing it because they always have two co-conveners, one of whom is female at least. So that means that there is always some representation there as long as they're in the parliament. But yeah, it's very strange not seeing that in any of the other parties that we had. We do seem to have gone backwards where that's concerned. And
well, it's not just male, but it's also very a uniform kind of male. Like I would say, it's not very
kind of middle class thing, isn't it?
Yeah. So it sometimes people might not see themselves represented in their leaders, and that might also be like a.
I thought it was really unfortunate the way that Hamza Yousaf was treated when he was first minister, and the way that that was sort of handled in the media and so on, because it did really feel like he was sort of hassled into leaving that, partly because of his race as much as anything else, and because people said that his religion was a liability. And it's like, well, we've had people whose religion has definitely been a liability in a number of roles before, and it hasn't stopped them as long as it's the approved religion. So it's a problem. And I really hope that we were making a bit of a breakthrough when he got into that role, and it feels like, yeah, we could have done better there. And I hope that we can do better going forwards. Again, I'm going to need to look closely at the makeup of this parliament and see how that's balanced now. My feeling is that we might have gone backwards again with this election on a lot of those things, but that also is about persuading parties to bring in different candidates. And we can't really say until we've looked at the list, because there are going to be a lot of other candidates on the list who maybe don't get as much attention. A lot of the younger candidates are on the list because, they're maybe in sort of third or fourth place. They will scrape in some areas, and they will be the people who the party didn't feel it could put up front. It didn't feel, whichever party it is, that it could take a big chance on them. So there'll be the people who, the young women and so on, who it doesn't expect to get the vote in the conventional spaces, but that's how they get to be visible. And then it's a case of making themselves visible in the parliament. I mean, Mary Black, for instance, she was 21 when she first got elected, and she was very loud. And so even at Westminster, with its 600 so MPs, she was very visible despite that. And it is possible, and I would hope that people in that kind of position will have the courage to make themselves heard. And at Bylines, we'll always be happy to talk to them and to interview people from all kinds of different backgrounds. So if they're not getting the coverage in the mainstream media, they should come and talk to us.
No, I just think I mean, hats off to everybody who stands for representation, I think, because it's just such a hard job. You're constantly under scrutiny, your family and your children, everybody, and it's just a tough job, and you can pretty much never do everything right? And every little thing is held against you forever and ever, especially now with social media. So I think, it's whether you agree with their policies or not, I just think that it's fantastic that people, it's important that they stand for elections. It's important we vote for them. The voter turnout is really important for me.
I know you
So
split your life across, is it 3 countries? So I wondered if you
yeah.
had maybe some international perspective to bring to this, or is it mostly France in here?
Well, I've kind of lived in very many different countries, including dictatorships where you did not have the right to vote. You were not allowed to vote, and which is why when I hear people say, "Oh, I'm not sure I'll go vote because, everything is so blah," and I'm like, voting is not a right, it's a privilege, and you have to, until you lose it, you don't know quite how important that is. So you should step up. And I think it's like I worked a little for the Democratic Party in New York State, and yes, there's corruption, and yes, there's a lot of grifters, and yes to all of that. And the US is very particular because it's a very pay-to-play system. And I think France is where I live is not. I mean, money is tightly controlled in politics there. The UK seems to me something in between, but the less money. I mean, we've heard about this 5 million that was given to a party. Yeah. So, it's not a small sum, and you should declare it, and it should be open and out there. I just think that a lot of people come in this, make it out to be a business instead of a vocation, instead of a need to help people and be there for public protection. And once it becomes a business, then that's not a healthy thing. And I do think that, people I mean, I would, if I had a wish list of what I would like a party to do. I'm more of an activist than a party person. I believe in causes and not parties as much, because parties tend to drift left and right and up and down. So I will go with whichever party represents the values that I want them to represent. But I would say that top of that list would for me would be get the money out of politics. The politicians should make a decent living, should be compensated for the work that they do for public service. But, outright bribes and corruption and that kind of influence peddling, that should not be part of a real democracy.
The theory here has always been that you have to pay MPs a lot and MSPs and so on, because as long as you do that, then they won't be vulnerable to bribery. But we do seem to have very sort of open bribery, of open sponsorship, as it's called, anyway.
Yeah, they should put
and that definitely
I think they should put the labels of who gives them. They should be forced to wear those on their
like
shirts.
sports people with all the
Yes.
badges. That would be a good way to do it.
I think they should absolutely have to show who's bought them. Anyway, that's my 2 cents.
I'm just waiting to see if we're going to get any more of these results here, but things are not moving very fast. Yeah, the last thing is that Lib Dem gain. That's the last bit of news we've had in. So I'm hoping that the team in the back end are looking at the list results for us as well, because I'm not getting anywhere looking at that. Yeah, no, Jules at the back end here is just saying no new results for an hour, which is ridiculous. I want to sit here and wait for something to happen. I don't know how many other people are going to be sitting about waiting for things now, but you don't want to let people down when you've been here all day and we're waiting for the input to
Just
actually
a
see
little
what
bit
Congo
more.
will look like.
Just a little bit more.
A little bit more, yeah.
I'm going to abandon you.
Okay, no, that's fair.
Because I have my family waiting for
Okay, but thank you very much for your time today and your time at the count. And yeah, that's hopefully
They were very sweet. There was a very good good vibe in general.
That's good to hear.
All right, you take care.
All right, bye now then. Bye.
Bye.
Okay, so we need to decide what we're going to do with the remainder of this time. I see, there's still quite a few people watching the stream. We don't want to let you down. We do want to be able to bring you those results when they happen, but we don't know how long that's going to take now. Pretty much everybody else, I think, is exhausted. So it looks like, yeah, we're going to have another look at the election flyers just now. We've got the last little bit of that video, and then we will see if we can bring you some more information. We're going to see what we can find out. Thank you. Can we...
Like, some of them hurt to look at. We get that your colours are red and yellow. You can do better than this. This is like It's really low resolution. It's bogging. Don't. And that's just the same picture again, because that's the only picture they got of the man. Thank you. Keep me in focus. My camera's getting ideas. Honestly, some of the graphic work's not bad. So they're getting a 3, but it's getting knocked down to 2.5 because there's no excuse for having pixelated photographs. And it's 2026. Another Scottish Labour. This one's a letter from Bonnie Sandland, the cat house landing bra thief, as she was once known. Full disclosure, I shot Vonnie's wedding back in the day. So when I'm being mean to her, it's to sort of balance out the fact that she's a mate. Given that this, no other party except us or the SNP can win, which is on all of them, so it's not her fault, but it is mince, and it's one of these handwritten letters that are actually not handwritten, so shite. Sorry, Von. The Workers' Party, but they've got they try to evoke the Spitfire, you know, with the colours, with the wee sort of bullseye thing going on, but it's also a cog for workers. You can see what they're going for, but you've got to understand that when you're putting a red, white and blue leaflet through doors in Glasgow, depending on which end of Glasgow, they're just going to go straight in the bin if they don't get set on fire. There's no excuse not understanding your target like that. I know Scotland's more than Glasgow, but Glasgow's where the population is. You can target these things. You don't have to just do one, right? This is their Glasgow flyer, so they could put a Glasgow flyer that's not quite so in your face, red, white and blue, even if that is the colour selection they've chosen for their party. Inside we've got a solid mix of that quasi-promotional photography, conference shots where somebody's talking to like this because they're looking off to the side with their mouth open, and we've just grabbed a guy and stuck him in front of a standee. Well, someone with a phone's taking a picture of them not looking quite at the camera, which it's got this kind of little ripped page effect where they've got a picture and they don't quite know how to put a frame around it, so it's not good. Here's an oil rig, here's a nuclear explosion. What are we doing, team? Again, no one's scanning your QR code, and in the back we've got this shocking picture of George Galloway where, do we think the hat has taken part of his soul? You never see him without the hat. I worry about the hat. But this, again, it's pixelated. It's been blown up beyond the size that it should have been used for, and it's been cut out. You can see when you look, it's got some contamination of colours. It's been cut out from a red background and put onto a blue one. Don't do that. Just take a photo with a neutral background, for God's sake. It's a 2. It's a 2 out of 10. It's got, you know, it's decent. I was going to say decent fonts, but no, that's not even Impact. That's Hattensweiler. That's the rip-off. No, 2 out of 10. And then this last one's another Labour one, so it can fuck off. So I've tried to get through as many parties as possible to give everyone a fair crack of the whip. Didn't see any from the Conservatives. I've asked friends, no one's had anything. I don't think they can win here, so they're targeting the resources elsewhere, which is fair enough. I did have one from Iris Duane of the Green Party, but unfortunately my flatmate tidied things up and chucked it in the bin by mistake. So thanks to the fine folks at electionleaflets.org. I did find it online. There is a scan available. It's in the public domain, so imagine that I'm holding it and I'm just going to take a wee look at it just now. It's very good. They've done very well. if it's a picture of a woman holding a young child, the child's got a toy dinosaur. It's a professional photograph, got that nice depth of field. It's well lit. She's looking, sort of hopeful. She's kind of looking up and off to the side. But the kid's looking straight at the camera, so you still get that direct engagement, which is what you want in this kind of thing. And it's just, they're slow, bills are going up, climate crisis, let's demand better. Yeah, and again, nice white background for your text, and then you've put your green on there as as an accent colour. It's not the main colour, so it doesn't hurt to look at the damn thing. They've got, we have delivered, and they tell you things they've done. We will deliver things that they're going to do.
Okay, thank you everybody for sticking with us for this long. One last little bit of news. It looks like we're going to get the result, or the result from Mid Scotland and Fife is going to be through fairly soon. But it looks like we have a problem with Independent Green Voice yet again, and they have managed to squeeze out one of the Green candidates who might have got a seat otherwise on the list. So people are going to be very frustrated with that, because they do seem to be, they're a spoiler party essentially. If you wanted to vote for their policies, there are plenty of other parties you could vote for. But those policies are, the fact that they use that name, which people confuse with the Green Party, means that they're essentially stealing the votes from there. And we're very surprised that the Electoral Commission have let this go on this long, frankly. And so speaking of going on for a long time, we have now gone on for 9 hours or so, something like that. We were expected to finish around 7, as now past. So we don't have the final results, but we know that the SNP is not going to get a majority now that it wanted to, but it is the largest party. We know that the Greens have done well in general. We know that the Lib Dems have done very well in some cases, and that it's a bad day for Labour and the Conservatives. And Reform have they've made gains, but they haven't managed to take a constituency seat. We'll expect them to have a few list seats based on this. But we're going to wrap up this program now, because otherwise we could keep you sitting here for a couple of hours and waiting for those 1 or 2 results. So if you keep an eye on our socials, on our our Blue Sky or Twitter or whatever, you will find out in due course from us. As soon as we know the results, we will pass them on to you. So thank you very much for sticking with us. It's been an interesting day. We've heard from some of you directly, and that's been fantastic. It's been interesting to have your point of view, and hopefully you will enjoy reading Bylines Scotland and Bylines Cymru in the future, and find out a lot more about what is happening in Scotland and Wales. And we would love to hear from you if any of you would like to get involved. So thank you very much, and good night.